I'd like to reconvene the regular meeting of the City Council Public Finance Authority. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Kelmick?
Here.
Councilmember Mosher?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark?
Here.
Mayor Strickland?
Here.
Councilmember McKeon?
Here.
Councilmember Bolton?
Here.
Councilmember Burns?
Here.
All present.
Members, Pledge of Allegiance today will be led by Mayor Pro Tem Gracie Vandermark.
Please stand if you can. Put your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. The invocation today will be led by Huntington Beach Police Chaplain James Pike.
Let us pray. We give you thanks, Lord God, for your many benefits to us as a city. We pray to be humble imitators of your best ways, to do justice, to love mercy, to walk humbly. We pray for those who have been given authority over us to govern, and we ask that you give them wisdom and prudence in their deliberations this evening. We pray for those who will speak, that they might speak clearly and be heard well. We give you thanks for this week of the U.S. Open of Surfing, for those who are competing, for those who are visiting, for our public safety who is providing for us. God bless the city of Huntington Beach. God bless the United States of America. Amen.
Moving down the agenda, members, City Attorney, do we have anything to report?
Nothing to report from closed session, but earlier you gave me permission to make a brief comment.
Yes.
Okay, so unrelated to closed session, related to item 18 on the agenda that was withdrawn, I just wanted to offer a brief comment about that item that was removed. In an attempt to inform the public while avoiding unnecessary embarrassment to the applicant, I want to share that late last week I requested that the pay setting item, number 18, on the agenda for the Chief Assistant City Attorney position that was on tonight's agenda be removed. A couple of weeks ago, the applicant was brought to the city by a highly paid recruiter. Normally, recruiters vet candidates, their work history, their experience, their record, their fitness for the position. Usually, the full candidate profile and history is presented to the prospective employer. In this case, the candidate for the Chief Assistant City Attorney position was referred by the recruiter with no concerning disclosures. Went through a panel interview of 3 attorneys who were not from the city attorney's office, but were outsiders, and the applicant was recommended as the top candidate. In order to expedite the process, the pay setting item number 18 was placed on the agenda last week. As soon as it was, the beginnings of the background check turned up some concerning, very concerning information and began to reveal that the candidate did not meet the expectations of the city attorney's office and frankly did not meet certain minimum requirements for the position itself. As soon as I began to learn the candidate's history last week, I immediately pulled the item from the agenda. I also informed the recruiter that we were not moving forward with the candidate, and we ended the relationship with that recruiter. We will continue to actively recruit to fill the Chief Assistant City Attorney position, but in the meantime, we presently have a great team of attorneys working diligently to serve the needs of the city. Thank you.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have any supplemental communications?
Yes, we do. For council committee appointments, item 3, an email communication received regarding the appointment of a voting delegate and alternate for League of California Cities Conference. City Attorney's report number 6. Our city attorney submitted a PowerPoint that will be presented tonight, and we also received a letter from Craig Steele with RWG Law. For consent item 8, we received 2 communications regarding revision to the council's July 18th city council minutes, and if approved, we'll just go ahead and mark the record as amended by supplemental communication. For item 10, an email regarding community development. An email for item 20 regarding the agreement with Waymakers for gang prevention. For item 23, an email in support of providing a safe community. Administrative items number 27, 38 emails received regarding the proposed restructuring of citizen-led boards, commissions, and committees. For item 28, an interdepartmental communication from myself, and I went ahead and uploaded some information that I received from our county registrar's office on voting certifications of the county last year. And we also received a letter from our superintendent of Ocean View School District, Michael Conroy, and also Patricia Singer regarding proposed charter amendments, and also 30 email communications regarding the ad hoc committee's proposed amendments. For council member item 29, a letter from Michael Conroy, also superintendent of VSD School District, regarding amending the human dignity policy, and 21 emails on that subject as well.
Thank you. City Clerk, do we have anyone signed up to speak?
Yes, right now we're at 55, so I'm going to call the first 10. If you can come forward and approach both podiums to make things move more smoothly and quickly, that would be helpful. Shirley Detloff, Andrew Einhorn, Roy McCord, Wendy Rincon, Paul Horgan, Elaine Bauer-Keeley, Avery Counts, Sharon Craybill, Arthur Estrada, Shami Dingus.
I need to read this first. At this time, the City Council will receive comments from members of the public regarding any topic, including items on the open session agenda. Individuals wishing to provide a comment may do so in person by filling out the request to speak form delivered to the City Clerk. All speakers are encouraged, but not required, to identify themselves by name. Each speaker may have up to 3 minutes unless the volume of speakers warrants reducing the time allowance. Please note that the Brown Act does not allow discussion or action on topics that are not on the agenda. Members of the public who would like to speak directly with a council member on any item not on the agenda may consider scheduling an appointment by contacting the City Council's administrative assistant at 714-536-5553 or emailing the entire City Council at city.council@surfcity-hp.org. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Strickland and members of the City Council. My name is Shirley Detloff, and I've been a resident of the city since 1964. I'm here tonight to ask the council to vote against Pat Burns' item, which would allow 3 individuals to make decisions regarding the human dignity statement. The statement does not need revisions, as it was strong when written and adopted by every council since 1996, and remains a document that says what our city believes in: protection of every member of our community, regardless of the country of their origin, religious beliefs, sexual orientation, racial background, gender, or disability. It is the right of all citizens to pursue their daily lives with the knowledge that they will not be physically harmed or verbally abused. The diversity brings to our city a rich and varied cultural heritage. When acts of hate are committed against any citizen, it is considered an act against the entire community. A hate crime is a criminal or attempted criminal act which is motivated by the victim's race, ethnicity, religion, sexual orientation, gender, or disability status. I'm here tonight as one of the authors of the Human Dignity Statement. I, along with Ralph Bauer and then Police Chief Ron Lowenberg, worked with staff to write the Human Dignity Statement. It has been supported by every council since 1996. This was done because of several incidents that happened in Huntington Beach. I was mayor at the time and received a call from a reporter of a large San Francisco newspaper who said that Huntington Beach was seen as the capital of the skinheads. I was appalled and did not think that this was true, but decided that it had to be looked at. I immediately went to Ralph Bauer, and then we took action. We became aware of recruiting that was being attempted in our high schools by skinheads. I received several letters from people from out of town who said they were accosted by skinheads on Main Street and would not return to our city. And several years before, there had been a killing of a black man on Beach Boulevard, and there was a beating of a Native American on our beach. So it was time to take action, because this was not the town that we loved and called home. Now it's not the time for changes or revisions, as the statement is strongly worded and has stood the test of time. It is exactly what we should stand in for times when hate crimes and anti-Semitic crimes are on the rise. I once again read every word that is in the statement, and it remains strong and reflects what our citizens believe in. Change is not necessary. I would be glad to sit down with Councilmember Burns and have him tell me directly what he feels is wrong with the statement, and I assure you I would meet with him and we would come to some conclusions. If you love this city and the citizens you are supposed to represent, you will leave these powerful words alone and govern a city that protects all of its residents. I ask you to continue the work that is being done by the Human Relations Committee and the Interfaith Council. Ralph and I felt it extremely important to have
10
citizens
seconds.
who would take on the responsibility to make sure the city was living up to the human dignity statement. It could not be just a piece of paper, but a part of all actions taken by the city. The members of the committee are people who do not just monitor hate crimes, but have many activities for the citizens of this community to keep us all safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker. Thanks for being here.
Start yet. I need all 3 minutes.
3 minutes. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Elaine Bauer-Keeley, and I'm here to speak to you tonight on item 29 and ask that Councilman Burns that you amend your item and vote to affirm the Declaration on Human Dignity. Thank you for meeting with me as a representative of my father, Ralph Bauer, and we met with Shirley Detloff as well, the two authors of the Declaration on Human Dignity. I appreciate that respect for my father. May he rest in peace. The Declaration asks that we know our history so we don't repeat mistakes of the past. So I will share with you the history of the Declaration and one of the two authors. This is not a fabrication, this is factual. Ralph Bauer was the son of German immigrants born in LA during the 1930s Depression with an impending world war. He played basketball with the legendary coach John Wooden, and they were lifelong friends and philosophers together. He was an officer in the Korean War and served on a ship to make the world safe for democracy in active wartime. He also received a PhD in chemistry at UCLA. He would often remark that bigotry has no place on the basketball court or on a ship or in a science lab. Only excellence does. These experiences shaped his thinking as a young man, and then he gave 50 years of service to the city of Huntington Beach and 10 years in these chambers as a city councilman. The list of achievements is too long for me to share in 3 minutes. It is why Shirley and Ralph, in a bipartisan manner, were uniquely qualified and inspired to be the authors of the Declaration. This was the crowning achievement of a career in public service. Written with Shirley, it is a document that we should still aspire to. The very real murder of Mr. Flournoy at the hands of white supremacists was a catalyst for its writing. HB becoming known as a capital of white supremacists and the recruitment of young people was also a catalyst. Shirley and Ralph said, "Not on my watch." So they penned the Declaration, and it received unanimous support by their city council and 12 more city councils unanimously. To ensure that it was not a static document, they formed the Human Relations Task Force. This group, with HBPD, was to put the Declaration in action to help everyone learn from our history. In 2021, I was a new member to the Human Relations Task Force, and they were in the process of updating the Declaration's language. My dad was caught by surprise, and to have the writing changed, I asked repeatedly why this was necessary. It was someone else's H item. Pat, please make a motion to uphold the document. You and I are the same age. We're late baby boomers. We have experiences in education and in police work, and we've seen unfortunate realities. We know that there's a lot of work to be done for safety, well-being, and respect for the young and old. But I ask you to think about the Declaration as a gift from the past, the generation before us. Respect the history. I do not want to see another well-intentioned ad hoc change, alter, tamper, or rewrite what was penned in 1996 for the future for Ralph and Charlotte's legacy.
Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thank you so much for being here.
Good evening, Mayor Strickland and City Council. A few nights ago, I sat just a few inches away from two members of the City Council, Graciela Vandermark and Casey McKeon. It was a meeting of the Mobile Home Advisory Board, which only meets 4 times a year. There was a rumor that the MHAB was going to be eliminated. If you were honest, the elimination of the MHAB would have been on the agenda. It was not. If you were being open and transparent, you would have added it to the agenda under comments. You did not. Then I presented you, Ms. Vandermeer, with 100 letters signed by the mobile home residents. Here I have 60 more, and there's more of these where this came from. Whether they be online or handwritten, we have more. If you were courageous, you would have immediately asked for discussion upon me handing them to you. You did not. Which leads to the conclusion that a decision had already been made about the MHAB. You see, more than 30 mobile home residents were sitting right behind you. You sat with your back to the residents, and you left the meeting early. You did not acknowledge us in any way. These mobile home residents represent the 3,000 Huntington Beach citizens. 3.5% of the population of Huntington Beach live in mobile home parks, 18 of them. But you didn't want to hear our voices. My question is why? Whose interest is served in eliminating the one place that mobile home residents, park owners, and the city can come together to resolve problems? The whole purpose and mission of the MHAB is to communicate. Instead, you sat in silence, pretending that everything was normal. When you knew the 3 city council members had formed an ad hoc committee, Vandermark, Strickland, and Burns met in secret with no public input or discussion and made the decision to eliminate several boards that have served the citizens for 27 years. And I ask again, why? But I guess we will not know. The MHAB costs nothing to run. It is funded by citizens who volunteer. And it's a shame it's going to go away. May I hand you these, sir? Sergeant at Arms? Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
My name is Wendy Rencon. I'm a resident of HB for 49 years. I'm here to speak regarding the charter amendment proposals. They not only carry a significant financial implication due to election costs, potential litigation, especially regarding the local control. Do you hear that? Local control of elections taken away from the county and brought right here to Huntington Beach. And I understand that that would mean that would we still be allowed to vote by mail as citizens of Huntington Beach? Because that, if we change the charter, people, they get to decide how we vote, not the Orange County Registrar. They get to. I don't care if you're right or left. I don't care if you're right or left. We all need to be able to vote. And that means we don't get to decide, you don't get to decide if I vote by mail or I go to a precinct, which I'm going to guess there probably aren't going to be precincts all over the city. So I would like to know how you're going to handle that. If you think that by changing our charter, it makes a financial decision in our benefit to bring elections and have you and your cronies decide how that's going to be run, your job is to fix our streets, trim our trees, make sure we have clean water, clean air, we have a clean beach. And that we have public libraries that are open to everyone, and that we have mobile home parks where everyone can live, because not everyone can afford homes here. We need to have a community that supports people at all levels. We want to have people that work in the city and that can live in the city. But my God, not being able to vote by mail, by changing the charter, you guys are out of your damn minds.
Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Let me take my gag off. Good evening, Mayor Strickland, City Council members. My name's Arthur Estrada. I live in Scandia Mobile Home Park. I don't believe any of the City Council members live in a mobile home. I don't know if any member of the City Council has ever lived in a mobile home. That gives the City Council a very limited frame of reference for matters that impact people, the 3,000 people that live in mobile homes in Huntington Beach. That's where the Mobile Home Advisory Board comes into effect. You have the actuality have you actually read the Mobile Home Advisory Board's charter? The mission of the Mobile Home Advisory Board is to act as an advisory capacity for the City Council on matters concerning the mobile home community. If you have questions about the mobile homes, who has your back? The Mobile Home Advisory Board. When people in government do not have the information they need to make a decision, they have three choices. Ask people who have firsthand knowledge or who are directly involved. 2, check with the experts, or 3, do research. I have just, a few nights ago, 2 members of the City Council sat around the table for a normal meeting with the members of the Mobile Home Advisory Board. They did not say a word about anything. They didn't mention anything. They were quiet. They were silent. They did not have the courage to put the questions on the agenda or to bring up for discussion. You know, this kind is like a husband having a normal dinner with his family. Then, after he leaves, he sends a text to his wife saying that he wants a divorce. Why? Because he didn't have the courage to tell her face to face. The Mobile Home Advisory Board didn't even get a text. They found out when the agenda was published. These 2 City Council members sat in absolute silence. Why? Either they have not read the mission of the Mobile Home Advisory Board, which is to advise the City Council about mobile home issues, or because they knew the decision had already been made, and that is both dishonest and unethical. I believe these members should recuse themselves from voting on this decision regarding the mobile home community. They did not meet, consult, or discuss with any Mobile Home Advisory Board. It can provide insight and information to the council on matters affecting mobile home communities. The important matters that deserve some time for public decision, I respectfully ask the City Council to delay any vote on this issue until the fall. This will give Huntington Beach citizens a chance to discuss and review this proposed change. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Roy McCord, Huntington Beach resident. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity for all of us to have express our opinions. I'm here about the library issue. There is a poster in the entryway of the children's section of the library that solves this controversy. Took this photo last night, capital letters. It's been there a while. Please do not leave children unattended. Mayor Strickland, we need your help to cool this controversy with some simple steps first. Put a citizen in with some library training in the ordinance drafting loop. It was offered at the last council meeting. 2, citizens have requested a list of the council's obscene and pornographic books. I know 5 people have been to City Hall to see the books. When I was there, I was given 4. Last Tuesday at the Mayor's Town Hall, you were asked when citizens could have a list. The council position Tuesday was, I quote, too busy. The council position Tuesday was too busy. All these people, all frothed up, and the council doesn't have time to list 4 books? Doesn't seem right. Please fix it. 3, we are confused whether council objections extend past pictures to words. On June 27, council cited menstruation and tampons as book problems. Specifically, a bit over 6 hours into the archive tape, you can see it. I have heard that over 50% of Americans have or will experience menstruation on a regular basis. Odds are, lots of your younger constituents may want some information. Health statistics and common sense show that the average age in America for first menstruation is 12. Periods can start as early as 9 or as late as 15. Quoting the Cleveland Clinic, before that time, your first period, you may have noticed these changes in your body: breast development, pubic hair growth, Very personal, big changes for a 9, a 10, or an 11-year-old girl. Common sense says this can be alarming for some. The Huntington Beach Children's section is for people in this age range. I grew up with 7 sisters. Oh my goodness. Our lives would have been much easier had my parents taught us about menstruation, but in my conservative military family of 10 children, there was no way anyone would ask. Thankfully, there was the John Cossett Town Library. Huntington Beach Library has had an average of 133,470 registered users in the recent past. The library entertained just over 2,705,000 visits in 5 years. They're doing a great job. It looks like, Mayor Strickland, you are presiding over creeping big government, the nanny state right here in Huntington Beach. Bigger government to protect us, the incapable masses.
Thank you.
Put up a bigger sign and leave the please off.
Thank you for being here.
Don't leave children unattended.
I appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Good evening, Mayor Strickland and Council. My name is Paul Horgan, and I'm a resident of Huntington Beach. At the June 20th, 2023 City Council meeting, based on a presentation that children at our public library were being exposed to obscene and/or pornographic, hereafter simply obscene, materials at the library, an ordinance was passed by the council. This ordinance sets in motion the creation of a possible screening process by which materials said to be obscene would not fall into the hands of children at the Huntington Beach Library. The screening process is being or will be considered by a working group, and the results will be reviewed by the council next month. Because the proponent of the ordinance, Mayor Pro Tem Gracie Vandermark, did not identify the specific books she relied upon in her presentation, on June 26th, she was requested to provide a list of the offending materials. That didn't happen, so on July 6th, 2023, a request was made to the mayor and the Mayor Pro Tem under the State Public Records Act, asking the city to identify all materials which were used as a basis for the proposed library screening ordinance. On July 10th, 2023, at the city clerk's office, the city provided 4 books pursuant to the public records request. A group of citizens reviewed the books at that time. Because only 4 books were presented on July the 10th, a note was sent to the city asking whether there were any other books which would be used as a basis for the proposed, or which were used as a basis for the proposed screening ordinance. The city responded on July 12th that the 4 books presented at the city clerk's office on July 10th were a complete response to the Public Records Act request. Our group subsequently checked as best we could the location of the 4 books at the library central branch. The first book, V is for Virgin, is in the young adult section, which is situated in the library's adult area. SEX, the second book, appears to be in the adult section. What happened to my body, boys' version, was located in the children's section. What's happening to my body, the girls' version, was not located, but could be either in the children's action section or the adult section. Those who witnessed the June 20th presentation would likely come away believing that allegedly obscene materials are widely available to children at the Huntington Beach Library. However, as what is happening to my body is published in separate editions for boys and girls, whoever is studying or will propose a city screening ordinance to combat alleged library obscenity should be aware that only 1 book has been identified by the screening ordinance proponent as a possible basis for the ordinance. A related issue, the city has been asked whether the study group for library screening is in existence, and also whether and how interested citizens might participate in the study
10
process.
seconds.
We have seen no response to these requests as yet, and we respectfully ask for one at this time. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thank you so much for being here. Thank you.
who are tired of being blindsided by proposals from the council unaccompanied by any rationale. Some examples tonight. Why would we change the charter so the mayor can council meetings? Why would we downgrade the qualifications for city clerk? Why would we suggest charter changes without any justification to support them? So many surprises this year. Take the budget deficit. Why weren't we informed about the proposed budget sooner? Did the council really not know about the cuts until days before the deadline? Why was the revised budget worksheet only revealed after the council meeting started? How did a mysterious one-line entry for $1.5 million solve the whole problem? Why wasn't that the original budget if that was the case? And back to the air show. Why did we drop our motion to dismiss the air show before it was ever even heard in court? The Pacific Air Show filed its lawsuit against the city. Our attorneys filed a well-written motion seeking to have it dismissed. Our motion showed their lawsuit had no merit, provided hard facts to show that HB followed all the rules, made its decision carefully, and consulted with many other agencies. But last May, the county majority abruptly announced a settlement in which the city agreed to pay off CPA and instead of fighting them in court. Why did we agree to leave Sim Kim Carr out of the settlement? The charter says she should have been indemnified. The main problem in the agreement is really that it commingles two entirely separate issues. One is the lawsuit. The other are the terms for a future airshow agreement. By mixing the two together, it's been made decipherable to the public, and we're not even allowed to see the agreement. Right. And, you know, the election proposal, you know, the ridiculous election, you know, per the local election proposal, the issues are how and why. Mayor Strickland says it would help strengthen faith in the integrity of local elections. It's just the opposite. The action taken by the council challenging election integrity will weaken public.
10 seconds.
Is that intentional? Yes. Do the council members realize that in 2022, in HB, 82 to 87% of the total ballots were mailed in, and you want to stop mail voting?
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Thank you, Council. Good evening, Huntington Beach. My name is Avery Counts, and I'm a proud resident of my hometown of Huntington Beach. I'm here today to urge the Council to forego their planned dissolutions of our city committees and boards, including the Mobile Home Advisory Board, as well as the Huntington Beach Human Relations Committee. These groups provide much-needed services to our city, including assessing and addressing the needs of our residents in mobile homes, as well as monitoring hate crimes and working with our police department. Friends, I fear my urges may fall upon deaf ears on this dais today, folks. This council majority has made clear that they have no interest in the input of the public, nor do they have any interest for our needs or wishes. This is proved by their efforts to restrict voting. They don't even want to hear your voice at the ballot box, folks. Surely these efforts will fall under intense legal scrutiny, but fear not, Huntington Beach, for we've got the best, or we kind of have an attorney, I guess. I mean, so good luck, Mr. Gates. I mean, if you want to overturn the Constitution, try your hardest, man. I wish you the best. You know, and here's the thing. If our elections in Huntington Beach are so not secure, what about 2022, when you were all brought into power? Should we maybe do a redo just to be safe? Because if it's not secure, we're going to want to redo it, right? Not just for the people that come after you, but for you as well, right? Do you think there was fraud? If there was fraud, did you benefit from said fraud? I don't know. These are questions you're raising. I'm just here to be curious about. Look, if my understanding is correct, an ad hoc committee consisting of Mayor Strickland, Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark, and Councilmember Burns have made this recommendation. If the council's looking for useless committees to go ahead and dissolve, why don't you start with that one? Never seen a bigger waste of air in my life, but for that committee to exist. And hey, remember that no changes to our city charter campaign promise they all ran on? Yeah, me too, right? They lie to us because they don't respect us. They don't have even an ounce of human respect for anybody in this city except for people that send them money. Thank you, sir. Folks, unfortunately for them, we're going to be there every step of the way throughout their careers. State Senate, wherever you all want to go, we're going to be there. That's a promise we're going to make, and we tend to keep our promises. Good. You can count on that one. Make no mistake, the fate of these committees and boards is the same fate of any city and commission that dares to disagree with our royal council. This is about squashing dissent and assuring that there is no one left around to disagree with them. It's not just undemocratic, it's childish. You'll find better conflict resolution skills on display at any of the playgrounds in our wonderful schools. And that breaks my heart, folks. Breaks my heart.
10 seconds.
Council, remember, the farther you push this pendulum, the harder it's going to swing back. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
My name is Andrew Einhorn, Huntington Beach citizen. First item 29 on the agenda, the amendment to the policy on human dignity. If the intention of this amendment is to introduce concepts such as woke, ban certain aspects of history or books, or further actions against the LGBTQ issues, or denying the Holocaust, who in this room would ever deny the Holocaust and not be investigated? I stand firmly against this policy on human dignity. The old policy, which I've read thoroughly, is perfect. Next topic, the ad hoc committee proposal, section 310. There are concerns about lowering job requirements and eliminating the need for a bachelor's degree for the city clerk position. It raises questions about the qualifications of less education for employees in such an important role. I expect an explanation why from the City Council. The proposed changes have a red flag and seem to resemble a questionable backdoor deal. It's crucial to address any potential nepotism, and I want that on the record, associated with these alterations. I strongly oppose this ad hoc proposal. Next topic, section 702, local control of elections. I am 200% against this proposal in an attempt to suppress voters and intimidate them. The combination of the Orange County Registrar of Voters and the California laws have provided fair elections. We do not need external interference of our electoral processes. Given the fact that the 4 council members and the city attorney were elected in the past election, are you implying that this was a prior election that was corrupt? It's time for Huntington Beach citizens to be vigilant and pay close attention to the actions of those in power and their motives behind their attempts to control elections. It's wake-up time for Huntington Beach citizens. Open your eyes
10 seconds.
to the power-hungry majority which is attempting to run our elections. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Victor Leipzig. I'm a longtime resident of Huntington Beach, 41 years, if I count right. A former mayor of the city of Huntington Beach, former member of the city council, former member of the planning commission of the city of Huntington Beach for many years. And in those capacities, former liaison to many of the boards and commissions of the city. And I continue to serve the city in regard to on the committee in regard to Central Park, which has changed its name and its structure over the years many times. I would like to speak very briefly about the charter amendments proposals. Some of the amendments that are proposed by your ad hoc committee are relatively minor. Wouldn't mind at all to see those be put directly on the ballot by the city council itself. However, some of them are extremely substantive. Those are the ones that have drawn attention from the public here this evening. And those, I'm not going to address the substance of them, simply process. Those deserve full public address by a public process of examination, like we have done consistently in the past in regard to charter amendments. The other issue I'd like to address is the human dignity statement. One of the saddest moments in my service to this community was the moment when I learned as the mayor of Huntington Beach that a gentleman had been murdered on the streets of this city by a hate crime. The following year, one of my happiest moments on the service of this community occurred when I was given the opportunity to be one of the original signatories of our original human dignity statement. I take no credit for initiating or composing that statement. That credit goes to two members of the council at that time, my good friend Shirley Detloff here this evening, one of the great heroes in the history of Huntington Beach, and to the late Ralph Bauer, another good personal friend of mine. And I really could not do better than to simply echo the thoughts of his daughter Elaine, who spoke so beautifully to you just a few minutes ago in defense of that original statement on human dignity, and to remind you of the great need that the city of Huntington Beach had in the 90s and still has in the 2020s for a strong commitment to human dignity for every citizen, regardless of race, creed, religion, and so on. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
My name's Randall Costello. Hello, Huntington Beach. What in the world are we doing talking about human dignity? Are you insane? My God! You see these people that are in here? Look at them. Look at these people that are in here. They're not happy with you. I don't even know you. I don't even know you, but I'm gonna. I have a story for you since you don't get to talk. Except for 10 seconds. Cut it out, man. We can see the time. Shut up. If you can't talk, don't talk.
I only give you 10 seconds so you can finish your
We don't
statement.
need you to say that, sir.
Okay.
We don't need you to say that. Here's my story.
Quorum, hold on. Quorum.
No,
decorum,
stop
no.
my time.
Decorum. Stop his time.
Stop my time.
There will be decorum in this audience. We let everybody speak their time, and we respect your time. Please move forward.
I have a story for you, and I'm so glad I didn't hear one word you said. It's a poem. Let's see, what do I got? A minute and a half? All right. It's called God, Baseball, and Satan. Now here it goes. God's children been in the dugout. And Satan's fiends been out on the field yucking it up and having a grand old time. Not caring about nothing or love or helping. All just a big disgust. And they're terrible at baseball. They're the visitors. Are you the home team or are you the visitors? Yeah, you're lucky none of you get to answer, right? So, you know what happens then? The catcher woke up and he saw all kinds of hooligans and whatnots in charge and doing stuff, telling people things, and he's like, hey, walking up and down the dugout trying to wake everyone else up. Man, nobody sees it. The catcher saw. The catcher saw ya. Yeah, now he's waking everyone up. That's the short version of part 1. I'm so glad none of you get to say a word. Not a word. And we don't want to hear nothing from you. Why don't you start listening?
10 seconds.
I knew you'd open your big mouth.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
All right. Good evening, Mayor and City Council. Robin Stanislaw, your City Clerk, here to share my concerns about the Charter Ad Hoc Committee's proposed amendments 5, 6, and 7. First, I'm interested in hearing your justification for Amendment 5 that suggests moving the election of clerk and treasurer to gubernatorial elections. Amendment 7 can be best described as unnecessary. Why consider local control when we are privileged to consolidate our elections through the county? All, and I repeat, all cities in Orange County do. Our registrar's office is one of the most respected in the country, with highly specialized equipment to process voter registration, authenticate signatures, and certify elections. The 2022 election audit reports and certifications to support this have been uploaded in tonight's record for our public. Vote centers and ballot drop box operations established countywide have proven successful. The time and money required to meet the objectives of this amendment and incorporate so-called home rules doesn't make sense to me, and I wonder about liability associated with interfering in our citizens' right to vote in a legitimate system designed and managed by election experts. Amendment 7 should not be considered without a clear plan and legal analysis. It is my belief that Amendment number 6 is proposed because one or more potential candidates for city clerk do not possess the charter-required degree for this position. Our city attorney, Michael Gates, informed me of his wife Kelly's plans to run for clerk during a council meeting recess in June, and that Kelly, and I quote, was being pressured to run in 2024. He said he was trying to talk her out of it and proceeded to fish for information on my plans for retirement. I asked if he saw Kelly's candidacy as a conflict of interest, and he said no, suggesting that our positions as attorney and clerk do not interact much. I questioned Kelly's qualifications. He said that she had ran a few businesses. The conversation ended when I pointed out that my assistant, Stephen Aguilar, would be a most qualified candidate, as he's already served as clerk in another city. Michael also contacted our former city clerk in May with questions on the authority and enforcement of the charter's education requirements for city clerk. Another reason I question the motives behind this charter amendment number 6. A city clerk serves the public, ensuring their right to experience free and fair elections and participate in open and transparent government. Our citizens rely on unbiased service from a trained and educated clerk, and the charter's existing requirements are appropriate and should not be undermined to provide opportunity to unqualified candidates or politicians for that matter. I am confident that our voting public understands misuse of power when they see it. I urge you to take no action on proposed charter amendments 5, 6, and 7. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker. Thank you. Next speaker. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't have a very loud voice. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I am a 54, 56, I don't know, 58-year resident. I am Joan Flynn. I had the privilege of serving our city and residents for 12 years as a city clerk. I entered the position with a BS degree in organizational management and 7 years of Huntington Beach municipal experience, and now hold a master's in public administration, as I found it necessary to keep up with the growing and technological complexity of the job. I served 4 years on the Southern California City Clerks Association as both president and vice president of education for over 300 cities. I also served on the California State City Clerk Association, chairing the committee to set educational and experiential benchmarks for California city clerks. I know what makes a city a stellar city clerk, and Huntington Beach deserves only the best. I am urging you not to alter Charter Section 310. Huntington Beach holds the gold standard as far as quality of our city clerk and office staff. Because of this reputation, Robin and I have had the opportunity to officially mentor many of the Orange County city clerks and have sat on more than 9 oral boards for Orange County cities hiring their clerk. We have trained and transitioned our staff to the city clerk position in 5 5 cities. The public has voted numerous times to retain an elected city clerk, so there is no HR review of qualifications. It is incumbent upon the council to set a standard of qualifications to bring in only the best to the position. Voters are looking for quality, not quantity, of candidates. Our city clerk is an elected official who serves as a department head. He or she contributes equally with the other department heads on citywide issues and initiatives. They are the public's partner in democracy. While you, the city council, set policy and the city manager implements that policy, the city clerk ensures the integrity of the process by which you reach that policy and then codifies and manages the ensuing information to ensure it is in line with the laws protecting the public's right. As such, the clerk works hand in hand with the U.S. Department of State, California Secretary of State, FPPC, the Library of Congress, County of Orange, both the International and California Institute of City Clerks, the League of California Cities, and clerks from cities and districts. Why would this council walk back this reputation of excellence? Would you want a person with a kinesiology major managing public works, or a BA in art performing the job of city attorney, an aviation major managing the city's money? Why not hire a psychology major as the fire chief? A BA is not a BA. All city department heads positions require the appropriate degree, major, and certifications. Why would you accept less for such an important position to the Huntington Beach public as the city clerk? The previous bipartisan, and again I say bipartisan, charter commission submitted to council that was deemed that the appropriate position for, after reviewing the job requirement, was a business degree, and they agreed upon that because they believed that that fit the office.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Please do not pass Charter Amendment 310.
Thank you. Thank you. City Clerk, do we have more speakers?
Yes, I'm going to call the next group. Allie Plum, Ada Hand, Donna Andrade, Jeannie Ferens, Jim Togershian, Zignesh Pader, Stephen Quinn, Jeannie Paris, Ann Palmer, and Mary Jo Baratish.
Thank you for being here. Please proceed. Thank you.
My name is Ada Hand, and I'm against item 27. The City Council raised campaign contributions 2 to 3 times more than the top 3 cities in Orange County. Rich residents have a greater tool to reach their elected officials than middle and lower income voters. Strickland, Vandermark, McEwen, and Burns took over 6,800 each from mobile home park owners and their lobbyists. Prior to the November election, park owners in Huntington Beach donated over $77,000 to MHET, the park owners' lobbyists. You newly elected foursome are beholden to rich corporations and individuals. They got what they wanted, elimination of the Mobile Home Advisory Board. Your campaign stated, stop the power grab. Now we know who's doing the power grab. You claim to eliminate the Mobile Home Advisory Board to raise police salaries. Our meetings total about $2,600 a year. Do you really think that's enough to pay a policeman? And the people that you say will be taken off that responsibility, they'll have other jobs. You're not saving money on their salary. You know it's a lie when you said the state's Housing and Community Development will take over the Mobile Home Advisory Board. The city will still have to monitor Title 25 health and safety issues. You won't be foisting that off on HCD. This is nothing but a payback to the park owners who have bought and paid you to do their bidding. The Mobile Home Resident Coalition will continue to be at city council meetings, holding your feet to the fire, reminding you that 3,000 low and moderate income residents and taxpayers in this town are losing their homes because predatory park owners are raising our rents when we pay housing costs of 50 to 95% of our income. We'll be reminding you that we're doing without food and medicine in order to pay these housing costs. But you, hard-hearted Hannahs, could care less. You're too busy grifting the taxpayers of Huntington Beach. Shame on you for being such greedy, short-sighted nincompoops.
Thank you for being here. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
I don't like being gagged or muzzled, especially by the City Council Ad Hoc Committee, which seeks to dissolve our 30-year-old Huntington Beach Mobile Home Advisory Board representing 17 mobile home communities. I have been on the board for over 2 years and have attended meetings for 7 years. Ms. Vandermark and Mr. McKeon are our liaisons and have attended 3 meetings. During those meetings, they barely spoke a word, especially last Monday, when they most likely knew we were being disbanded, and yet those two sat still and heard our pleas for continuing this board. Shameful. This board not only was founded for healthy communication between mobile home park owners with all the power and money, but it's also for the manufactured homeowners, but we're also for education and information, not just rent control. Gracie, you've got it wrong. We've answered questions about education, insurance questions, and resident-owned parks. Vandermark has proposed that the homeowners go to the State Housing Community Development, HCD, with our concerns. And I quote Vandermark's campaign speech, "I focus on community involvement with local issues. We are HB resident volunteers." Vandermark, McKeon, Strickland, and Burns have taken money from the mobile home park owners through MET, Manufactured Housing Education Trust, and WMA, Western Manufactured Housing Association. Therefore, she and the ad hoc committee have a conflict of interest. Again, I quote from Gracie Vandermark's campaign, "I am a grassroots candidate and not beholden to special interests." She's taken $6,819 from Mobile Home Education Trust, and so have McKeon, Burns, and Strickland, and Mr. Gates. Shame. She says she spent the last several years advocating for local control and transparency within our community. Please, City Council, reassess item 27 and retain local control of our 17 mobile home communities, 9 of which are senior, 8 all age. Also, please retain the Human Relations Board as well. To give the police more responsibility rather than cooperating with local volunteers seems short-sighted. Lastly, Vandermark said her City Council priorities are protecting the city charter. From what? Yet another ad hoc, one-sided committee tampering with voting locally by removing reliance on state elections code for all aspects of elections.
10 seconds.
This committee is now an elections expert. Please stop item 28 and remember why you're here. We, the voters, are watching.
Thank
or
you.
does this speak louder?
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, Mayor Strickland and members of the City Council. My name is Donna Andrade, and I'm a recent mobile home resident. We have lived here for 3 years. We love Huntington Beach. We enjoy the surf, the sand, the sense of community that we found in our mobile home park. Our mobile home is our dream home. The park where we live has 320 spaces. That's more residents than some small towns. Most important, we have concerns. We know that we can go to the Mobile Home Advisory Board and raise the issue for discussion. They have your back. Now the City Council is proposing to shut down this important board that is such a resource for the mobile home community. I ask why. I have questions for the City Council. Does the City Council really support affordable housing? Many seniors, veterans, disabled people, and low-income families live in mobile home parks. Does the City Council have a problem with these groups? Why would they want to silence their voice by disbanding the Mobile Home Advisory Board? You are telling these residents, we don't want to hear your voice. Secondly, the City Council is also proposing to shut down the Human Relations Committee, just at a time when hate crimes are on the rise. It's a matter of growing concern, not just in Huntington Beach, but across the nation. The Human Relations Committee works closely with the Huntington Beach Police Department to protect our citizens. One of your responsibilities is to provide for the health and safety of the city. I want to live in a safe community. It's a part of your job to make sure that happens. I urge the City Council to drop the proposal to eliminate the Human Relations Committee. Right now, we need it more than ever.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
My name is Jean Behrens. I live at Scandia Mobile Home Estates, and I am one of those whom the so-called conservative council majority is trying to gag and to submit to silence. I'm referring to item 27, a recommendation by an ad hoc committee composed of 3 of the 4 with no council minority representation to streamline and restructure citizen-led boards, commissions, and committees, and most specifically, the elimination of the Mobile Home Advisory Board. This board has represented the over 3,000 mobile homeowners, 3% of some of the city's most vulnerable population, seniors, veterans, the disabled, and struggling families, for over 27 years. Counter to what Councilwoman Vandermark propounded in a recent news article based upon her vast experience after attending a whopping 3 nearly entire board meetings, the Mobile Home Advisory Board has not exclusively used meetings to ask for a rent stabilization ordinance, nor, as suggested, can the HCD address any issues beyond those of health and safety. Over the years, the board has addressed multiple topics of interest and importance, including the role the city should play in dealing with mobile home park issues and concerns. It was, in fact, prodding through the Mobile Home Advisory Board that prevailed upon the city to do anything about any of these issues. A dissolution of this board would leave this vulnerable population of Huntington Beach with nowhere to bring issues of continuing exorbitant rent increases, failure by park owners to address issues of maintenance, unfair evictions, and other concerns. Furthermore, the council has also recommended the dissolution of the HRC, whose function is to promote mutual understanding, respect, safety, and well-being of all in our community, and to monitor hate crimes. This would presumably be followed by the city's ad hoc committee's proposed charter change to the very language defining hate crimes found in the city's Declaration of Human Dignity. This ad hoc committee, populated only with members of the council majority with no representation from affected communities, is further evidence of the majority's primary agenda, an autocratic attempt to silence any council minority opinion, influence, or democratic representation of any citizenry not aligned with their alt-right vision for Huntington Beach. And their proposal to change the city charter to take control of elections away from the state is the final nail in the coffin. Let us be perfectly clear. Huntington Beach, please wake up. This isn't about restructuring. It's a power grab, pure and simple. This isn't about streamlining City Hall. It's about silencing voices. First come long-standing boards that have given voice to seniors, veterans, struggling families, and victims of hate. Then an attempt to take over control of state elections.
10 seconds.
Please understand, the issue isn't about disbanding a couple of committees. It's about dissembling democracy.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Council people, can you hear me?
Yes.
Can you hear me? I don't see acknowledgement there. Can you hear me, Mr. Burns? Mr. Burns, can you hear me? Can you put your hearing aid on, please? Okay. I'm testing the microphone because I want to make sure that I have a voice tonight that's going to be heard. Okay, listen carefully, please. Okay.
Hold on.
Okay. Thank you.
Hold on. Please proceed.
Thank you. I'm here to support the Mobile Home Advisory Board. Don't dismantle it. I just wanted to test your hearing because it's very critical that a lot of people are sort of concerned about this topic, and I'm one of them. I just want to draw a contrast. Basically, I think that people here have a voice. I think you all have the auditory skills to hear things. I want to contrast it against probably something that you might know in history. I hate to say this, but it sounds like you're following the path of the president of Turkey. He's a dictator, Erdogan, or maybe the president of Azerbaijan. He's a dictator. His name is Aliyev. So basically, are you concerned that basically you want to be in a dictatorial position and dictate people's policies and lives? I hope not. That's all I have to say, believe it or not, and I concede my time to the next person that wants to take the advantage of this microphone. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here. Yes,
Okay.
please.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. My name is Mary Jo Baratich. I've been a resident of Huntington Beach for over 40 years. I'm currently a member of the Mobile Home Advisory Board, being first serving at 8-year term from 2010 to 2018, and then appointed to serve again in 2020. I was shocked to read the agenda item 27 regarding the dissolution of the Mobile Home Advisory Board. Over the many years that I've been involved, our board has been able to solve many issues between the park owners and the mobile home homeowners and avoid legal lawsuits. Besides being set up to engage the community in problem solving, the board members and attending homeowners have been fortunate that the Mobile Home Advisory Board was set up to also educational tool by recruiting presenters from the state, business, and nonprofit community to speak on matters affecting mobile home park owners and residents. The choice and content of the information presented is especially relevant, and it's very important. I would like to also clarify some of the inaccuracies of the item 27. It is incorrectly stated in the attachment of the PowerPoint that any conflict resolution issues between the mobile home owners and park owners should be directed to the California Department of Housing and Community Development, which regulates mobile home parks. It also, in addition, says city staff can connect residents to appropriate city and community resources. To clarify, neither HCD nor the city staff have anything to do with many of the issues that we discuss. Yes, we have to go to the HCD to resolve health and safety issues and the mobile home residency law violation by park owners per the MRLPP. But for the resolutions of misunderstanding between mobile home homeowners and their managers and park owners, our Mobile Home Advisory Board in the past have been able to very successfully and positively have a dialogue to iron out these misunderstandings and to have helped bring all the parties in the communities together for a safer and more congenial community. And this is one of the things that I finally think is affected citizens with the experience and knowledge to add value to the discussion and formulation of any policy recommendations need to be included in this type of ad hoc committee so that all sides can be heard. This helps avoid legal remedies and confusion. I suggest that the ad hoc committee members meet with the Mobile Home Advisory Board members and listen to their viewpoints and suggestions. And until that time, please remove item 27 from the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. Next speaker. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Thank you for inviting me over here. I appreciate that, Mayor Strickland. My name is Jignesh Patior. I really appreciate the time to speak over here today, and I appreciate your amendment item number 7. I think we have been drilled almost nonstop since 2020 about the sanctity, the importance of our elections, and that we are still today, still reeling with the effects of 2020. And one thing I do have to commend the council majority that currently sits here, that they are willing to stand up for what we want. And we do want to have our election integrity there. I have no problem with reviewing every election, past, last one, the 2020 election, and we should be able to have full transparency. I think we should have that local ID and local control in there because we are losing it. We're getting much, much more foreign interest and foreign individuals coming in and trying to tell us how we should go ahead and see our elections. And it was said earlier about this pendulum swinging. I don't know if you paid attention to the last election. It was a 4-0 sweep. That was a pretty big pendulum sweep. And you should pay attention to that, because I know that this memory hole exists on the left, that you can't even fathom that at one time there was a council majority of 6-1 that didn't even want to spend $1 million for a flash election, but a month later had no problem spending over $300 million buying the Elon and the Flashpoint projects. This is absurd. This is what I'm talking about. And this is what I have to commend the left to. I commend all of you on the left, because when you are in power, you use your power. Absolutely. So I am going to go ahead and say that now, if we are going to be in power, why should we be able to hold back our hands and listen to your voices? Our voices will not heard by the three up here that are constantly, maybe now they're not even being heard even more. So maybe now you learned your lesson that maybe if you listened to us before, you might have a voice now.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Yes, Stephen Quinn here.
Hold on a second, hold on. Again, give respect to the speakers.
Stephen Quinn here. I'm here to lend my support to Pat Burns' attempt to amend the city's declaration of policy on human dignity. I took a look at that document last night, and I was struck by the stirring rhetoric, the lofty appeals to our common human dignity. Needless to say, none of those noble prohibitions on hateful speech seem to apply to the vile slanders, even tonight, still being routinely spewed in this hall at our Mayor Pro Tem, Gracie Vandermark. One line in the document in particular jumped out at me. The Huntington Beach City Council states in the strongest terms that it condemns all hate incidents and hate crimes and will vigorously fight criminal activity related to hate with all the resources at its disposal. Now, I'm a product of the 20th century, so this is going to sound really old-fashioned, but shouldn't it be the council's goal to fight all criminal activity with all the resources at its disposal, and not just those crimes committed against select victim groups? I consider it a monstrous miscarriage of justice to ever have concocted the idea of hate crimes. Is it unreasonable to say that all violent crime is motivated by hate? All violent crimes and assaults are despicable acts worthy of severe punishment. It matters not a whit to me what particular prejudices the perpetrator may have been acting upon as he beats, rapes, robs, or murders his victim. To prioritize the vileness of a crime based on the identity of the victim only serves to create a world where one victim's suffering counts more than another's, where a monstrous act becomes somehow more monstrous if the victim is a member of a certain group. The Bible teaches us to hate evil, not to hate hate. We would do well as a society to remember that. We will only achieve a more unjust society if we declare one victim's suffering to count more than another's.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Pro Tem and council members. My name is Jeannie Paris, and that was my husband, and he took one of my lines. I'm just kidding. I'm speaking tonight in strong support of agenda number 27 to streamline and restructure some of the boards, commissions, and committees, as I think less is always better, so we can really focus on what needs to be done and bring it to your attention, as opposed to spreading it all out and no one's really getting anything accomplished. I also strongly support agenda number 29, amending the Declaration of Policy of Human Dignity. If we dissolve the Huntington Beach Human Relations Committee, which is full of virtue signaling and doublespeak, this topic is moot. The activities in that group can still go on without the sanctification of the council. The job of the city council is to run the city and not gaslight our local citizens, which is constant. In fact, as I read this declaration, I was struck by the appearance of who gets to decide what is hate speech. Do we not already have a Declaration of Independence and system of rule of law? If I express my concern as a citizen of this city about certain groups that wanted to burn down my city 3 years ago, is that freedom of speech or is that hate speech? If a certain citizen in this community continually harasses a member of the council by falsely calling her a Nazi, among other things, is that freedom of speech or is that hate speech? It states in the Declaration of Policy on Human Dignity, quote unquote, every member of our community has the right to be treated with dignity, and it is our collective responsibility to ensure this is normalized behavior. Participate at your places of worship, community meetings, wherever you are, lend your voice to opposing hate. I don't see anybody opposing the hate that's thrown at some of our council members. And 3 of you signed this declaration. It's just ridiculous. Regardless, I think the U.S. Constitution makes this declaration of dignity irrelevant. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hello all, Ann Palmer, 30-year resident of Huntington Beach. Most of what I'm going to say refers to budget. This is a very, very full agenda. I'm going to talk really, really fast. So starting with item number 28, the charter amendment proposals for number 1 and 2 for clarity and transition. I think that's great. Number 3B, I have an issue with, that is expanding the footprint every 10 years of playgrounds to the point where they would be untenable. So I have a counter proposal, 20% increase in 10 years, 100% total increase in perpetuity. I say yes to a 2-year budget. And on number 7, yes, absolutely, I support local elections, and I'll tell you why. Nobody said we weren't going to have mail-in ballots, but I think a huge part of the community wanted more polling places in your neighborhoods, not having to get a ride somewhere at a super huge facility or drop box. So I strongly support that. So now to the fun part. Number 27, commissions streamlining. First of all, some of these groups really have had a big legacy in our city. So I sympathize for them not wanting to relinquish that. What I would recommend is, and encourage, is for them to continue with citizens groups and/or nonprofits to carry on without staff and resources from the city. You have a voice right here, every council meeting, and you can call a meeting at any time, and you can continue for lobbying or whatever, but you all have a voice. For Human Relations Committee and the Mobile Board. The Jet Noise Commission also, I'm very invested, but I think it can go. Please assign somebody and have the intergovernmental relations pay close attention to the airports that surround us. We think it's important what they're doing. The Urban Design Committee, I would say that urban design needs to be monitored across the city. If you're just doing that downtown, I do not support the PCH takeover at this time. I think it's a budget expense that we don't need. If we want to improve tourists' perception of our town, let's look at the beach, Golden West, and Warner corridors from the freeways that desperately need some beautification. So on to item number 29, the resolution. Yes, let's review the Human Dignity Resolution, both the 1996 and the 2021 versions. Unfortunately, in my opinion, they are bloviating juvenile documents. I know it was well-meaning. I understand that a lot of thought and heart went into them, but they're preachy. And when we say to you, to groups over whom we have no control, we're wrong. So that statement should be concise and professional. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have more speakers?
Yes, we do.
Okay.
Mayor, Gigi Jackson, Vanessa Chow, Nora Peterson, Connie Boardman, Debbie Parrott, Colin Parrott, Gary Miller, Casey Faulkner, Bud Benema, Jeff Rokos.
Thank you for being here.
Good evening, Mayor Strickland and council members. My comments tonight are directed to the Huntington Beach residents. My name is Connie Boardman. I've been mayor of the city of Huntington Beach twice and served 8 years on the city council. The city council majority chose to settle a lawsuit with the owner of the Pacific Air Show even before a judge had the chance to dismiss the suit over canceling one day of the air show due to a massive oil spill off our coast. Former Planning Commissioner Mark Bixby and I sued the city in an attempt to intervene and prevent the wasteful expenditure of $78 million of taxpayer money to the Pacific Air Show, and the owner of the owner of which is a close friend of one of the council members. Unfortunately, this week, a judge ruled that Mark and I could not intervene to stop the city from giving the Pacific...
Let the speaker speak. Thank you.
From giving the Pacific Air Show at least $7 to $8 million of taxpayer money. I say at least because no one in the public knows exactly what else is in the settlement. Sir?
Hold on. Yeah, I'm sorry. Please hold her time. She's at 2 minutes.
Excuse me, that's outrageous.
We're gonna do a 5-minute recess. We're gonna do a 5-minute recess. 5-minute recess.
Let her know, I gotta let her know that she my white horse, she my medical. She like my baby mama, know how to take care of me. Give my baby problems, you gon' regret everything. So I let her know, gotta let her know. Came through the front door, I'll be ready for her. And if it's what you want, I'ma give it to you. Yeah, promise, I'ma give it to you. Miss that smile, Lord knows I ain't seen that in a while, but it's your style, so something must be up keeping you down. You a queen that must be heaven sent. Pray my soul, I must repent for not telling you what I meant and how I felt. Honestly, I'm used to throwing wishes in a well. My conscience tells me that I could have helped without fail. Actions speak louder than words, yeah, that's a lesson that I learned all by myself. Let her know, I gotta let her know that she my white horse, she my medical. She like my baby mama, know how to take care of me. Give my baby problems, you gon' regret everything. So I let her know, gotta let her know. Came through the front door, I'll be ready for her. And if it's what you want, I'ma give it to you. Yeah, promise, I'ma give it to you. Baby, stress is all around us, these high ceilings, and I need it, baby. Pressure it make diamonds, I won't steal it, baby. Silent, baby, hurts to see you crying, know you trying, ain't no lying, baby. When I say I need you, greedy if I have to share you. It was me that all along did you wrong, thinking that I made you beautiful and strong. This toxicity, the death of me, I fear the day you gone. The most beautiful girl I've ever known. I'll find a way to treat you better. I swear there's no one out there like you. You teach me to be better. My talk is cheap, keep asking what I do. I'll fly you to the moon and hope I'll see you soon. I'll find a way to treat you better. No problem, I'll do whatever. Let her know, I gotta let her know that she my white horse, she my medical. She like my baby mama, know how to take care of me. Give my baby problems, you gon' regret everything. So I let her know, gotta let her know. Came through the front door, I'll be ready for her. And if it's what you want, I'ma give it to you. Yeah, promise, I'ma give it to you. La, 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 la. Da, 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 da. La, 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 la.
Okay, we're back from recess. Madam Clerk, can we give Ms. Boardman her full 3 minutes? Just start with the full 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr.
Apologize
Mayor.
about the disruption, but we want your undivided attention for your comments, so please continue. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I appreciate it. So I'll start from where I left off. Unfortunately, this week, a judge ruled that Mark and I could not intervene to stop the city from giving the Pacific Air Show at least $7 to $8 million of taxpayer money. I say at least because no one in the public knows exactly what else is in the settlement because the council majority refuses to make the settlement agreement available. Mark and I are continuing discussions with our attorney about other options available to us. While we may have lost this battle, we are considering pursuing other legal avenues. Also, there are many awful items on the agenda tonight. The most dangerous ones for our city are the proposed amendments to our city's charter. One proposed amendment would remove reliance on the state election code for all aspects of elections. How would this be a good thing not to rely on our state's election code? It also removes the county from running city council elections and other city elections, institutes voter ID requirements and ballot box intimidation. The county runs municipal elections and does a great job. There is no need to change how this city runs its municipal elections. To do so will vastly increase costs to the city, and this suggested charter amendment might very well violate the Constitution of the state of California. Another suggested charter amendment reviews any requirement to run for city clerk other than a 4-year college degree. What are the requirements for city clerk? A bachelor's degree in business, public administration, or a related field, and hold certification as a municipal clerk, or obtain such certification within the first 3 years in office. Why would we want to change this? It's a very reasonable expectation that any clerk would obtain certification within 3 years of being elected, as well as having a bachelor's in public administration or a related field. Another proposed amendment moves the election of the city treasurer and clerk to the midterm election cycle rather than the years when we elect our president. Why do that? This is an attempt at voter suppression. Fewer people vote during midterm elections compared to years when we elect our president. The council should be trying to encourage more voter participation in local elections, not the opposite. Please oppose these harmful charter amendments if and when you see them on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Before I can start, I just need to say what happened tonight was very disruptive. And if this was a person of color that had done this, that person would have been taken out of here. I don't care what you guys have to say. I'm very disappointed with the rudeness that he has exhibited and others that chime in with him. Anyway, to all City Council members, City Attorney, and staff, I am Gigi Jackson. I'm an advocate with Homeless United. I'm the branch secretary of NAACP Orange County, and I will let them view this video of what took place tonight. And I'm a resident of Huntington Beach. I stand before you today with a concerned heart, compelled to express my concerns and disagreements with some of the decisions made in our community. At the last meeting I attended on June 26th, I regretfully could not share my thoughts due to health reasons and the overwhelming number of speakers addressing various issues like the closure of libraries, the pride flag, book censorship, and the stagnant progress of the housing element. I did email my concerns to all of you during that time. I find it disheartening to see that some of these concerns persist on tonight's agenda, such as the declaration of the policy about human dignity and the dismantle of some committees, such as Human Relations Committee. I want to make it clear that my intention is not to disrespect any of you, City Council members or the mayor. I firmly disagree with some of the matters that have been brought forward, and despite many residents sharing their heartfelt stories and concerns at this podium, the decisions are often predetermined and concerns shared are ignored. I address you not just as leaders and representatives of our community, but I'm also addressing the fellow residents of Huntington Beach. The power of change lies within us, the voting residents. If the concerns of like-minded residents are continuously ignored, it gives rise to a feeling of helplessness and disempowerment. Public speaking is not a natural skill for me, but I'm here tonight because I believe in the significance of our voices. Every resident's voice counts, and our votes are a means to bring about changes we desire. There are critical issues that need our attention, such as passing a housing element that caters to the need of all residents and finding a budget solution that avoids job cuts and address housing insecurity. Yet it's upsetting to see resources being allocated to non-essential matters, such as hiring an unqualified assistant city attorney. Thank God, Michael, you did your homework and revoked that candidate's application. Before I close, I want to repeat a concern I couldn't address on the 26th of June. Huntington Beach is jeopardizing essential facilities
10
like the
seconds.
I also just want to say that President Biden on 2021 made Juneteenth a federal holiday, and this city has not acknowledged that, and I wanted to make sure that that was said.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you, Honorable Mayor, City Council, staff, public. Casey Faulkner here to say a few words on item 27, in particular recommendation number 5 to move the Environmental and Sustainability Board over to the Public Works Commission. I've been a resident here in the city for over 40 years, and I happen to sit on the Environmental and Sustainability Board, the board that is looking to be moved over. Since 1979, the Environmental and Sustainability Board has been advising council and staff on issues such as waste management, recycling products, the ocean environment, air quality, and other various environmental concerns. And most recently, we've been assigned the task of working on the Sustainability Master Plan. Prior to becoming an educator, which is where most of you know me from, I was in the semiconductor industry. I started an internet company back in the late 90s, and I was in the medical device field. I know about streamlining operations. You do not need redundancies. We all get that. Here's my question. One combines areas where there are redundancies. Where is the redundancy here? What does the Environmental Board have to do with Public Works? The people on the Public Works Board, they're there because they all have expertise and they add value to that field. The Environmental Sustainability Board adds value because we know the laws. We keep up with advancements in the field. Will they be able to do that? Will they be able to put that on their plate as well? I can't be the only one who sees there are no redundancies here. If you must, at the end of the day, and you pass recommendation number 5, I ask, and I don't know if you can do this or not, maybe the city clerk can let us know, but I ask that you can consider placing an environmental advisory committee within that Public Works Board so they can advise. They can then tell them, hey, these are the issues and this is how it's handled. We have experts on the Environmental Board. We have environmental scientists, geologists, chemists, professors, and this board would love to continue to help the city here in Huntington Beach. So let us do that. Don't disband this 44-year-old board, and I advise you to please vote no on recommendation number 5. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you, sir. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hello, I'm Nora Peterson. I'm here to talk about the Human Relations Commission and their Human Dignity Statement. It represents all of us in Huntington Beach. Our democracy depends on dignity, fairness, and justice. This year, more than any other year of my 36 years in Huntington Beach, we need the commission and that statement as written. Our city is under attack from a small faction determined to destroy the housing of vulnerable people living in mobile homes. They're out to affect the freedom of individuals and the parents of children to read in our libraries. And most frightening is the invitation to the extremist group Mothers for Liberty to start a chapter in our city with the goals to shut libraries, undermine public schools, and avert parents from vaccinating their children against measles, polio, and other very serious diseases. Please protect the Human Rights Commission for the good of the people of Huntington Beach and the statement of dignity is for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Yeah, my name is Bud Benneman. I'm a resident of Huntington Beach, a professor of geology at Golden West College. I'm a member of the Environmental Board, also a member of Surfrider Foundation. This board is really important because we have a lot of issues that are up and coming within the environmental parameter. And this board consists of professionals that actually work in the field and are dedicating their time and opinions. And basically, you have basically a gift right there of professionals, and to disband this board would basically just be throwing away a great gift. And I encourage you or ask you to maybe table this item and to reconsider it, especially with the environmental aspect. I do applaud a lot of things you have done. I certainly support you standing up to Gruesome Newsom and keeping them from putting these ADUs in our backyards, the additional dwelling units. I have one right next door to my house that is a concrete jungle, and then a place next to that is also a concrete jungle. These are creating heat islands. Heat islands are contributing to climate change. Climate change is occurring. I'm a Republican. I vote Republican, and I'll vote Republican again. But at the same time, I have to depart from the Republicans because I do believe that climate is occurring, that there's an anthropogenic aspect to it, and there are aspects right here in Huntington Beach that we can help curtail, that we need to change. And the high-density development certainly is going to help and create more warm environments and therefore act as a positive feedback loop. So I remember when you guys ran, I voted for you. I remember voting against all those proposed changes to streamline government. And to me, this proposal here basically is what we voted against. And now we're just bringing it back again. And I think it's almost hypocritical in a lot of ways. So I ask you to table this and to really reconsider it, and especially with respects to the Environmental Committee. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
My name is Debbie Parrott, and I'm a previous vice chair and current member of the HB Human Relations Committee, but I speak as a citizen today. I want to address item 27. The city's Human Relations Committee was created after the murder of a black man by skinheads, but as noted by many, it does so much more than help address hate crimes. Dissolving this committee shows that the values of safety for all, understanding and honoring one another despite differences, hearing all voices, and building relationships between the community and the police department are not priorities. As with the removal of the pride flag from city grounds, getting rid of the HBHRC will further hurt our city's tourism sector and have financial consequences. It amplifies the public perception that Huntington Beach is not a safe, modern, forward-thinking destination. A justification for dissolution has been that county-level programs duplicate its efforts, but this couldn't be further from the truth. This council knows that local control allows for an understanding of community needs, and that's what this committee does. It tailors events to the issues and needs of our city and customizes things. The county-level Human Relations Commission has no interaction with HBHRC and don't have any kind of understanding of what works here in Huntington Beach. Another reason given for dissolution is that to offset the increase in police salaries, cuts need to be made. HBHRC uses a relatively low amount of city staff time, and the members are mindful of this in all endeavors. Other groups that use more staff time aren't being cut. It doesn't make sense. The annual community summits, town halls, dialogue circles, and the Cultural Film Festival bring city leaders and citizens together to hear each other's stories and bring about a sense of understanding and empathy in a greatly polarized time. There's been a recent uptick in hate incidents, particularly toward our LGBTQ+ community. Business owners have faced intimidation for being proud of their identity. My own mom in South HB had her pride flag shredded on her property. And even at Huntington High School this spring, a student ran around destroying pride flags in classrooms. While these things may seem superficial to some, they are indicative of an emboldening of individuals that seek to harm others. This does not represent the quality of life that all people of Huntington Beach look forward to. Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark suggested that the HBHRC could continue their work without being associated with the city, but that notion is unrealistic. Having this entity operate outside the city structure would require full-time dedication in order to revamp and rebuild infrastructure that has already been in existence for over 25 years. It also underestimates the relationships that the current committee has with other city departments, such as the police department. This committee should be celebrated rather than becoming political collateral damage. This council would do well to start building bridges rather than to keep burning them down.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
My name is Jeff Rokas. I've lived in Huntington Beach over 25 years, and I've never seen such a brazen disregard for the greater good of the city's residents by a conservative majority city council. We've had many of those types of councils during my time here, but none calling themselves the HB Mafia. I guess we'll let the courts determine if their actions rise to the level of corruption, but the city history has shown it's always the real Republicans who end up behind bars, not the progressive members of the council. This current council has spent the first 7 months in office bowing to special interests and instituting so-called anti-woke measures. What about solving some of the city's problems? Now they want to vote on changes to the city charter that the mayor and his hand-picked colleagues have come up with after taking all of a month or two reviewing this complex document. How this charter review ad hoc committee chose the citizen-led boards, commissions, and committees they propose to eliminate comes as no surprise. They are purging their opposition and those who do not conform to their narrow-minded belief system. And they are rewarding their financial supporters, including mobile home park owners. But what should be of greater concern to everyone are the proposals of the review committee numbered 5, 6, and 7. While 5 and 6 are simply veiled measures they will use to force our beloved clerk Robin into retirement and install the city attorney's wife as the new city clerk, it is proposal 7 that I find to be the most outrageous. Proposal 7, concerning section 702 of the charter, recommends, and I quote, remove exclusive reliance on state election codes for all aspects of elections, add that for municipal elections, the city will maintain control over ID provisions for resident verification, provide 12 polling locations throughout the city for in-person voting, and provide that the city will require for monitoring ballot drop boxes. Does this sound like voter suppression to anyone else? Yes. I know our current council majority has real animosity towards the California state government, but that doesn't mean you can turn our fine city into Florida. If voters have to meet your yet to be stated ID requirements and travel to vote in person as the only option, you will be disenfranchising voters of all types, probably even many who voted for you, all in the name of local control. I'm a volunteer driver for the city's home delivered meals program, where clients are typically housebound. How will they get to vote? What about the additional money the city will have to spend to run their own elections, not to mention the legal costs associated with fighting the inevitable lawsuits over this short-sighted proposal? And please tell me why the election system that you put in office is now so unsatisfactory that we need to take local control. The irony here is that the county majority is comprised of some people who are willing to waste taxpayers' money. Now they want to steal your vote. Don't let it happen. Vote no on the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
My name is Colin Parrott, and I am normally a very civil person. The fact that I have to preface my speech with that means something is already seriously wrong. Yet I cannot help but stand here for what is now the second time in front of this city council to speak my mind about recent events. They have shown a blatant disregard and disrespect for the way things work in this city, the very same old days that they themselves seem to cling to in their rhetoric about it. First came the active removal and censorship of flags, disguised under making flags unbiased, actively harming both the city's commerce and their reputation. Now they have the gall to censor books they see as pushing an agenda after so clearly pushing their own, and dissolve and restructure committees as they see fit, including the dissolution of the Huntington Beach Human Relations Committee because it is not necessary. While I can only speculate on this, it may be their refusal to admit the existence of white privilege that motivates this decision. It cannot, however, be for the stated purpose of budget balance, since the committee certainly takes up far less resources than the raises they gave to the police and fire department. In addition, there were certainly more staff-intensive boards and commissions which were just as necessary as the HBHRC. Either way, if they need to eliminate unnecessary bodies because it's too much for them to go to all the meetings, which I saw firsthand as they failed to show up to several of the youth board meetings, which I used to be a part of, perhaps they should not have appointed themselves as the liaison of every board and committee in a clear play to eliminate the minority of the council's influence on their actions. And all of this from the party of small government. Their committee restructuring also includes the limiting of the youth board to working on Youth and Government Day and making them a non-Brown Act entity, meaning they cannot learn how city government works since they don't follow the same rules. Gracie, who so pushes youth participation in government, this seems extremely hypocritical. As a former member of the youth board, I see this as an attack on the level of control we had as a board. Now, I cannot fathom why you did this, except for the fact that we brought up an issue with the flag legislation and criticized you during a meeting for it. Not only did you shut down our conversation, saying there was no chance of negotiation when we asked you point blank, a very anti-democratic approach to politics, but you involved non sequiturs, including but not limited to Pat mentioning gay family members, Gracie mentioning her being featured in Orange County's Scariest People, and most egregiously, Gracie calling herself, and I quote, a victim of affirmative action. We did not intend to attack their character going into this meeting, but instead critique their policy. But they seemed to take it personally, despite being uncaring about others' feelings themselves. At one point, a member of the board was on the verge of tears, telling the story of their transgender sibling not feeling safe in the city. And council members Vandermark and Burns, who were present, not only ignored it, but continued to argue. In fact, the board was so demoralized after this meeting that they struggled for many months to reach a quorum.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
My name is Gary Miller, and I've been a resident, homeowner, and taxpayer of Huntington Beach since 1985. I love this city and appreciate the hard work that my city council members do to make it a great place to live. My wife and I have recently been annoyed and concerned about our safety due to the infractions occurring on the pier. Bicycles, electric bikes, skateboards, electric scooters, dog off leashes, etc. There have been several near misses. I have never seen an officer give a ticket. One evening I counted 9 infractions on the pier in less than 1.5 hours. The situation, as well as the increased use of electric bikes, is beginning to lower our quality of life in Huntington Beach. It is becoming a high-profile safety issue in the community, as indicated in the next door social media site. I am so annoyed by the near misses and disregard that the kids have for the rules. My wife will no longer walk on the pier because of this issue. Why do the rule breakers win and the voting residents lose? I have talked to police downtown who have told me that they stopped the kids to talk to them. One officer said he knows they will continue once the violator is out of sight. I know the police tried to be good community relations people, as demonstrated by Chief Power's example, which is commendable and I support, but not at the expense of safety to the residents. I also know that we are down approximately 30 sworn officers in the city, so the police are spread thin. However, if and when an officer sees a minor infraction on the pier, I request that the offender be given a ticket. It's time to make people responsible and accountable for their actions, with the police giving violators tickets instead of warnings in order to protect the people who follow the rules. Please encourage the police to write tickets for these infractions. Electric bikes are getting to be out of control. One night while the pedestrian crosswalk was on at the corner of PCH and Main, 6 bikes ran the red light at PCH and did wheelies right through the middle of the pedestrians, missing my wife by inches. They're not like licensed motorcycles with licensed drivers, but still need to follow the rules of the road. If they can be caught, tickets need to be issued for driving violations. Please take care of us residents regarding these safety issues. I attended 2 council meetings the past couple of months in which the council unanimously agreed that safety is the #1 priority in the city. One more time, I thank the city council members for the hard work that you do and the many hours you devote to making Huntington Beach a great place to live.
Thank you for being here, sir. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. My name is Vanessa Chow, and I'm the Vice Chair of the Human Relations Committee. VC Roan, our chair, is unable to be here today due to unavoidable work conflict, but understands the severity of many of tonight's agenda items. I am here in her place to address one of those items. Although we are both members and officers of the committee, the words offered tonight represent our own as concerned citizens. The committee met with the council liaisons on April 14 to discuss their goals and concerns for Huntington Beach. At that time, they indicated that safety was their #1 issue. During a follow-up meeting on July 6, the committee presented a proposal to address safety in the community. During the meeting, they revealed the group that uses the most staff resources, not the Human Relations Committee, yet that group is not on this list to be dissolved. During the July 6th meeting, one of the liaisons also said that the committee does much more than just track hate crimes and reports. During the committee meeting on July 18th, the liaisons were present at the HB Police reported a significant number of hate crimes and incidents. On July 12th, the committee was asked by HB Police to help create programs for youth to address the major concerns in hopes of educating families on hate crime prevention. It also should be noted that on July 11, Huntington Beach has already seen double the amount of hate crimes and incidents than in previous year alone. On July 27, just 3 weeks after hearing the police's report on hate crimes and incidents and proposing safety programs to the council liaisons, and while their staff liaison was on vacation, the committee discovered through a public posting that their committee was being put up for disillusionment due to the redundancy of programs and the staff utilization. There are two different organizations that have been referenced, Orange County Human Relations Commission and Groundswell, formerly known as OCHR. The committee reinstates that these two are two completely different organizations. With one, the committee has had no contact ever. With the other, only one event has ever been hosted this year. The HRC's programs are custom tailored for the specific needs of Huntington Beach and have been featured on the Los Angeles Times. Notably, their Culture Cinema Showcase has received over 3,000 films to date, with a portion of these films being shown throughout the year on HBTV. The Huntington Beach Human Relations Committee is the flagship committee to many other cities who later formed their own HRCs modeling this particular HRCs. Other cities often call for advice or to simply model what is being done here. How can this council allow that legacy to end on their watch? I urge you to reconsider this item and reverse course on the elimination of this committee that has worked successfully with many of the departments over 25 years.
10 seconds.
It is generally understood that budget cuts are difficult. Everyone can agree to that. What is not understood is how can this committee, who has worked with so many police departments, with the chief of police and the council, and it's to help its residents, can be dissolved.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
What's up, council? My name is Eric Silkinson, and I'm a 51-year resident of Huntington Beach. That's 51-year resident. And by coincidence, I am also the chairman of the Mobile Home Advisory Board. So I'm just here to say, see you guys later. I'm not here to beg for my job. I literally did it to just try to help out Huntington Beach and get some experience in city government. So I thought it would be kind of cool, but I guess it is it's deemed not important, which is unfortunate because it's weird. As my colleagues know me over there, I voted to not support rent stabilization, which, much to their chagrin. So, it is. There are some center-left and center-right people still in the city. But I do want to give a shout out, and he took a pause, but Travis and Grace, who I think is out of the country, thank you so much for all the work you did for us, which actually wasn't much, so you could probably keep on doing it, but okay, it's fine. Also, I would like to address someone in the crowd. I don't know if he's looking up here, and I apologize if I'm mispronouncing your name, Jignesh? Okay, so I heard when you were making your comments, you talked about majority, minority, majority, minority. I ran for city council in 2020. I was under the impression it was a nonpartisan office. I speak, I think, I really just speak for the people I hang out with, my friends, but we're pretty bummed that this has become this big partisan thing in this city. It's kind of sad. And we can do left and right, it's fine, but what are we doing about Main Street? I don't need to hear about books. I don't need to hear about charter amendments. What are we doing about Main Street? That's a nonpartisan issue. Can we focus on that? By the way, thanks, Casey, for talking about banning and the roundabout and those things. Yes, I have a friend who lives over there. They're going to be stoked. Last thing I would like to say is I'm a new teacher. I became a teacher about 4 years ago, did a career change. The amount of certifications fingerprinting, the things that teachers have been getting a bad rap lately, the amount of hoops you have to go through, and it should be that way, to be a teacher is unbelievable. So when I hear about an ordinance that is going to lower standards for anything, I'm against it. You guys worry, are we grooming your kids? No, let's raise standards. When I ran for city council, our city clerk was super helpful. She was very nice. She was awesome. So why don't we keep those standards high? I'm shocked, and I guess it just doesn't matter, of how you disregard the optics. Optics. It's not about, and maybe City Attorney Gates will back me up, it's not about impropriety, it's about the appearance of impropriety. Oh, sorry, you didn't give me the 10 seconds.
I'm sorry.
But thank you, Mayor. It's okay.
I was writing
All right.
notes, so thank you.
Oh,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
My pleasure. Good evening, council members. I am former Mayor Kim Carr. It's a pleasure to be here tonight.
What?
All good.
Interesting on that
Nothing
end,
but love in HB. You know, there's so much that has been said tonight about the charter review amendments, which I won't go into, but you will find no better city clerk than Robin Stanislaw. It's a true privilege, and Robin, if they do make these charter amendments, we're going to insist that you run again, and if you don't, then I guess Kelly Gates will have a competitor because I will throw my hat into the ring. But nevertheless, the elimination of the boards and the commissions, and I would like to say that when I was on the city council, I did everything that I could to restore the Mobile Home Advisory Board because they had not been meeting on a regular basis due to a lack of quorum. And the Human Relations Committee, as we've been told over time and time again here, does nothing but good work in this community. It would be a travesty to eliminate that. And then, of course, the revision to the policy on human dignity, which was written by the amazing Shirley Detloff and Mayor Ralph Bauer. If it's not broken, don't fix it. Again, all of these things, it's nothing just a power grab, and people say, why are they doing it? It's because they can, and that's really a shame. And as much as I would like to talk about the air show and the incredible settlement that 4 of you decided to do, well, I'm not settling. I'm actually fighting for our city, and I look forward to my day in court. You know, there's a great saying that lawyers say, if you're guilty, you stall and delay and do everything you can to not have your day in court. Well, I was looking forward to my July 17th hearing until Kevin Elliott decided to do a last-minute amendment. So you think about that one. Nevertheless, what I'm here to talk about tonight is agenda item number 6, the city attorney's report, the PowerPoint presentation that he put together. There are so many errors in this PowerPoint presentation that I highly recommend that folks take a look at this and scrutinize it. Take a look at the letter from RWG. One of the things that this PowerPoint presentation feels more like an attack on Dan Kalmick than what it really was. The city council that I was part of both in 2018 and 2020, the reason why there was an investigation into the settlement was because the city had already invested $1.7 million in legal fees. And then we had been presented a settlement of $2.5 million. When it looked that we could not win this case, that's when we decided to settle. It wasn't an attack on Mr. Gates. Looking into the investigation was merely a, were we overcharged?
Thank you.
And the answer was, you know what?
Thank you.
You guys, I love you. Thank you, Huntington
Thanks for being
Beach.
here.
Thank you
for being here. Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker. Thanks for being here.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Tim Geddes, a 40-year resident. One of the favorite utterances of former President Donald Trump is the word disgrace. He uses it to describe anything he doesn't like or that goes against his wishes. This includes people, policies, actions, and events. When the City Council majority is, what the City Council majority is proposing for Agenda Item 27 and the dissolution of the city's Mobile Home Advisory Board is a disgrace. For over a quarter of a century, the Mobile Home Advisory Board has been a sounding board for the mobile home community to bring issues and concerns to the full City Council, which can act through its own ordinances and policies to affect manufactured housing in our city. This has nothing to do with the state and HCD, which is primarily interested in safety and health issues at mobile home parks and not the financial, economic, or social well-being of the residents. The contention that, quote, any conflict resolution issues between mobile home owners and park owners could be directed to HCD for regulation is flat out wrong and is disingenuous as well. So is the contention that city staff can also connect residents to appropriate city and community services. Ha! That completely misrepresents what staff is and has been doing. This is a disgrace, and I am sure 3 council members would agree. Certainly, thousands of manufactured housing homeowners and residents would agree, as you've seen earlier this evening. The City Council majority is supposedly acting on the recommendation of the ad hoc committee, which it completely controls. This is a farce of the first order. Let me tell you a couple of underlying facts which have been repeated by others. The park owners and their allies, principally industry groups like MET and WMA, have funneled many thousands of dollars in campaign contributions and support to the City Council, the Council majority members. In turn, the Council majority has appointed its own members as council liaisons and has stuffed vacancies on the board with its own political puppets. It has rebuffed every effort of the mobile home community to address its concerns and has turned a blind eye and a deaf ear to the abuses of the corporate-owned park owners. Their special interest supporters have heaped on its vulnerable residents. This is also a disgrace. As a past chair of the Mobile Home Advisory Board, I am outraged that this council majority is betraying the best interests of the mobile home community, your constituents, and the entire citizenry. Disgrace is actually not too strong a word, but it fits.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Yeah, you're welcome. Michael Gates, City Attorney. Candidate for re-election in 2026. Obviously, I wasn't planning to speak tonight, and I could have chosen to speak later when council deliberated, but I thought in terms of organization for the meeting, I didn't want to be disruptive, but I did want to address a couple comments that our esteemed clerk, Robin Stanislaw, made earlier. I trust she's a great clerk. The proposed charter changes is, and you can tell me if I'm wrong, but they're not to oust anybody, and I'll get to that in a second. The only reason, and I went to Robin as a courtesy to let you know that my wife is considering running, and I took you aside and did it privately to let you know my wife is considering running because so many people have asked her to run. Like three other candidates, including 2 of high-profile status in the community. So that's now 4 who are considering running. My inquiries to Joan about the educational requirements was actually for a different candidate at a different time. It had nothing to do with my wife. And the only reason we now have 4 candidates or more, 4 that I know of, or more considering running for clerk, is because Robin for the past 2 years has been telling everybody who will listen that this is her last term. So this is going to be a brand new open seat election, at least as far as she was telling people before. And I find it really discouraging, frankly, Robin, that our top elections official would come to the podium and shame and out somebody, and yes, it's my wife, but out her when she hasn't even decided to run. She hasn't even pulled papers, yet you're out here publicly shaming her. You're our top elections official. It's very anti-democratic and very protectionist of you. In fact, it's so protectionist, ladies and gentlemen, for context. We haven't had a newly elected clerk in decades. We have not had a newly elected clerk in decades. They've all been appointed and they've run for re-election. So yes, my wife is considering running, yes, I candidly told you the thought process just to let you know so you weren't blindsided by somebody else telling you. I thought it was a courtesy. And I find it utterly shameful that you would come to the podium and essentially out her. As far as conflict of interest is concerned, lawyers make decisions about conflicts of interest. I find it notable that for the past 3 years, critics of the city attorney have thrown out that word liberally, conflict of interest, over and over and over and over and over when they don't like what's going on. Well, you know what? None of this is a conflict of interest.
10 seconds.
And I'm going to tell you, it's going to show up in my presentation tonight. By the way, Ms. Carr should note that for a loser case, she voted for 2 years to defend it and take it to trial. 2 years.
Thank you.
She voted to take it to trial.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, we have more speakers?
Of course, we do.
Okay.
The next speakers, Linda Moon, Donna Lee Taylor, Peggy Willett, Catherine Goddard, Todd Harkness. I'm sorry about that. Todd Harkness. Sharon Peterson, Carol Dawes, Amory Hanson, Ken Inouye.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. Please proceed.
I'm Linda Moon, and I'm a 49-year resident of Huntington Beach. And I'm speaking tonight in regard to item number 28, the proposed charter revisions. The newly elected council members all ran for election on a platform of increased transparency and listening to the voices of the community. It appears, however, that you are attempting to take every action possible to stifle the voices of the community, reduce transparency, and assume absolute authoritarian control. Charter revision elections in Huntington Beach have for decades followed a procedure allowing broad public participation. Charter review committees of knowledgeable residents have been formed, staff background assistance has been provided, and the public has been given multiple opportunities to provide feedback before recommendations are submitted to the council and advertised for public hearing. Instead of following this well-honed and honored process, you formed an ad hoc committee of 3 inexperienced council members to propose amendments intended only to further their own political positions. No public input was sought by the ad hoc committee, and it appears that none is desired. Of greatest concern is proposal number 7, which, if enacted, would allow the City Council to take control of all aspects of city elections, removing any authority of the State Elections Code. While I don't believe this is even legally permissible, it is obviously is an attempt at voter suppression and intimidation. The State Elections Code was enacted to safeguard elections and allow voters unimpeded opportunity to participate in the voting process. It protects the keystone of our democracy. Placing the elections into the exclusive control of the city opens the process to fraud and corruption. Proposal number 6, reducing the education, training, and certification requirements of the city clerk, is outrageous and obviously intended to smooth the path for the candidacy of specific unqualified residents. It is especially absurd in light of the proposal to take over control of elections. The last thing we need is an inexperienced, untrained city clerk managing the elections. Proposal number 5, to move the city clerk and city treasurer elections to coincide with the gubernatorial election, is obviously intended to reduce participation in that election. No other justification has been provided. Proposal number 4, to change the annual budgeting proposal to biannual as opposed to annual, has not been justified and appears irresponsible. Proposal number 2, allowing the cancellation of city council meetings by majority vote of the council or when there's not a quorum, is another attempt to
Your time is up.
Please reconsider these proposals. Excuse
Your
me?
time's up.
I was not given a 10-second warning.
Thank you, Linda.
Hi. Thank you. I'm Donna Lee Taylor, and I'm going to cut my speech short because everybody has almost all covered this. So I think the only thing I want to say is that I moved into our mobile home 35 years ago because my husband was director of Mattel, and he had to work in the Asian area getting people to make their products. So we needed a place where we could just shut the door and go. And it's been wonderful, and I've loved every minute of it. I was an adult instructor for Huntington Beach and worked with patients in the Alzheimer's Family Center in Indianapolis. And I started the line dance programs in Huntington Beach and Fountain Valley and taught in Westminster for about 18 years, and I'm still dancing. And I'm going to be 92 this month. Luckily, still dancing. And I want to remind you that all the people that I know from our mobile home are so talented, so educated, so special. And I hate for them that their last years, they're worried about each other and worried about themselves. Please help them.
Thank you. Next speaker. Thanks for being here.
My name is Peggy Willett, and this will be a softball. I've only lived here a few years in Huntington Beach, and I'm even newer to mobile home living. I took care of a Marine vet, a Vietnam vet, for 16 years of our marriage, which only lasted that long because he didn't make it with severe PTSD. So then after that issue happened, I took care of my parents till both of them passed for about 11 years, and now I'm trying to take care of me. So what I'm trying to do is, I feel like the baby boomers are a responsible generation, and I'm trying to be responsible and take care of myself. And I've been able to do so. The mobile home situation has helped. We grandmas and grandpas are still very active and very helpful to the community, working with grandkids, schools, and whatsoever. So the only thing I would ask is that you support us as we still continue to support ourselves best we can in our sunset years. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thank you so much for being here.
My name is Sharon Peterson, and I'm a 30-year resident of Huntington Beach and live in a mobile home. Mayor Strickland and members of the council, I have a confession to make. I'm a political junkie. I watch the TV news, read the newspapers, read your websites. I actually read the flyers that you plug in our doorsteps before the election. I trust that candidates say what they mean and mean what they say. Hidden in tonight's agenda, 27 and 28, are proposals to eliminate some things that affect me personally. The Mobile Home Advisory Board, the Human Relations Committee, on which I have served at the Orange County, and to make major changes to election. That scares me to death. And all this with 3 days' notice. Now, this may come as a surprise to you. Get your cell phones out. Did you know that Huntington Beach has a transparency website? Yep, they do. It's called Open OC. Look it up on your cell phone. It's dedicated to transparency in our city operations and states clearly that as a city, we value honesty, integrity, and openness. What a concept. So in the spirit of openness, I'd like to look at these 3 hidden proposals. First, to eliminate the Mobile Home Advisory Board. Others have spoken passionately about this. It's functioned successfully for 27 years. As Jimmy Carter once quoted an old Georgia farmer, and someone mentioned it earlier, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Next, the Human Relations Committee. When you were candidates for office, several members of this city council made important statements to our vision for Huntington Beach. Mayor Strickland, you called yourself a public safety advocate. Casey, you said you were committed to safety and priority in our communities and our neighborhoods. Pat Burns, you said you were committed to provide owners and business owners a safe community. And Casey Vanderbar called herself a public safety advocate. So what happened? In fact, I even have the brochure. Did you change your minds after you were elected to the council? Why would you even consider eliminating a committee that was established by the city council more than 30 years ago and dedicated to the safety of this community? It says everyone should be treated with courtesy. And of all of this, of all the committees that people would not be physically harmed or verbally abused. And this is the committee you want to eliminate? What are you thinking? Finally, there's a proposal to change election procedures and to add more local control over city elections. Mayor Strickland, you were quoted in the paper as saying, now the city's still going through the details, just trust us. Really?
10 seconds.
Mayor Strickland, I look to Ronald Reagan, who famously said, trust but verify. How do we know what these details are going to be? I just ask you to remember Churchill. We're voices, we're going to be heard, and as he said, we will never give up.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Hi, my name's Todd Harkness. I'm a building contractor, and I'm here to ask for some changes in the inspection processes within the city. They're not actually allowing for an inspection within 8 days for a re-roof. With the average house being over $1 million now, there's huge liabilities for us contractors on the line, and we can't just have these open roofs sit while the city doesn't want to come out and do the inspections that we've paid for. So what I'm asking is if, since the city building department doesn't want to address this, I'm bringing it here to you to look into this. And what I'm asking for is if the city can't come out and do the inspections within a day or two, which is a reasonable amount of time, not 8 days, due to weather conditions, this not being very feasible for us to have these jobs open this long, that possibly we outsource this to, another entity. And that's all I really have to say.
Sir, you might want to grab a blue card from the gentleman over here and fill out your information so we can follow up on that item. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thank you so much for being here.
Hello, I'm Catherine Goddard. I've been in Huntington Beach since the 1980s, and I'm curious as to what's going on here. I see as a problem in the I see since this council has been seated, we've seen more and more chaos than I've ever seen in the council chambers. And it seems to me that tonight brings a lot of this to head. The fact that it appears that a few people have brought forward several things that fundamentally change the way a democracy operates is a cause for concern to me. The greatest issue I see is the issue of changing the elections to be something that is controlled locally and by a changing cast of people, apparently, that might sit on the council, and with different regulations and different voting places, and as much as I can tell from reading what is now in the agenda for tonight. And the other part is the committees and commissions, which have historically been a way for people to become involved in this city and to understand how the city operates and to then vote and then to rise to the level of going for a council seat. The issue underlying all of this seems to me to be a lack of transparency, which means that by not having open meetings, by having meetings that seem to be controlled by very few people, and not allowing us to speak to committees and subcommittees, you get what happens tonight, with people carrying on and then getting to a level of emotion that erupts, so nothing really happens. So I'm concerned and ask you to in particular to take item 27 and 28 off the agenda, provide an opportunity for open meetings and discussion, allow people to participate. That is the very basis of the democracy, and inform us so we can do what needs to be done for the greater good of the city. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Mr. Amory Hanson. I'm speaking tonight in support of item 12, the plaque in memory of the Honorable Donald McAllister. This plaque recognizes Mayor McAllister not just for his free terms on the City Council and his time being mayor of Huntington Beach, but for his continued presence and legacy in a number of ways. I had the great privilege to know Mayor McAllister and believe this plaque is an appropriate recognition of his service. The pier setting is particularly appropriate. Given Mayor McAllister's association with surfing, it would be particularly fitting for the City Council to approve this plaque the day before the Surfing Walk of Fame induction ceremony, maybe even the day of. Huntington Beach can continue to honor Mayor McAllister in other ways. One aspect of Mayor McAllister's legacy that is occasionally overlooked is his work for the sister city relationship between Anjo and Huntington Beach. I was very pleased to hear that a delegation from Anjo visited the city this year and met with the mayor. I hope that the mayor will soon be making a return visit to Anjo, and I look forward to doing so myself. I urge the council to honor Mayor McAllister by supporting this plaque. Once again, I urge a yes vote on item 12. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Pardon me.
Thank you for being here.
Mayor Strickland and members of the City Council, 27 years ago, the Huntington Beach City Council established the Mobile Home Advisory Board to avoid the lack of communication here. The city wanted to assure that the mobile home residents, park owners, and the City Council would be able to discuss issues and resolve problems, to communicate with each other. So they would not end up in court, because this favors nobody, and it certainly is expensive for everybody. For 27 years, this has worked. Residents have been able to discuss park maintenance, rent increases, eviction notices, and health and safety issues. Now, suddenly, the City Council has decided to eliminate this board. Why? Well, let's take a look at this. 3 members of the City Council met in secret at an ad hoc committee. They decided to disband at least 3 council boards and committees. No discussion, no debate, just announced it 3 days before the next City Council meeting when the agenda was published. And what's more, no reason was given. There are at least 3 reasons they might have given. 1, cost and finances? No. The MHAB has no budget and does not cost the city a single penny. 2, salaries? Again, no. All members of the MHAB are volunteers. 3, too many meetings? Nope. They only meet 4 times a year. So I have to ask, why would the City Council want to eliminate and disband this board? It's a cynical way to silence the voices of 3,000 mobile residents that you are elected to serve and represent. These mobile home residents include many seniors, veterans, disabled people, and low-income families who find a mobile home provides safe, affordable housing. For some, it prevents them from becoming homeless. Unofficially, the council has told someone that HCD, the California State Housing Agency, can take over. Really? There are 5,231 mobile home parks in California, a total of 1.6 million mobile home park residents. If you think the lines are long at the DMV, just think how long you'll have to wait in line to bring an issue to the state Housing and Community Development Office. 4 members of this council, you know who you are, ran on a platform of local control. So, why are they doing the opposite in regard to mobile homes?
10 seconds.
Mobile home residents have a voice, and we have a vote. We simply cannot allow the City Council to take this action. We need Huntington Beach Park residents, Huntington Beach members.
Thank you. Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Mayor Strickland and honorable members of the City Council, my name is Kenny Noe. I'm a 52-year resident of Huntington Beach. Approximately 30 years ago, there was a series of hate crimes that occurred in our wonderful city, which included the killing of an African-American man in a restaurant on the Beach Boulevard and the near-fatal stabbing of a Native American man on the Huntington Beach Pier. In order to protect the citizens of our great city, Mayor Shirley Detloff and the late, great Ralph Bauer moved to create the Huntington Beach Human Relations Task Force. This city task force was established as a way to galvanize the community against future hate crimes and has been recognized throughout the entire state as a major public safety program which has been replicated by cities throughout the state of California. Today, many years later, The city has once again experienced an alarming increase in the number of hate crimes in the city. At this crucial time, it is imperative for the Huntington Beach City Council to reaffirm its stand against hatred of all types and reaffirm its support of the Huntington Beach Human Relations Committee. History and experience has shown that the existence of a Human Relations Committee within a jurisdiction is a major method of promoting public safety. I would also encourage the City Council to continue its support of the very important Mobile Home Advisory Board, which provides you very valuable input with respect to matters affecting the very important mobile home community in our city. I would like to close my comments in loving memory of my very dear friend and colleague, Mr. Fred Provencher. Some of you will remember Fred as being one of the founding members of the Huntington Beach Task Force. He was also the genius behind the Huntington Beach Reads One Book program. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, do we have more speakers?
Yes, we do. Lana Fossum, Patty Wilson, Joanna A.Q., Kane Durham, B. Chanel, Kathy McGuire, Libby, Russ Neal, Nick McLaughlin, Marilyn Boehm.
Point of inquiry, Madam Clerk, how many after that list do we still have left? How many?
Sorry, about another list of 10.
Okay.
So we're
thank
at
you.
20, I think.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Kathy McGuire, and I'm a resident of Huntington Beach for 32 years. And for some reason, every time I come down here, you inspire me to write a poem. So I have a poem for you tonight for us. It's called City or Community. We all have something in common. We all live in Huntington Beach. But what is Huntington Beach? Is it just a city, or is it a community? A city is an inhabited place larger than a town. Inhabit, to be present in. Are we just a bunch of people who happen to be present in the same place? People who shop at the same stores, go to the same beaches, check out books at the same libraries, get gas at the same gas stations. People who are there, but not really connected. Are we no more than that? Or are we a community, a united body of individuals living in a particular place, people with common interests? Don't we all have a common interest in our city services, our sports teams, our art, music, and culture, our parks and community centers, our beaches and pier, our parade, our neighborhoods, our relationship to one another? As city leaders, you set the direction, the policies, and the funding. Will it be for one group over another? Will it be for policies that divide us? Will it be in the direction of listening to other points of view and seeking consensus? Your attitude and decisions point the way. Are we just a city, or are we a community? The role of the Human Relation Commission and the Mobile Home Commission is to build our community. So I urge you to keep the commissions. Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, Mayor Strickland and council members. My name is Russell Neal, and I live in Huntington Beach. I'd like to speak about agenda items 27, 28, and 29. I support the proposed charter amendments, but especially the one dealing with election integrity. Confidence in our elections has been shaken and needs to be restored. It is not incumbent on the citizen to put their faith in sketchy voting arrangements. It is incumbent on governing bodies to create transparent, foolproof procedures to win back the trust of citizens. I support the consolidation of committees, including the cancellation of the Human Relations Committee. This one-sided committee manufactures statistics to justify its own existence and to maintain a false and damaging narrative about our city. It is an advocacy organization and as such should be private. Government should not lobby itself. Similarly, the declaration of policy on human dignity should be canceled rather than being amended. It conflates hate crimes with hate speech in an effort to criminalize speech with which the authors disagree. Furthermore, the tactic of labeling anyone who disagrees with you as haters and racists has itself the effect of provoking hatred, even murderous hatred. Examples of this include the 2012 attempted mass murder at the Family Research Council, incited by the Southern Poverty Law Center's hate map, and the 2017 attempted slaughter of the entire Republican congressional baseball team, to say nothing of the similar targeting of our own Mayor Pro Tem that goes on in these very chambers. This hypocritical, self-righteous document is insufferable. It is beyond amending. I urge this council to do away with it altogether. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Hi, I'm Kane Durham. I wonder if I should start bringing a PVC pipe to these meetings so we can play limbo, since the far-right majority on this board seems so interested in seeing how low they can go. I'd like to speak on so many issues tonight, but there's only just so much insanity on the agenda, so I'll try to narrow it down. The Mobile Home Advisory Committee, as an organization, stands for citizens of this city who are part of your constituency. I can't think of any good reason for silencing that voice other than perhaps yet more grift. The Human Rights Committee, on that matter, also stands for your constituency, whether you'd like it to or not. If you listen to the lemmings that are following our far-right majority off the cliff, the Human Rights Committee, quote, should never have existed, was, quote, based on lies, and is a, quote, cancer. These are direct quotes, by the way. The idea that anyone believes human rights are a cancer should be stunning and horrifying, but I'm pretty sure none of us are really surprised by the view of the extremists in our community and on this board anymore. The fella sitting in front of me tonight has been using profanity towards the folks here from the Mobile Home Advisory Board and making jerk-off hand motions several times tonight at the folks calling for human dignity. Sorry, Gracie, I know that makes you uncomfortable. But sure, hatred doesn't exist in our city. I'm not going to waste my time trying to convince anybody of the value of this committee. If you don't already see it, I can't help you. On that note, I'm going to finish up by speaking on agenda item number 29, submitted by Pat, wherein 3 council members appointed by Tony, oh, I wonder who he'll appoint, would create a new declaration and policy of human dignity. If I haven't made it clear, I can't think of any 4 people I would trust less on a policy on human dignity. All of this is a waste of the city's money for the purpose of furthering your own political careers. I'll reference the Gadsden flag tonight so that maybe you'll hear it. Stop treading on us. As Avery so eloquently said earlier tonight, we will bite back for your whole short careers. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Yes.
Next speaker, thanks for being
Good
here.
evening, Mayor and City Council. My name is Joanne Sosa. I have some mixed emotions on what I'm about to say, but I just feel it in my heart that I need to speak what I feel is the truth. I'm speaking on item 27, and I am in favor of streamlining the Human Relations Commission. The Human Relations Commission does use resources and a lot of staff time, but after BLM violence, with so much opposition to the authorities and a national push on defunding the police, the city has had to offer raises to get police interested in even being hired. As it is, we're already 30 officers short, 30. That's a lot of money to come up with. I feel that Human Relations Commission has had its time, But in the present climate of violence against police, we need to hire more officers to protect the Huntington Beach community and not use these resources to enable hate groups who have zero respect for putting officers in their lives, that put their lives on the line every day. And I think it's interesting that the first woman speaker who spoke about dignity and respect never once mentioned the hate against police in her long speech. And that's suspicious to me for someone who says she champions dignity and will not tolerate hate in her city. Let's streamline programs that do not support our first line of defense. Officers are the ones called in an emergency. They are the ones who save lives. They are the ones who take a bullet when these hate groups would rather take a knee than stand for the flag salute that you just did here in council, or respect the lives of those officers standing in the line of fire.
Thank you. Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
According to some Facebook posts, it has been discovered that I live next door in Fountain Valley. They question if I speak at Fountain Valley City Council meetings. I have in the past when they were considering controversial issues, but in the recent past, they have simply been doing good governance. They make sure the streets are paved, the fire and police departments have up-to-date facilities and equipment, and that city staff are qualified and paid appropriately. However, to use a very simple analogy, when my neighbor's house is on fire, I don't just sit by and watch it burn. Not only is that not only a very neighborly thing to do, but it also risks my house catching on fire too. With that in mind, I am here to oppose agenda items 27, 28, and 29. After only a few meetings with some of the boards, commissions, and committees, the ad hoc committee, made up of only council majority members, is recommending consolidating power into the city council and dissolving many of the citizen-led committees. This is short-sighted and certainly not in the best interest of the community. The most alarming dismantling is of the Environmental and Sustainability Board. As the recent severe weather across the world has indicated, the change to our climate is on a steep curve. As a coastal community with a treasured nature preserve, it is imperative that Huntington Beach be a leader in managing its sustainability, and piling more of that workload onto the council members is not likely to be effective. I'm also concerned about dissolving the Human Relations Commission. Records indicate that there has been a huge increase in hate crimes and hate incidences in Huntington Beach this year. Those closest to the problem should be the most equipped to deal with it, and removing the citizen members of the commission and eliminating all the proactive steps they take is adding fuel to the fire. I oppose item number 29, primarily because it doesn't specify what Councilmember Burns thinks is wrong with the latest revision to the Declaration of Policy on Human Dignity. Does he want to eliminate it altogether, which would lead us to understand that he doesn't believe in the concept of human dignity? Or does he want to enhance it and call for more respect for diversity, in which case I would support his efforts. However, until his goals are made clear, please oppose this item. And finally, please oppose item number 28. We spent hours here in June as you labored over balancing a budget, claiming huge deficits. Why on earth would you want to put all these unnecessary charter amendments on the ballot at $300,000 a pop? And what if you succeed in taking control of local elections? Where will the money come from to provide 12 polling locations and secure the ballot drop boxes? How will you verify a voter's residence without having access to the county voter rolls? Do you expect to pay for that access? Do you expect to set up your own voter rolls from the ground up? Very expensive endeavors, to say the least. Once again, please vote no on items 27, 28, and 29. I don't want to watch my neighbor's house burn.
Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening, council members. My name is Buffy Channel. I'm speaking today to express complete astonishment and disapproval of your agenda items 27, 28, and 29. It is clear by looking at the maximum donations given this year to Gracie Vandermark by the exploitive owners of the mobile home parks of Villa Huntington Beach, Rancho Huntington, and Scandia, why she is leading the change to eliminate the Mobile Home Advisory Board. Why is this board threatening these 4 new members of City Council? Is it because they're organizing and gaining influence? Are you pandering to your donors? It is important for our mobile home residents to have a voice in this city. They pay taxes, and these new owners are trying to push space rent so high that veterans and retirees are in jeopardy of becoming homeless. This is unacceptable. Why would the 4 new city council members want to eliminate the Human Relations Committee? This group works with police department and local groups to help bring awareness and lessen the amount of hate crimes in our city. Why would you want to send a message that hate is acceptable here? This seems like a wink-wink to bigots and white supremacists that Huntington Beach government does not recognize hate crimes. This is wrong. This is sad. This seems like a recurring theme from these 4 new council members. I mean, you guys hobnob with Proud Boys. With hate crimes up, this seems a bit out of touch and ignorant and sends a bad message to residents and visitors alike. Regarding agenda item 28, I oppose. I thought that the new members of the council were vehemently opposed to changes in the city charter. Now you want to change it? It seems odd. The most alarming item to me is the change to elections. The OC registrar is known statewide with a stellar reputation. I have personally participated in the voting oversight and counting process as an observer. I encourage you all to do so as well. I can tell you that they run a tight ship over there and they have a well-oiled and strict machine. To localize the election process is a very dangerous maneuver. We should not remove Huntington Beach from the oversight and continue participation in the county election process. How will localizing these elections work? How much will it cost? Who's going to monitor this? It seems to me that we are opening ourselves up to questionable election outcomes and just more litigation. Why are you saying on one side of your mouths that we need to eliminate staff positions and in the other side of your mouths proposing an enormous undertaking and cost of staffing and localizing elections? Once again, on item 29, Mr. Burns shows his true colors. Why would anyone be opposed to the verbiage on our city's Declaration of Policy on Human Dignity? The message coming from our city's government should be one of inclusion, acceptance, safety, and dignity. This should not be a flippant change buried in an agenda. This should have debate and wide public input. It is important that any messages from our city about human rights and human dignity have very clear messaging that brings people together and projects the welcoming and inclusive stance of our populace, our law enforcement, and our government.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
My name is Nick McLaughlin. I'm a resident of Los Amigos Mobile Home Park in Huntington Beach. I am here tonight to encourage the council members to refrain from removing or repealing the Mobile Home Advisory Board, item number 27-23-641, and to discourage the council from implementing a totally unnecessary and inappropriate charter review on item number 28-33-670. Proposal number 7, section 102, which calls for local control over elections. Regarding the Mobile Home Advisory Board, nationwide carpetbagging predatory investment groups with zero property management experience have been buying up mobile home parks and immediately gouging retired seniors, veterans, and families with exorbitant and totally unreasonable rent increases that those on a fixed income or working to hardly make ends meet can ill afford. The Mobile Home Residents Coalition proposed a carve-out to the city charter for rent stabilization plan that would be equitable to both the residents and the park owners. The Mobile Home Advisory Board voted 5-4 in May 2022 to recommend the City Council place the carve-out measure on the ballot. All of the park owners opposed it, while all of the residents supported it. 2 at-large independent members voted in favor, including at-large member Scott Miller, who Councilwoman Vandermark claimed recently resigned because nothing gets done. Curiously, it was the City Council that refused to pass the proposed carve-out, a slap in the face to all of their senior constituents. Perhaps it is the City Council itself that needs to be disbanded. With regard to item number 28, when did it suddenly become necessary to dictate the rules on local elections? Conservatives nationwide have been propagating false claims and conspiracy theories about the security of our democratic elections. They regularly quote a convicted felon, conspiracy theorist, and purveyor of falsehoods, Dinesh D'Souza. All of his claims have been thoroughly debunked, including the popular right-wing ballot drops mockumentary, 2,000 Mules. Their favorite conservative news sources flagrantly trumpeted the totally false Rudy Giuliani claims of a suitcase full of ballots being surreptitiously manipulated between a table at voting location in Georgia. And let's not forget the Dominion voting machines. Just ask Rupert Murdoch and Fox news about Dominion voting machines now. I worked as a poll worker in Huntington Beach during the primary election in June of 2020 and in the general election of November of 2020. I worked alongside independents, Democrats, and Republicans during these elections. To a person, all politics were left outside of the voting center as we all worked
10
together
seconds.
as one unit to ensure that our mission to protect the rights of everyone were performed.
Thank you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Hi, my name is Marilyn Bohm. I'm a 30-year resident of Huntington Beach, and I'm here to speak in opposition of agenda item number 29. In May 1944, on one of the holiest of religious holidays, my grandparents, uncle, aunts, and young nephews were rounded up by Nazis in a small town in Hungary and deported to Auschwitz. They were gassed upon arrival and burned in ovens. Their crime? They were Jews. Years and another lifetime later, I moved to Huntington Beach, where I learned in 1996 City Council members Shirley Detloff and Ralph Bauer had sponsored the Declaration of Policy for Human Dignity. It was in response to two brutal hate crimes perpetrated by white supremacists, which resulted in our fine city becoming known as the skinhead capital of the country. The policy was unanimously adopted by the entire City Council. Because of the pride I felt that my city had taken a stand against hate, I wrote a letter to the council members thanking them for their action. I was subsequently invited to join the task force. The task force, consisting of every ethnic group and religion, has restored my faith in humanity. The work they've done over the years has increased understanding and compassion and shown the world that Huntington Beach celebrates diversity and inclusivity. Our Visit HB webpage displays that very message. Sadly, during the past few years, there's been a resurgence of hate crimes against Jews, LGBTQ communities, and other minority groups. In 2023 alone, there have been 14 hate crimes or incidents in Huntington Beach, including the recent distribution of 100 flyers with hate messages against Jews and LGBTQ people. We need this Human Relations Commission now more than ever. Don't destroy our city's declaration that Huntington Beach is a community where all people feel respected, valued, and free from discrimination and violence. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Thank you. Madam Clerk?
Yep. Okay, it's the last group. Last call for Lana Fossum and Patty Wilson, and the remaining speakers, Catherine McGowan, Chris Burns, Spencer Hageman, Chris Waring, Claire Bostick, John Bostick, Justine Makoff, Kim King, Roger Noor, Carol Canode, Dom Jones.
Thanks so much for being here. Thank you.
You're welcome, Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is Kathleen McGowan, and at the moment, I serve on the Environmental and Sustainability Board. I was just reappointed at the June meeting. I'm not here to express political opinion of any sort. If there were a commission in the city that's apolitical, I would say it is our group, our board. We never talk politics, we talk about the environment. The one thing I learned from the staff report is that the board, the environmental board, was originally established in 1979, which makes perfect sense to me because the 1970s were when the Clean Air Act, the Clean Water Act, the Superfund Act, and the Resource Conservation and Recovery Act, which is the hazardous waste regulations, were established by our federal government. So the city has a long history of concern for the environment. Clearly, our storied beaches, our wetlands, those are tremendous resources, which I think most people in this room would agree are valuable assets that should be protected. I serve on the board not because I want to provide input to the city as a resident. I serve because I have expertise that I wanted to offer my city. I have a bachelor's in chemical engineering, a master's in environmental engineering, and over 30 years of environmental consulting experience, which other municipalities currently pay me to provide, and I do at no charge to the city of Huntington Beach. My fellow board members have equal, if not greater, credentials than I do in different areas. I have been very impressed by their knowledge. We provide a diversity of viewpoints on environmental issues. And if you are concerned about staff time supporting our board, I would suggest you consider changing some aspects of the way we're run and going back to letting us have our own chair, run the meeting ourselves, and not demand prepare minutes and that sort of thing, so that staff can merely monitor what we do, provide input to us on items for the agenda to minimize staff resources. But I think it would be a loss for the city. I don't have to continue to serve on the board. There are many other members of the residents or businesses in the city who may be able to provide equally valuable advice to the council, but I do think it's a valuable service and encourage you to consider continuing with it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Good evening. My name is Kim King, and I've been a resident of Huntington Beach for over 45 years. Initially, I came here to speak tonight to voice my opposition on number 27, but after listening to a lot of the other speakers, I also want to speak out against 28 and 29, but I'm going to focus primarily on number 27. I want to give you a face to, who lives in a mobile home. It's not just seniors, it's not just veterans. There's all sorts of people. There's single moms, there are college students, immigrants. By taking away our voice, by getting rid of a local committee where we can go to express our concerns, that is really hurting the democratic process. Democracy is supposed to be a government that's of the people, by the people, and for the people, and our voices need and deserve to be heard. I'm a special education teacher, and one of the things I try to teach my students is to have empathy and to do perspective taking. And I think that would really serve this council well, to actually try to put themselves in the shoes of maybe some of the constituents that have spoken up here. If you were on a fixed income, look at what inflation has done the last few years. People in those situations, they need and deserve a safe place to live. And, Huntington Beach is a great city. We are all here because we love this city. And I loved the woman who shared her poem that she created here tonight. I thought that was very heartfelt. I understand feelings are running strong, and we can get very polarized and very political, but you know what? One thing that we all have in common is we all love our city. We're all here because we care about our city. And I just hope that you will really listen to the people that have spoken tonight, and that you will reconsider counseling those committees, because I feel they're very important. I'm going to give you a little personal story as somebody who went to high school here. I grew up in Long Beach in a very diverse neighborhood. When I first started in Marina High School, I was very shocked to find that a lot of my fellow Caucasian students had very racist views. I had never heard some of the slurs that I heard coming into Huntington Beach in the 1980s. You say, oh, that was then, things have changed. My own students, my own children are half Arabic. And when they started at Huntington Beach High School, they also received some racial slurs. There was a lot of people that were anti-Arabic after what had happened with September 11th. And so these committees are still relevant
10
and they're
seconds.
still important. And I just hope that you'll reconsider disbanding them and don't do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks for being here.
Yeah, good evening, council and mayor. Still waiting for a call back if you give a chance. Anyway, my name is Chris Waring, and I just want to update some figures here, a little economic information. I live in Surf City Beach Cottages, formerly Pacific Ocean Park. My family has been associated with Huntington Beach for over 60 years. They owned a home. Oh, actually, the original beachfront here, there were traders. Probably you guys don't remember. But anyway, then Pacific Ocean Park, Pacific Ocean Cottages, I guess they call it. Anyway, so to make a long story short, if you drive down Huntington Avenue, you look to your left, and you see an old fence. It goes all the way down to the end of the park. That's been there for over 50 years. Okay, 50 years. And inside the park, I'm a senior. I'm 75 years old, almost 75 years old. And the park, the robber barons of our park, Star Management, Joe Saunders, he does things for the renters. Basically, he's put solar panels on several of the high-rise 2- and 3-story rental units there. But did any of the other people get access to this lower energy cost, which costs us about $200 a month? But no. Additionally, we got a lot of pine or palm trees in there, and do they ever cut them? Nope. I mean, sometimes you can't even sleep when there's a storm or something because they're just brushing all over the place. So they haven't done anything, and particularly for the seniors. There's still a few of us seniors that are in that park. Most of them are rentals there now. But just some facts. Last year I told you that, last year I told you there was 7.25% for me. In addition to inflation last year, that's 15%. I got to pay out of my pocket. This year, I'm going up $173, which is 7%. Now, if you believe Bidenomics, who knows? Adding the 4% current inflation, that's 11%. So in 2 years, my rent or my lifestyle has been affected by a 26% rent increase. I'm old. I work 3 jobs part-time to maintain a reasonable lifestyle. Out of my retirement, I retired 10 years ago, I have $675 left after I have to pay these guys.
10 seconds, sir.
Okay. So something's got to be done. It's not fair. It's just not fair. They tell me, well, you got to leave. I can't go anywhere. My family's down here. Thank you.
Thank you for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Good evening, Mayor Strickland and City Council members. My name is Claire Bostic. I've lived in Huntington Beach for almost 46 years, and I'm a retired public school teacher. I'm here to express my concern over items 27 and 29. There are other ones too, but I'm going to just talk about that. With regard to agenda item 27, cutting back of citizens from committees, task force, councils, et cetera, that report to the city council. These specific groups of people are just citizens, usually volunteers, and they help you do your job. That's what they're there for. They keep track of the pulse of the city. There are only so many of you. You can't be everywhere. You can't know what all the different neighborhoods are thinking about and what they're concerned about. And you do need to know this information from as many ways as possible. These committees and task force are composed of ordinary citizens to help you. And by eliminating the private voices of these committees and task force, you will simply function as an echo chamber for your own ideas. You are to represent all the people of Huntington Beach, not just the people who voted for you. And how will you know what they're thinking if you don't hear from the people in the community? Now, there is one committee that I think is crucial to have, and that's the Human Relations Committee. As a city, we must demonstrate that we take human rights and dignity seriously. And we need this committee to look for solutions, to work with the police, and we need to have specifics about this city, not just general stuff about San Juan Capistrano and all the other cities, Santa Ana. That is not what the task force are supposed to be doing. They're supposed to focus on this city and feed to you this information. Now, we've had all kinds of problems in this city. I mean, it started when we were the center for the Ku Klux Klan back in the 20s. And we've had attacks of African Americans. I've witnessed attacks on Vietnamese. We have even been attacked verbally by people in the audience here at city council meetings. Now we are witnessing attacks in this city on LGBTQ plus youth. I'm especially concerned with the youth.
10 seconds, ma'am.
Okay. It's just not acceptable. Also, on item 29, I don't think you need to change it at all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Mayor and council members, for allowing me to stand behind my wife. So I won't repeat what she said. I'm not going to try and misquote her. I will relate a couple personal experiences. When I was a boy, I would collect coins, pennies specifically. And if you read on the one side, it's "In God We Trust." Personally, I have a lot of faith in that. The obverse side, the flip side, "E pluribus unum." Probably the first Latin I ever read or saw and I was told it was something along the lines of "from any one" or "out of many one." 13 extremely diverse colonies from Georgia to Massachusetts and everything in between to get along, to become this nation, to spend 5 to 10 years figuring out how to run this nation. Another 200 debating it, but that's still going on. So, it took inclusion of diverse opinions, diverse experiences, diverse attitudes, all coming together, and it wasn't perfect, but they managed to make it work better than any one of them could on their own. In my own experience, decades is developing in-house business systems and implementing them. And one of my experiences that I discovered, and I wasn't the first, the more people you included from diverse experiences, diverse attitudes and opinions, the better the end result. The product was always better than any one person. Even my opinions, which were obviously the best, they weren't as good as what the group came up with, whether it was machinists on the shop floor, and forgive me, accountants in the audience, or the bean counters up in the front office. Bringing them together resulted in better results. And a few things popped out. Respect for everyone's dignity. I know we've found that very difficult tonight, and we've got very diverse opinions. But coming together with mutual respect, even though we may feeling emotionally distraught inside, inclusion of a diverse group of people and an open communications, and that's where I come to the items of including the community groups, whether it's Sunset Beach, Oakview neighborhood, including these diverse communities so they have a voice.
10 seconds.
Including the Human Relations Commission. We've heard that may be taking away police resources. This group allows a place to come with issues and problems before people call 911, requiring even more serious police intervention and resources.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Hi, my name is Carol Canode, and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My concern is that you're elected to serve all of the people and not a particular political agenda. And I have been the founder of the Huntington Youth Shelter here and found an extremely caring, loving community that supported the shelter. It took us 10 years to build it, but the city was right behind us with the police department and the city council. So what I feel is happening now, I sort of come out of the semi-retirement. I do volunteer at the library, which is another whole issue with me. I feel that there's a cloud of hate going on, darkness, where I don't see that we're being listened to. And I have a proposal as a Jersey girl. I really think what this city needs is a museum. We don't have a museum honoring anything. I looked at the list of mayors there, the pictures, and know many of them, some have passed. And I think we do need a museum here to honor this city and the history. There's one in Westminster, there's one in Santa Ana. We don't have one here. My question is why? Why aren't we spending time on that? This would be a wonderful legacy for this council, and I would urge you to do that. Be very happy to help in any way I can. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being here. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Hi, I'm Justine Makoff. Thank you, Honorable Mayor Strickland and the esteemed council, our fire chief, all the officers, our chief of police, everybody who works so hard to serve on behalf of our city. These are not easy times, and I trust that you will use your best judgment in making decisions on behalf of all of us. So I thank you for all that you do. I recently attended a city council meeting in another city, Brea, and granted it's not quite as large as Huntington Beach, but I was the only speaker the night that I came. So I think we are so lucky to be able to come and speak before you and share our concerns and our hopes and our dreams for the city. It's a great gift that we have, and I hope that we can always maintain dignity and empathy and respect for one another as we share our frustrations and our dreams and our hopes. I am here to share, of course, I'm always here on behalf of Free Reign Foundation. It's a nonprofit that I care deeply about, and I've been serving for over 9 years. We have a big fundraiser coming up, and if I don't want to ever step on anybody's toes, I know that this is a very heavy night, but I do want to share with you that we have our big fundraiser on the 12th, and if anybody would like to come and see what we're about and have some fun, please go to our website. It's at freerainfoundation.org. We would love to see you there and anybody else from the community. If you have any questions, you can find me if you look me up on the website. Thank you so much for your time and the ability to be here with you all today.
Thanks for being here. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Hello, my name's Chris, and I've been a resident of Huntington Beach for 55 years. Love this city and love our city council, especially the 4 newly elected council members. And I love our city attorney too, but he wasn't newly elected, so I didn't want to include him with those 4. But I actually think that this is the best council that we've had, and certainly in my residency in this city. And I paid attention. I used to watch Channel 3, which shows you what kind of life I had back then. But you know, I watched Ralph Bauer, I watched Dave Sullivan, I watched all those guys, and like I listened to all of the accolades for Ralph Bauer, and I guess when people die, that's what people do, but that's not the Ralph I saw on this city council. That guy was the most arrogant son of a gun that I had ever seen. So I just want that on the record. Also, you know, it's interesting that we've had, I don't know, what, 60 people come up here and talk, and not one of them mentioned the US Open. The greatest event in Huntington Beach is going on right now. And that kind of shows you The self-righteousness up here at this podium tonight is unbelievable, man. You can cut it with a knife. And we got the U.S. Open going on, and nobody says anything about it. I know the two people on this side of the dais up here probably don't even know where the beach is, but the U.S. Open is a great event, and I know I only got 3 minutes, but if my last name was Detloff, I'd have about 3 minutes and 20 seconds, evidently, but probably at 3, you're going to cut me off. So anyways, the other thing about the council members, the vibe in this city is the best it's ever been. I can tell you that I consider myself part of the silent majority, and then we're silent. And I listen to all the people come up here and trash you guys, and it's not that way. That's not the Huntington I know. The majority of the people of the city support you, Gracie, support you, Tony, support you, Casey, support you, Pat, and support you, Michael, completely. And I also want to say that I think it's disgusting that one person used this podium to fan the flames of racism
10 seconds.
tonight. And that's just incredible to me. And she was a person of color. And that's not the Huntington Beach I know. The Huntington Beach I know is welcoming to everybody.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you so much. Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here.
Hello, Council. My name is Dom Jones. A lot of you are familiar with who I am. I'm running for Congress in this district as well. And I've been living here for almost 10 years. And what I've seen tonight has hurt my heart. I've seen a lot of division. I've seen a lot of partisanship. I've seen a lot of people in the grips of their pain and of their hurt. And so I decided I'd say a few words to you, and this is what I'll say. I traveled the world as a missionary and an ordained minister for many years, and I care a lot about the Bible and what it says. So I just will share a scripture. The scripture's at Philippians chapter 2, verse 3. It says, "Do nothing out of selfish ambition or vain conceit. Rather, in humility, value others above yourselves." I'm talking to you because all of you guys are servant leaders. You are here to serve. You're here to protect Huntington Beach and to look after Huntington Beach. The partisanship on the city council is out of control. It's ridiculous, and it's causing a lot of pain in the city. A lot of people that came here to talk tonight came here to share their heart and how they feel with you because they are feeling hurt by the decisions that they are seeing being considered. What is a leader but someone that we seek to look after us? What is a leader but a person that we are saying, please take care of me? Are we supposed to become leaders and then get caught up in our ego and what serves ourselves? Are we supposed to become leaders and then forget who's out here and the voices that are out here? Are we supposed to focus on one agenda? No. We're supposed to love one another. There's another scripture that says, love your neighbor as yourself. So I say to you all, every last one of you, from Dan all the way down to Michael Gates, I'm not here to be in extreme opposition to you. I'm here to tell you that you are in a position of great power. And to those who have great power, much is to be expected. And what you are doing right now, in many ways, is breaking down even further the pain that this country is in and the fear that has gripped the hearts of many men and women in this country. We don't need it anymore. We need unity, and we need love. We need more love in Huntington Beach. And it's really incumbent upon you to focus on that as most important. That's all.
Thank you. Next speaker, thanks so much for being here. Thank you.
Hello, City Council members and everyone else. First, I want to say about the Human Relationship, or the Human Relation Committee. My name is Roger Knorr, and a lot of people know me because I had my first new car for over 20 years, vandalized, $13,000 worth of damage. Nobody would listen to me from the previous council members, and Kim Carr, anybody, worthless. And what happened completely. And the only person, and I went to the Human Relations Committee and told them about it. And luckily, it was the same time that Eric Parra was the chief was over there complaining about that he couldn't find more cops, or he couldn't hire people as cops. So I asked him to go look at the car because they refused to do anything except give her a vandalism, the person that did it, a vandalism charge or anything like this. And it was really frustrating because I only got $200 and it was $13,000 worth of damage. So Eric Pera walked around and he said, okay, I'm gonna do a full investigation because of the Human Relations Committee. And the only thing I got was 3 weeks later, the first time I parked outside my community that was guarded, 15 minutes after I parked, it was getting towed. My car was getting towed. And that's with the full investigation that Eric Parra did because I complained to the Human Relations Committee. But Mayor Strickland, he took care of it like that. Right? So I don't know if it's important. I mean, if this is a hindrance to it. And now, in fact, because of that incident, I have to go to court because Gates is saying that I disrupted or the city attorney says I disrupted or interfered with the people towing my car when they said that it was expired, the registration was expired, and it wasn't. I mean, for over 6 months, so they weren't supposed to. So they charged me with a whole bunch of stuff so I couldn't sue them. And I said no, and I'm representing myself. And one of the things that they wanted to do is refuse to release the camera footage of the police officers, and the argument was because the city attorney did not want me to embarrass the chief of police. And the judge said, no, that isn't good enough, and then now he released it. So I'm going to be able to show you some of the things about it. And it's all because of the mayor. Actually, I got in more trouble because I went to the Human Relations Committee. So if you guys decide to get rid of it, you guys will probably know better than I do. So, but let me tell you, if Gates, his wife, is running for, and Robin has been excellent I mean, whatever I've asked her staff, everybody has been really cordial
10 seconds,
and really
Roger.
polite to me.
10 seconds.
So if his wife or Kate, whatever her name is the mayor before, is running, please vote for Robin because she's awesome and her staff is awesome.
Thank you. Thanks so much for being here. Thank you. Thank you. Madam Clerk, is that it?
Just one last call for Spencer Hageman, if you're here. Okay, that concludes public comments.
That concludes. Thank you. All right, members, let's go to the agenda. We're on file item number 3, appoint voting delegates and alternates for the League of California Cities Annual Conference and Expo. I would like to appoint Mayor Pro Tem Gracie Vandermark as the voting delegate, and Pat Burns is the alternate. Do I hear a second?
I'll second.
It's been moved. It's been seconded. Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Kalmick,
Pass.
Mosier,
Abstain.
Vandermark,
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon,
Yes.
Bolton,
Abstain.
Burns.
Aye.
Back to
Okay.
Mr. Kalmick, who passed.
Aye.
Okay.
All right, so that would pass then, 5-0-2 with Mosier and Bolton abstaining.
Thank you. Members, AB 1234 reporting. Any member have anything to report? Seeing none. Openness and negotiation disclosures. Does any member have anything to disclose? Oh, you do. Go ahead, Councilman.
Yeah, Mayor, I met with a representative of the Firefighters Association on Friday, July 28th. It was a very informal meeting, and we discussed the process of their labor contract that is coming before us in the coming months.
Okay, thank you. City Manager's report. City Manager, please introduce your report.
Sure. Mayor Strickland, members of the council, I'm joined this evening by Principal Civil Engineer from the Public Works Department, Chris Tanio, and Fire Division Chief Martin Ortiz. We're going to share with you a brief overview of the work that we've been doing to implement a component of one of your priorities of a high-performing government, which is customer service. And if I could have the next slide, please. Over the last 4 months, we've been working to build upon this organization's customer service commitment. As you know, in June, we had a presentation on the Quality of Life Survey, which was a statistically valid survey of the residents of Huntington Beach. 2/3 of the residents were satisfied with the job the city team is doing in delivering public services. We know we can do better, and we know that it's a priority of yours to do better as well. So we're incrementally and steadily chipping away at developing our abilities to deliver higher levels of customer service and to become a more high-performing government. So this slide and the next slide, Catherine, conveys the steps that we've been undertaking. We're going to focus right now on a very important component of this, which is developing a service excellent vision that, as you'll recall, Dennis Snow said was a very important piece to have us be our mantra to help us as we develop our training and undertake many other steps in this journey together as a city team. And concluding before I hand it off to Chris Tanio, Dennis Snow, as you'll recall, conveyed to us 3 very important pillars of service excellence: viewing everything we do through the lens of our customer, also recognizing that everything we do speaks positively about the city of Huntington Beach, preferably, and we seek opportunities wherever we can to create those wow moments of experience for the customers we serve. And with that, I'll ask Chris to present the next component of this update. Chris?
Thanks, Al. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name's Chris Tanio, Principal Engineer with the Public Works Department. And the group took these 3 pillars of service excellence and developed a service vision statement, which is a model of how we plan to deliver our services to the community. The statement development was an intensive couple months process involving over 60+ leaders and included 5 meetings. At our initial meeting, we came up with committed to delivering exceptional public service, which is a result of the assessment survey we recently did and reflects our approach to deliver better customer service. So we decided on exceptional. We added committed to in the beginning of the statement, as it shows that our efforts are continuous and not short-lived. The second meeting, which was the super team, which consisted of department reps, further elaborated to include responsive and for all. Our reasoning for adding responsive was that you could provide exceptional service, but not in a timely manner. Also, our survey results indicated a need to be responsive. We also added for all to clarify the receiver of the public service. For all is defined as residents, businesses, tourists, and also the internal city team, since we rely on each other to provide services. The whole group then met again for our 3rd meeting, and we decided to include We Are One HB, since One HB is part of our strategic plan mission to reflect that we are one team with one focus and one goal. We also removed delivering, as it is already assumed we are action-oriented. Next slide. The following meeting, the super team broke down the key terms of the city's service vision statement and defined behavioral standards, which defines each word and the impact of each word behind the vision statement, and you'll see the breakdown in a future slide from Marty. The entire executive and deputy leadership team, we met again, and key managers, and agreed upon the next slide, as you'll see. For the city team, our service vision statement is We Are One HB, committed to responsive and exceptional public service for all. And for the public, we dropped the We Are One HB, as that's more of a internal to city staff, and our internal, for the public statement, it's committed to responsive and exceptional public service for all.
Good evening, Mayor Strickland and City Council members. I'm Marty Ortiz, a Division Chief of Professional Standards with the Fire Department. Tonight, I'm honored to build on Chris's inspiring words and provide a comprehensive analysis for our standard of care, which forms the foundation of our service commitment. Our organizational ethos revolves around the standard, reflecting our unwavering dedication to excellence. It serves as a set of guidelines that all 1HB team members must uphold, aligning with our service vision statement and the 3 pillars of service excellence for internal and external customers. Through meticulous examination, we have translated the purpose and meaning of each of these words in the vision statement. This deep understanding guides our actions and ensures exceptional service delivery. So we are 1HB. Our strength lies in our unity as one organization. We believe in the power of collaboration and teamwork, ensuring that all departments work harmoniously towards a common purpose to serve our community. Committed reflects our firm dedication to the awesome responsibility of serving the HB community. We wholeheartedly embrace this role and pledge to put forth our utmost efforts always. Responsive is fundamental to our commitment. We understand the significance of timely response and the sense of importance and urgency that our community deserves. Exceptional is at the core of who we are and what we do. We take pride in our expertise and our ability to deliver excellent customer care. Our approach is characterized by efficiency, reliability, kindness, and professionalism. Public service is a source of great pride for us as it reflects our strong commitment to our duty to serve the HB community. For all encapsulates our commitment to serve everyone within the HB community, including residents, businesses, visitors, and our internal 1HB team members. We foster an environment that brings people together, creating unity and synergy for all served. So in conclusion, our vision statement for our internal 1HB team members reads, again, we are 1HB, committed to responsive and exceptional public service for all. In addressing the external HB community and public served, we have streamlined the statement to emphasize our dedication, simply stating, committed to responsive and exceptional public service for all. This approach aligns our shared purpose, ensuring that our internal and external stakeholders recognize our commitment to delivering outstanding service with the utmost care and responsiveness.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Marty. Mayor and Council, so what we are doing right now is basically 6 concurrent efforts, as you can see on the slide. We're working with North Star, who did the original customer service assessment, in tandem with Dennis Snow, to put together a 12-month action plan of great detail of what we need to implement. We have 250 team members that are going through a virtual training through Dennis Snow to further embrace the 3 pillars and how to materially put those in place in our organization. We're developing an internal working group because what we have learned from Dennis Snow is when we have problems and when customers express frustration to all of you, those represent opportunities for us. Every single one is an opportunity for us to turn on its head and turn it into a solution for better customer service. That's the attitude that we're developing to a higher degree than already exists on this team. We're developing our abilities to do process mapping so we can look at everything we do, but through the customer's lens Councilmember Burns and I have talked about this a lot, to look at what we do from a different angle so that we're delivering it through the customer's perspective, more so than the bureaucracy's perspective. We're moving, as we gave an update recently on the one-stop shop, the team is trying to set up some tours for the council members to go out and look at Riverside and others. I just checked in today with them, and we're working on a whole host of other streamlined Huntington Beach efforts. And then lastly, I just met with Jennifer Carey this morning about bringing to you a 311 system update. because that is a very important priority of yours as part of this customer service. So in total, what I want to say is over 90% of our 1,500 employees showed up and took the training that Dennis Snow provided. That is exceptional. That is off the charts, and I'm super proud of them. 60 of our executives came together and worked over 2 months, 2.5 months, to develop this simple statement. Because if you've all probably heard Mark Twain's quote, "I didn't have time to write a short story, so I wrote a long one instead," right? If you invest the time to get to the essence, it takes time. And as Marty and Chris showed, each one of those words means something to this team. And so we're trying to create this new culture, this evolving culture of service excellence to build upon the good work we do so we can take that 67% of customer satisfaction of this community for our public services to a higher level and a higher level so that we achieve that world-class customer service that you envision. And so thank you, Marty. Thank you, Chris. Thanks to the whole team for leaning in and doing good work.
Thank you so much. I appreciate all your hard work. City Manager, thanks so much for your hard work and all the staff's hard work on this. Really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, did you have something, Councilwoman?
Thank you for all of that. I think it's really exciting to see the program start to move forward or continue to move forward. I did have a question, and really it's probably just going to be one of these items as next steps. And you touched on it a little bit, which is just what types of measures and reporting for the future are we considering, like frequency determination of key performance indicators? Because I'm sure that it's a future piece as far as like the definition of responsiveness, and in different areas I'm sure will be different.
Yes, as we all know, you can't manage what you don't measure, right? And so part of the work of North Star in the action plan is in part developing those KPIs. Additionally, we already have tools that we're using, everything from Excella, which is turnaround times, and we're looking to build in the happy or not system as well for customer satisfaction with our services. But a lot of KPIs, we're going to be a lot of useful KPIs we will bring forward to the council so that we can track our performance.
Great. And one last thing too is as we look at integrating new systems, I assume that we're also looking at what types of, which ones integrate into what we already have and will integrate with these service measures.
Absolutely. I mean, one of the wonderful things about our CIO, John Danka, is he is very on top of reminding us at every step that the integration of our systems matter, because when we don't think about that, it costs us money and costs a lot of other problems too. So we are definitely top of mind is that integration.
Thank you.
Anything else, members? Seeing none, thanks again. Really appreciate all your hard work. Thank you. Thank you. Members, we're going to go down the agenda. We're on file item number 5. City Treasurer, please introduce your report.
Thank you for the opportunity to present the City Treasurer's quarterly investment report for the quarter ended June 30th, 2023. So just a brief economic update. Last week, the Federal Reserve raised interest rates another quarter point to the highest level since 2001. However, while the Fed says they expect a noticeable slowdown in the economy, they have removed a call for recession. All measures of inflation are down year over year, but still above the Fed's 2% target. Interest rates remain near the highs, with the 2-year Treasury at 4.87 and the 5-year at 4.13 as of the end of June. The investment portfolio, this is a summary here. As of June 30th, the market value of the city's investment portfolio was approximately $360.5 million, with a book value of $376.3 million. Investments by type, the portfolio is invested in the following security types and percentages. As of June 30th, agencies which consist of bonds of Fannie Mae, Freddie Mac, Federal Farm Credit Bank, and Federal Home Loan Bank at 50% of the portfolio, U.S. Treasuries at approximately 22%, corporate bonds A-rated and above at 12%, supranationals, which include bonds of IADB and IBIRD, all of which are AAA rated, at approximately 8%, and 8% in CAMP, which is our liquidity account. All of these securities are allowable per the California State Code and the city's investment policy. And you can find more information about each investment type and the allowable percentages in the city's investment policy, which is on the city's website under City Treasurer Investments. Selected activity, this is for the quarter, ended 6/30. We worked together with all the departments to develop daily, monthly, and annual cash flow projections in order to make sure that funds are available to meet the city's operating needs. Investments are made primarily to match liabilities. As the Federal Reserve continued to raise rates, available funds were invested into higher yielding options. For the quarter ended June 30th, 7 U.S. agencies matured for $38 million, and $5 million in commercial paper matured. 13 U.S. agencies were purchased, totaling $60.3 million, and 2 corporate bonds, a Walmart and Unilever, were purchased, totaling $6.8 million. The details of each of the securities are available on the City Treasurer's website under Investments and also within the investment report we have here. The investment portfolio earnings for the month of June, $730,988, which was an increase of approximately 117% from the same month in the prior year. Fiscal year-to-date earnings, which are the full 2022-23 earnings, were approximately $5.9 million. That was up 69% from the previous fiscal year. The higher earnings were due both to the increase in interest rates and higher average balance of the portfolio. The effective rate of return for June was 2.37%, with fiscal year-to-date of about 1.8%. The increase in the June rate of return over that of the fiscal year-to-date shows that the portfolio as a whole is increasing in its interest rate. The benchmark has really increased rapidly with the sharp rise in interest rates through 2022 and the first half of 2023. At the end of June, the 12-month moving average of the interpolated 1.5-year Treasury was 4.28. So that's obviously a lot higher than our portfolio as a whole. First of all, one of the reasons is that it's a very short measurement. 1.5 years, our portfolio can go out to 5 years. Most of it is shorter though, however, but also because rates went up very quickly and it takes time for the portfolio to catch up because we have to wait for the securities to mature. So the portfolio will lag behind the benchmark, but we are moving in the right direction. As for compliance, the city's investment portfolio remained in compliance with all relevant state codes and the city's investment policy with no exceptions. So to summarize, the city treasurer's objectives: number 1, to ensure safety of principal, and there have been no losses. Number 2, to provide for sufficient liquidity to meet the needs of the city and its operations. And thirdly, to provide for a market rate of return through economic and budgetary cycles. So the portfolio has seen an upward trend in the rate of return of 2.4 for June. All of the objectives have been met, and additionally, the portfolio has been a positive contributor to the city with earnings of almost $6 million for the fiscal year. This concludes my report, and I am open for any questions.
Any questions, members? Seeing none, I would like to move that we receive and file the city treasurer's quarterly report pursuant to section 17.0 of the investment policy of the city of Huntington Beach.
Second.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Kalmick?
Aye.
Mosier?
Aye.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Yes.
Bolton?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
All right, members, we're going down the item on the agenda. City Attorney, we have file items 6 and 7. City Attorney Michael Gates, please introduce your reports.
Thank you, Mayor. If you don't mind, I'd like to take them in reverse order.
Sure.
Just a quick update on the status of the Pacific Air Show versus City of Huntington Beach. Pursuant to the May 9th settlement, the city has been dismissed, and former Mayor Kim remains a defendant. Excuse me. The First Amendment complaint highlights the allegations that the defendants were sued because of how the air show was canceled. I just want to make that clear because some people are saying that the air show is canceled, but it's really, if you read the lawsuit, it's how the air show was canceled. That's the issue. In addition, on December of 2022, the new city council authorized me to take any and all legal action necessary to pursue those oil spill companies who caused and were involved in the oil spill. Immediately thereafter, I retained a plaintiff law firm, the Robinson Law Firm, experienced in large, complex cases. The attorneys have been working on this matter ever since, although the lawsuit is not yet filed because state law requires a claims filing period, which is statutorily defined and must take place before the lawsuit is filed. I have been asked why the city waited so long to take legal action against the oil spill potential defendants, and the answer is because the previous city council declined to take action against the oil companies responsible for the spill. In December 2022, by a vote of the new city council, they authorized me to take legal action, and in turn, I contacted the attorneys at the Robinson firm who are working and have been working ever since diligently to prepare the case. In addition, recently you may have heard about the lawsuit attempt by Mark Bixby and Connie Boardman, which a public speaker talked about tonight, to put a complete stop to the air show settlement, which would have stopped the air show. That attempt was defeated in court last week, and there is presently no obstacle that we know of to the 2022 air show taking place. In addition,
you mean 2023?
What did I say?
22.
23.
Yeah.
Yeah, 23. Sorry about that. There's no obstacle to the 2023 air show taking place. In addition, the motion that was on calendar that was referred to earlier, wherein the city council chose to settle the lawsuit prior to that hearing, that was a hearing on a demur. Demurs are simply a challenge by a defendant to a complaint. And a demur basically is pleading to the judge that the facts alleged, and this is the standard, the facts alleged are insufficient to support the causes of action. Oftentimes, I would say the vast, vast majority of times, judges may agree with the defendant that the allegations are weak or improperly stated, but they allow the plaintiff to go off and amend and rework or replead and come back. Very, 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 very rarely, in very, very few cases, is the case entirely dismissed on a demur. So any notion that the city necessarily should have seen the outcome of the judge's ruling on the demur, in my judgment, probably would have just resulted in the judge, if they agreed with us, that the plaintiffs would have an opportunity to come back and replead. So it's not necessarily, we don't consider those dispositive motions. And then finally, as far as the Gina Clayton Tarvin lawsuit to compel the disclosure of the entire settlement agreement, that is still pending, As I said before, the decision not to disclose the entire settlement agreement was made because the terms of the settlement agreement that settled the lawsuit itself, those were made publicly already. The entire agreement document was not released pursuant to state law because of the pending litigation, the oil spill lawsuit that I mentioned before. The attorneys at the Robinson firm who are representing the city in the oil spill lawsuit have also opposed the release or disclosure of the entire settlement agreement document, believing too that such a release could compromise the city's success in the pending oil spill lawsuit in which they're representing us. This is where things stand at present. There are no upcoming hearings or matters, except I have asked outside attorneys defending me and the city in the Gina Clayton Tarvin matter, attempting to disclose or requesting that the court compel disclosure of the entire agreement, to I have asked the attorneys to ask the court for an expedited in-camera review of the settlement agreement to make a swift and early determination. So we're hoping for an answer one way or the other on that decision. And that's all I have on the Pacific Air Show lawsuit update.
Councilman?
Yeah, can I make a comment?
Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to once again direct the residents to the Visit HB website. And under the Media Press Releases tab, they recently released the 2022 Air Show Economic Impact Report by destination analysts who are tops in the industry. And the Economic Impact Report shows that 690,000 people attended the event. 8 in 10 were non-local residents who reside outside of HB. 528,000 were incremental visitors who live outside of HB and visited the city primarily to attend the event. The total economic impact over 3 days was $120 million. There was $70 million in direct spending to our local economy and $3.7 million received in tax and assessment revenues for Huntington Beach. And there was an estimated 11,342 incremental hotel room nights that were generated. And as I mentioned last time, I've been made aware that some have pointed to comments I made that the air show itself has not made a profit and is therefore not successful. But I'm hopeful that people understand the difference between the profit or lack thereof that the event itself makes for the promoter and the economic impact the event creates for the city with the increased visitors and the money they spend during 3 non-peak summer days. A resident recently sent me their hotel receipt for 3 nights at the Waterfront Hilton during the air show, and the tax for the 3 nights alone was $912, and the rate per night was $2,200. The air show promoter does not share in any of that, but the city does. So as you guys can see, the air show creates a tremendous economic impact to our city. Thank you, Mayor.
I would also add to the residents that want to go to a look at that economic survey, one of the items that I like to point out is of all the residents that come from outside of Orange County for the air show, 91% of them come back to Huntington Beach for another event. So with that, any other comments from council members? Seeing none, City Attorney, you have another
I do.
item.
One more item, and before I get to that item, just wanted to point out that the mayor and I are going to be presenting at the town hall, specifically on the air show update on August 30th at the senior center. Is that right? At 5:30.
That is correct.
So more updates to come. Okay. All right. Thank you, Mayor. With regard to the next item, this is really my response to Councilmember McKeon's H item from December 20th. And I'll just kind of read some excerpts from the H item itself. A lawsuit was brought in 2018 by former attorneys Neil Moore and Scott Field against the City of Huntington Beach and City Attorney Michael Gates. For years, City Council met with handling attorneys, including outside attorneys from Greenberg Gross, in closed session about this lawsuit. The 2018 City Council viewed this lawsuit as frivolous. Else the City Council would not have met in closed session numerous times to direct the handling attorneys, who were Greenberg Gross, to prepare this lawsuit for trial. Right after the 2020 November election, the new City Council decided to settle that lawsuit. Then the City Council retained outside attorney Craig Steele of the law firm of Richards, Watson, Gershon to investigate our City Attorney Michael Gates, and again I'm reading from the H item, regarding the handling of the multi-year litigation by outside attorneys from Greenberg Gross. The City Attorney is the city's attorney designated by the people at election time. The city charter is clear about this, and the council is not at liberty to hire its own attorney behind closed doors to conduct any investigations or perform any legal work. This Steele investigation, in my view, and again I'm reading from the H item, was nothing more than a political witch hunt, all done in secret. Sorry, I'm not keeping up here. Just wanted to point out, some people, I think, have a misunderstanding about the city attorney relationship to council and to the people because of the election. This organizational chart is presented in every budget every year and has been for decades. And as people can see, the city attorney literally works for the people. The city attorney is designated by the people to represent the city, which is the municipal corporation. City council, as the board of directors for the city, makes decisions on lawsuits, whether we sue, whether we don't sue, things of that nature. But at the end of the day, the city attorney does work for the people representing the municipal corporation. A little bit more from the H item itself. Mr. Steele never interviewed Mr. Gates, the person at the center of this investigation, nor did Mr. Steele interview anyone from Mr. Gates's office, any of Greenberg Gross's attorneys, and he did not interview any of the council members who were actually present in the closed session meetings who made the decisions and witnessed firsthand Mr. Gates's conduct in the handling of the case. So that's the language from the context of the H item. And then the council action from the H item itself was to waive the attorney-client privilege and closed session confidentiality privileges for the closed session meetings on the Moorefield v. City Gates lawsuit for the sole purpose of allowing Mr. Gates to give his side of the story, to return to council with a public presentation, and that's what we're doing tonight, on what was discussed and decided by council member votes in those closed sessions. The city council also voted on December 20th to waive the claimed attorney-client and any other confidentiality privilege on any other communications between the city and Craig Steele and his attorneys regarding the investigation. City manager to preserve all emails, texts, communications between the city, Craig Steele, Richards, Watson, Gershon, and between former city manager Oliver Chi and RWG as well. And then council also directed, as part of the H item, that the city attorney, after reviewing the aforementioned communications and RWG invoices, return to council with recommendations if any further action should be taken against RWG for the spending of taxpayer money on the investigation done behind closed doors and away from public visibility and accountability. So just to give the public a little bit of context for what the lawsuit was about, the original lawsuit was filed in 2018 by attorney Neil Moore, who had voluntarily retired from the city attorney's office in 2017, and attorney Scott Field, who, even though having filed the lawsuit, continued to work in the city attorney's office for 3 years. Both plaintiffs alleged age discrimination and a hostile work environment. The defense of the case was that those two attorneys, after years of many attempts at correction, refused to meet the expectations of the city attorney's office and, after many years of demonstrating very poor legal judgment, were both disciplined for lack of competence, of which had resulted in substantial money exposure to the city. In all of 2019 and 2020, the subject lawsuit had been litigated aggressively. And for those 2 full years, the 2018 City Council repeatedly voted to take the case to trial and authorize payments for outside counsel. There was no merit to the case or merit to settling. In that 2018 City Council was comprised of Eric Peterson, Lynn Semeta, Jill Hardy, Kim Carr, Mike Posey, Barbara Douglas, and Patrick Brendan. Then, November 3rd, 2020, a city election occurred, and Kalmick, Mosier, and Ortiz were elected. So the new city council was sworn in December of 2020, comprised of Carr, Mosier, Kalmick, Posey, Douglas, Ortiz, and Peterson. In an unexpected 180-degree turn, during an April 19th, 2021 closed session, the new 2020 City Council voted 5-2 to settle the case for $2.5 million. And newly elected council member Dan Kalmick called for an independent investigation into the city attorney's handling of the Moorfield v. City Gates lawsuit. Councilmember Kalmick alleged ethical concerns over conflicts of interest and overbilling by outside law firm Greenberg Gross. Those allegations were never substantiated. They were actually never substantiated even by the Craig Steele report. City Council voted 5-2 to have former city manager retain...
I'm sorry, Mr. Gates, isn't there an open FPPC investigation into a former employee that was involved in this?
Yeah, it has nothing to do with the lawsuit. Okay.
All right.
City Council voted 5-2 to have former city manager Oliver Chi retain an independent investigator to investigate and review the city attorney in the case. While the new 2020 City Council voted 5-2 to settle the lawsuit, which had been considered frivolous by the previous City Council from 2018, I refused to settle. I was not a part of the settlement agreement. I did not consent to settle, and I did not sign the agreement. Nevertheless, I was dismissed by the plaintiff attorney because the plaintiffs were very pleased with the favorable settlement and wanted to put the case to rest. Former city manager Oliver Chi undertook to retain an independent investigator to review the city attorney and the case. Notably, the newly seated city council after 2020 never voted publicly to waive any attorney-client or closed session privileges. This is important. To properly waive any privilege or confidentiality by council, it has to be recorded publicly. This never occurred. Independent investigation. What is an independent investigation? Well, hiring an attorney for an independent investigation is used to achieve an objective review of the facts. Independent investigators or independent attorneys or special counsels are hired specifically for their impartiality, meaning they have no bias, they have no interest in the outcome of the investigation. They are merely hired to independently gather facts and independently evaluate them. They are disinterested in the outcome, and they do not work with the party that hired them, either for other work or to conduct the investigation or prepare their final reports for the investigation. Importantly, independent or special counsels do not establish an attorney-client relationship with the party who retained them to conduct an independent investigation. We retain independent investigators all the time, the city does. There's no attorney-client privilege. So where did the retainer of the investigator lead? Oliver Chi hires Craig Steele. Steele worked with Chi for many years prior to coming to Huntington Beach. Craig Steele worked for Mayor Joe Kalmick for years as the city attorney of Seal Beach. Now, the League of Cities advises not from selecting lawyers to serve as independent or advises against selecting lawyers to serve as independent or outside counsel who are friends or colleagues of city council members to avoid the appearance of cronyism. Steele boasts that he worked for partisan political figures such as U.S. Senator Al Gore, Alan Simpson, and Lloyd Benson, Assembly Speaker Willie Brown, Los Angeles Mayor Tom Bradley, and Honolulu Mayor Frank Fassi. Hardly independent. More than that, invoices show that from 2020, the city paid Craig Steele and/or the lawyers at Richards, Watson, Gershon, where he is an equity partner. They paid him approximately $200,000, also not independent. These legal services were quietly requested by former city manager Oliver Chi without the city attorney's consent or approval. In a recently discovered email, Steele revealed his bias or lack of impartiality. On December 16th, 2021, he wrote to Oliver Chi about the upcoming 2022 proposed charter amendments. And Steele wrote, quote, and this is an excerpt, quote, ask the voters to improve the system, and then he, referring to Gates, can take all his arguments and shove them up his ass. December 16, 2021, hardly impartial. So the question is, was Mr. Steele really independent, or was he advocating? All right, well, let's see what he says. The first sentence of his report, the very, very first sentence of his report, which was published by this city council July 5th, the previous city council, July 5th, 2022, he holds himself out in his own writing to be an independent review of me and my office and apparently Greenberg Gross handling of the case. He used the word independent. Beyond that, he contacted the FPPC, and in a letter he wrote to them dated December 23rd, 2021, he used the interchangeable word of special counsel. And the questions arise based on his own experience. Was he even qualified to review the Moore Field lawsuit against the city and myself? Was he even qualified? In the second paragraph of his own report, July 5th, 2022, he only boasts about being a municipal law practitioner. That is not a litigator. That is not a trial attorney. That is a lawyer of a different breed. He says, I have been a municipal lawyer practitioner for my entire career of nearly 30 years, with over 25 years as sworn contract attorney in 4 cities. I have been the city attorney in Monrovia with Oliver Chi, where former city manager Oliver Chi served as a period before coming to Huntington Beach. Again, was Steele qualified to review litigation matters like the Field Moore lawsuit against the city in Huntington Beach? Well, even though his resume doesn't indicate any litigation experience whatsoever, he writes in his report that I was engaged to look at the record and evaluate how litigation was handled and advise whether it might have been handled in a different way. In his report, he concludes, if you go to the first sentence of the conclusion section of his report, even after all of this, the investigation essentially failed. He says, I did not find any evidence of any violation of the law by the city attorney, the current members of his office, or the Greenberg Gross firm. So after all the months of the investigation and all the money spent, he found nothing. A brief case handling history, also responsive to the H item. So just to be abundantly clear, on January 10th, 2019, the lawsuit, the Neil Moore Scott Field lawsuit, was served to the city. The very same day, I internally to my team announced my recusal from representing in the case, and I designated Brian Williams to conduct an RFP. That's a request for proposal. The RFP was to solicit law firms that could handle employment litigation cases like this one. We didn't previously have on our approved panel for outside firms any employment cases, any firms who had experience with employment cases involving litigation. On January 22nd, 2019, just 12 days after being served the lawsuit, I announced to the 2018 City Council my recusal, and I even put it in writing. The recusal was written in a closed session memo, and for those council members who were there, they read it, they saw it, and they heard it. In a 7-0 vote at that time, Mr. Williams, and just to give a little bit of context, at that same meeting, Mr. Williams had presented some options for law firms and for further handling. I don't have the notes on all of those, but the City Council voted at that time. I do have records of this. City Council voted 7-0 to go with Mr. Williams' recommendation. Some might ask, what is a recusal? Well, when an attorney recuses himself or herself from a case, the attorney is essentially stepping away from representing the client due to a conflict of interest, which, importantly, is a legal determination to be made by a lawyer. Clients do not change lawyers because they've decided there's a legal conflict of interest. They may change for other reasons, but a conflict of interest is decided by lawyers. In fact, oftentimes parties may petition a judge believing a judge has a conflict of interest on a case. The judge has to decide if they have a conflict of interest on the case. They may deny that request. Why? Because they're in the seat of being able to make the decision. They know all the facts and all the law. And that lawyer, that judge, makes that determination. Defendants and clients still have a duty to participate in the attorney-client relationship. So while I was recused, didn't mean I died or ceased to exist. It means I took my lawyer hat off, but I could keep acting as a defendant in the lawsuit, which is literally what I did from day one. Continued to act as a defendant in the lawsuit. Some say, well, because you existed, that's a conflict of interest. Because you were there watching, that's a conflict of interest. Because you had emails with your attorneys at Greenberg Rose, that's a conflict of interest. Wrong, wrong, wrong. That's categorically not true. There are no conflicts of interest to participate as a defendant in litigation. So more meetings in closed session on this case. June 3rd, status was given by the attorneys, and for the public's benefit, the Greenberg Gross attorneys handled the case. There were a couple or a few closed sessions where they would send their updates to Brian Williams, who was my chief trial counsel in the office at the time, and he would convey what Greenberg Gross had wanted to communicate to the City Council. I did not participate in any of these closed session meetings. I sat as a defendant. I was only there to answer questions if they came up. I can recall maybe 2 or 3 questions out of the entire handling of the lawsuit over the course of 2 years, maybe 2 or 3 times being asked a question, not about the lawsuit as a lawyer, but what happened with Mr. Field here or what happened with Mr. Moore there. It was about the facts of the case, and I was there to answer those, which is not improper. On March 2nd, another closed session meeting with the attorneys. The City Council voted 7-0 to authorize $750,000 for Greenberg Gross attorney's fees. March 18th, City Council votes again, 7-0, to reject $5.8 million demand by plaintiffs. And that's Posey, Peterson, Hardy, Carr, Sameta, Brendan, and Douglas. September 8th, 2020, another update by the attorneys, and council votes 7-0 to reject another demand by plaintiffs for $5.8 million. November 2nd, 2020, status of the case by the attorneys, council votes 7-0 to authorize another $500,000 for the Greenberg Gross attorney's fees. Then we have an election, as I mentioned, December 21st, 2020, in closed session. Another status of the case by the attorneys that was presented by Brian Williams. No vote taken. Posey, Douglas, Kalmec, Carr, Mosier, Ortiz, and Peterson were present. April 19th, 2021, things change. Council votes 5-2 to accept a $2.5 million settlement proposal The new council majority orders an independent investigation. Peterson did not Peterson did not vote to support that, and neither did Ortiz at the time. This is a little bit hard to read, but the takeaway from the closed sessions, the previous city council, Peterson, Hardy, Brendan, Semeta, Douglas, Carr, and Posey, voted regularly to approve the 1.5 or 1.6 million spent on Greenberg Gross legal services. I recused myself on day one and acted at all times in the lawsuit handling as a defendant, including being present but silent in all of the closed sessions where the case was discussed. There are no conflicts of interest. There never were any. And I know Mr. Steele just sent in a follow-up letter today, and he underscored the fact that he believed from his retrospective view that I acted as city attorney on at least 7 occasions. That's false. He wasn't there. There's no evidence of that. In fact, if witnesses like Hardy, Peterson, Brendan, Semeta were asked, they would agree with what I'm saying. The case was viewed as frivolous until the new 2020 City Council was seated, and then it was settled. The $2.5 million settlement yielded $1 million to plaintiff Scott Field, who then ran against me for city attorney in 2022 and was endorsed by Kalmick and Bolton. Can't make this up. Next slide. So again, at the April 19th, 2021 closed session, newly elected City Council member Dan Kalmick called for an independent investigation into the city attorney's handling of the lawsuit. Councilmember Kalmick alleged ethical concerns over conflicts of interest, yet neither Kalmick nor Mosier and ultimately Bolton were present during any of the closed sessions discussing the lawsuit during the preceding 2 years, at least up until the point that it was settled. They, at that time, April 19th, 2021, had no basis for any concern over ethics or conflicts of interest. On multiple occasions, so backing up a little bit, just to set this up, there were a whole host of records I reviewed in anticipation of this presentation. This really is part one. I think there's more to come, but these are some preliminary findings based on my review of the records. On multiple occasions, Oliver Chi, and this is multiple occasions throughout the course of between 21 and 22. So end of 2021, all of 22, or most of 2022. Oliver Chi forwarded to Craig Steele highly confidential and privileged closed session memos spanning the 2 years prior that had been prepared by the city's attorneys. That's improper. Oliver Chi and Craig Steele met in closed session with the new 2020 City Council on approximately 4 occasions by Zoom. He was by Zoom to discuss the independent investigation. Highly unusual for an independent investigator to be meeting and consulting with the party who hired them to talk about the investigation. Moreover, there was no Brown Act authority to do so. You can't meet in closed session over an investigation. It's impossible. And no confidentiality or privilege attaches to those closed-door discussions. Knowing this, Councilmember Eric Peterson refused to participate on the objection that such meetings are illegal. On multiple occasions, Oliver Chi forwarded to Craig Steele highly confidential and privileged ongoing email communications and attachment that the city attorney had directed to City Council. So literally in 2022, as I'm emailing City Council, my client, Oliver Chi is taking it upon himself to forward those to Craig Steele. Remember, he's not involved in city business. He's supposed to be doing an independent investigation. Can't make this stuff up. For months, Steele helped develop and provide legal counsel for the 2022 proposed charter amendments. So now he's not an investigator, he's providing counsel for the charter amendments. And all of this is in emails. It's all well documented. There's more to come on this. Craig Steele helped Del Glaze and others with talking points to be read at city council meetings regarding the 2022 charter amendments, their advocacy, and their ability, the city council's ability to go out and hire their own attorneys around the city attorney. Among those charter amendments back in 2022, the initial proposal was to take the elected city attorney away from the people and convert the city's form of government to an appointed attorney, one hired by council. Steele was involved in helping with this. And you can see how well it's going for city council to hire their own attorney behind closed doors. While I asserted, and this really is a whole nother level, while I had asserted attorney-client privilege between me and the Greengross attorneys. Now, I'm a defendant, so my email communications between me and my outside attorneys as a defendant in the lawsuit, I objected based on attorney-client privilege, handing those over to Oliver Chi and Craig Steele. I objected. I did it in writing. Oliver Chi didn't like that, so he secretly directed staff to access the email server and surreptitiously take my privileged and confidential emails. Then, once she had them, he forwarded, he says in an email, 54 of my private email communications with my attorneys to Craig Steele. Oliver Chi and Craig Steele had circulated drafts of the Richards, Watson, Gershon, Craig Steele investigative report to all city council, except for Peterson, soliciting a review by the city council members and their feedback, which is in violation of the Brown Act. Council members did review and provide feedback. Peterson had requested of Oliver Chi not to include him in those communications on the belief that it was illegal. Craig Steele and/or his staff met over the course of months at City Hall and by Zoom with council members to discuss the independent investigation and the proposed 2022 charter amendments. Craig Steele met with Oliver Chi, Kim Carr, Mike Posey, Dan Kalmack, Rhonda Bolton, Natalie Mosier, and Barbara Douglas to invade prior attorney-client privilege communications with the city attorney and gather information about prior confidential closed session discussions with the city's attorneys and/or Greenberg-Gross attorneys. I have emails where Craig Steele's law firm is proposing the list of questions about prior city attorney communications, prior attorney communications with council members. That's undiscoverable. That's non-disclosable. Notably, I was never interviewed by Craig Steele or his law firm as part of his investigation. Craig Steele just submitted a letter to the city through Supplemental Communications tonight, where he emphasizes that he met with me 3 times. He did not. I met with him once, and a subcommittee self-designated subcommittee of council members with him and the attorney that I had been working with to fight this battle basically about settling the conflict. It was a meeting to resolve the conflict. It had nothing to do with an interview of me handling or being involved in or what I knew about the handling of the Field Moore lawsuit. It was not an interview of me at all. That was one in-person meeting. I don't know what he's talking about meeting in person 3 times to interview me. He never asked me a single question. In addition to that, none of my staff were interviewed. None of the Greenberg-Gross attorneys were interviewed by Steele. They should have been if he's doing an independent investigation. None of the following former council members who were key witnesses to the subject closed sessions were interviewed. Not Peterson, not Hardy, not Sameta, not Brendan. Yet records show Bolton, Mosier, Kalmack, who were not present during any of the handling of the lawsuit closed sessions from 2019, 2020 through its settlement were not present for any of the closed sessions and had no information about what happened in those closed sessions, they were interviewed. Even though Steele claimed to have been an independent special counsel, when asked for records, he claimed attorney-client privilege. So we tried to get his records. He wouldn't give them to us, attorney-client privilege. But the city is not his client. Why? Because he's independent, remember? He's getting paid to do an independent outside investigation. Even though Steele was commissioned for an independent investigation, he knew Oliver Chi for years. He worked for Chi in Monrovia, Kalmyk in Seal Beach, and then Chi again in Huntington Beach, bringing in over $200,000 for his law firm where he's an equity partner. That's not independent. He met and communicated with Kalmyk, Bolton, Mosier, Chi regularly, in person, by email, and during improper closed sessions. Even though Steele was commissioned for an independent investigation, he shared early drafts of his report with city council members, not including Peterson, for months before issuing the Steele final report, the Craig Steele final report. He received highly confidential city attorney emails and closed session attorney work product memos from years past, while having no attorney-client privilege relationship as an independent special counsel to protect those documents. Excuse me. In a December 2021 email to Oliver Chi, Steele made a statement against Gates which revealed his bias, undermining his independence. And he boasted about working for highly partisan politicians in the past. So with that, this concludes the first part of my review of all of the documents and the first part of my response to Councilmember McKeon's H item of December 20th, 2022. And what I will say is it was such an incredibly painful time to be the city attorney in Huntington Beach from 2021 to 2022, to have false allegations leveled against me, to be lectured to about legal standards and legal this and legal that. I want this council to know, and everybody who's listening, first of all, nobody in this room that I know of is qualified to offer a professional legal opinion. I'm licensed in the state of California. I am qualified to offer a legal opinion, a professional legal opinion. More than that, and I think what the previous council didn't know, I know a heck of a lot more about conflicts of interest in the attorney-client relationship than most attorneys do. I actually litigated them in court and won. I litigated these issues myself when I was in private practice and won, yet I'm being lectured to. And then to have council members run to the newspaper and have the word ethics and conflict of interest and doubt about my integrity published all over, that was extremely hurtful. And you know what? The public knew. The public knew. And I think the public corrected things with the November 2022 election. So thank you, Councilmember McKeon.
No, thanks for, obviously putting all this together. Words don't describe. It's outrageous. One thing you just mentioned on your legal opinion, I go back to slide 40 here about City Manager Oliver Chi secretly directing the IS staff to access the email server and take your privileged and confidential emails, and then forwarded 54 of your private email communications to the attorneys Craig Steele. Is that legal?
Well, that may be the next part of the presentation. I don't want to weigh in on that because there are different standards, civil, criminal, and I don't want to comment on that at this time.
All right.
Anything else from members? All I gotta say is, from what I know, and I'm not an attorney, attorney-client privilege is one of the foundations of our government, and it's until proven guilty. And to have a relationship with that attorney and not being out, what you presented tonight was pretty frightening. I'll just say it that way.
And just so the public has a little bit of context about what you just said, The attorney-client confidential privilege, that privilege is so sacrosanct
Right.
that if you're in court and one party is telling a judge that they want to see the documents or communications of another party and the other party asserts attorney-client privilege, you know the judge won't even look at those documents to make a decision for himself or herself? Judges won't even touch attorney-client privilege documentation. So that's how sacrosanct it is, and I appreciate your observation of that.
And you mentioned you'll have another, right, okay. All right. Members, anything else? Okay, seeing none, let's thank you for your report, City Attorney Gates. Members, let's move down the agenda. It's almost 10:30. We're now just getting to the consent calendar. Items 8 through 17 and 19 through 26. Item 18 has been pulled from consideration. Would any council member like to pull an item from the consent calendar?
Mr. Mayor, I have a point of order for the city attorney. I have to recuse myself from item 15. Since it's on the consent calendar, can I just abstain, or do I need to pull it and leave?
I'm sure the clerk will note it.
Do I need to pull it and leave?
Is it a full recusal?
Yeah.
Yeah, technically you're supposed to
Okay,
leave the
well
room.
then I'll pull 15.
So pull 15, we'll deal with 15 after you leave the room. But in the meantime, we'll deal with the rest.
Well, if he announces his recusal on 15 and then you want to
No,
vote
what I'm going to
on
do is do the
consent
rest of
calendar.
the rest of the consent calendar now, and then I'll bring up 15 after Councilman Kalmick leaves the room. Is there any other item?
Yeah, can I pull 21?
Councilman McKeon, pull 21. Any others? Seeing none, I would like to move the consent calendar, subtract item 21 and number 15.
Second that motion.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Kalmick.
Aye.
Mosher.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Bolton.
Aye.
And Burns.
Aye.
And I'd like to remind that item 8 was amended by supplemental communication, the minutes.
Right. Okay, we'll take up 15 right now.
Okay, perfect. I need to recuse myself of a financial conflict of interest. Diane Thompson is my insurance agent. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Councilman. Don't go far, we'll be quick. Okay, I would like to move file item 15.
Second.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Any discussion? Clerk, call the roll.
Was
On
that
item
second?
15.
Was that second McCann?
Yes.
Okay. So let's go ahead. Councilmember Kalmick has recused himself. Councilmember Mosher.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
It's 601 with Councilmember Kalmick out of the room.
So we're now on file item number 21. Wait 2 seconds for Mr. Kalmick to come out. Okay, Councilman McKeon, the floor is yours.
Yeah, I just wanted to pull this briefly and have Officer Svensbo discuss it. It's called Operation Stone Garden, and I think it's interesting. It's basically a program to investigate and prevent incidents of human trafficking and trafficking of illicit narcotics. And with the success of the movie Sounds of Freedom and that kind of being out in the cosmos right now, I thought it'd be appropriate to kind of just give a little bit more detail about what this program is and some of the benefits.
Thank you. So I'll give a summary of Stone Garden, Operation Stone Garden, and what it entails. It's a program that supports enhanced cooperation and coordination among Customs and Border Protection, the United States Border Patrol, and local, state, and federal law enforcement agencies. The Operation Stone Garden program funds investments in joint efforts to secure the United States border along routes of ingress from international borders to include travel corridors in states bordering Mexico and Canada, as well as states and territories with international water borders. Operation Stone Garden is one of 3 grants within the Homeland Security Grant Program. It is utilized to augment border security through proactive enforcement, and this is the Huntington Beach Police Department's 3rd year receiving funds from this grant. The Border Patrol has operational oversight, State Administrative Agency has fiduciary oversight, and FEMA has the administrative oversight of this program. The state is the grant recipient and distributes the funding through counties to local agencies like us. The Huntington Beach Police Department is a recipient of this funding due to some of our unique qualities. We patrol 10 miles of coastline, along with an additional 10 miles of Newport Beach coastline with our air support unit through contracted services. We also have one harbor in Huntington Beach and one in Newport Beach, which are vulnerable targets for traffickers. Traffickers include narcotics traffickers as well as human smuggling, generally coming up from our southern border. The 405 freeway and Pacific Coast Highway are also known routes for traffickers. The Huntington Beach Police Department has participated in many saturation patrols where marked units are utilized to saturate common areas of smuggling, such as our beaches and our harbors. These are done in conjunction with local, state, and federal partners to deter smuggling events and provide intelligence to our federal partners. Huntington Beach Police Department has also participated in proactive patrols where we work to identify traffickers, lookouts, and accomplices. Our cooperative relationships with our federal partners has aided in the identification of several trafficking operations and maritime smuggling. We also benefit from grant-funded equipment purchases, recently approved and soon to be procured funded binoculars and night vision goggles are expected to be received in the coming months. A patrol boat has also been recently approved and procurement is pending for that. This boat will enhance coastal patrol capabilities along with resident and officer safety. And I'm able to go into more details about both of those items if you wish. This is basically program, federally funded program to deter smuggling up and down our coastlines, which is generally where these operations take place. A lot of overtime is funded by this program in order to pay officers to work on their off-duty hours so that it does not have a negative effect on our regular patrol operations protecting the citizens of Huntington Beach.
Thank you, Bo. I appreciate that. I'll move the item.
I'll second. Any other discussion? Seeing none, clerk, please call the roll on this item.
Councilmember Kalmick.
Aye.
Mosher.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Bolton.
Aye.
And Burns.
Aye.
Item passes 7-0.
Thank you. Members, now we go to file item number 27, administrative items, recommendations for restructure from the number of citizen-led boards, commissions, committees, and council committees. Staff, please introduce your report.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council members. The item before you tonight is for the City Council to consider the Board and Commission, the City Council Board and Commission Ad Hoc Review Committee recommendations. This sheet is a little bit of background. And according to the, within the City of Huntington Beach's Charter Section 405, it provides authority for the City Council to establish boards, commissions, committees as it deems necessary to the orderly function of the city. As such, all boards, committees, and commissions shall report to the City Council. There's a few items on here that showed actions from previous years, just for your information. Additional background, just in this past year, there were 2 times that the City Council modified boards and commissions. First of all, they've modified the Finance Commission's duties, as well as adjusted individual council appointments to allow only 1 appointee per council member to some other committees that had been adjusted in the past years. And then on May 16th, 2023, Councilmember Burns introduced an H item requesting the City Council convene a City Council ad hoc committee to review all boards, committees, and commissions. This was approved by Council and Mayor Strickland, Mayor Pro Tem Gracie Vandermark, and Councilmember Burns was selected for the ad hoc committee. Our city manager, Al Zelinka, and myself supported the committee as they met 3 times since June and prepared recommendations for the committee. Let's see. And they prepared 9 recommendations, which we'll go over shortly. I would like to just talk a little bit about the boards and commissions that that the City of Huntington Beach has. There's over 34 different formal boards, committees, and commissions, plus a dozen outside agency groups which the City Council members participate or attend, or the staff serve on them. There are approximately 108 citizens appointed to these 17 boards and committees, commissions. There are 6 City Council standing committees, 6 City Council ad hoc committees, and 5 citizen committees and community stakeholder meetings for the total of 34. This slide is provided to the City Council and the community to show where those City Council committees follow those 12, the citizen committees where there's 17, and then the other citizen committees of 5, and also divides them up into 8 different types. The ad hoc committee is making 9 recommendations, and some of them they are recommending the City Council dissolve the committees or ad hoc committees. 2 is consolidating a couple of the committees. And number 3 on the top there is doing reforming several of the committees, and we'll go over each one of those. The first recommendation is to dissolve 3 City Council ad hoc committees: the Short-Term Rental Ad Hoc Committee, the Housing RENA Ad Hoc Committee, and the Cannabis Regulation and Policy Ad Hoc Committee. And all of these recommendations, I'll also provide the action required by City Council to do the recommendation. And in this case, this would take a City Council minute action. The ad hoc committee's recommendation number 2 is to dissolve the Human Relations Committee. The committee noted some of these duties are performed by the Orange County Human Relations Committee, such as hate crime reporting. And in order to implement this recommendation, it would require the City Council to adopt a resolution to officially dissolve the HBHRC. The ad hoc committee's recommendation number 3 is to dissolve the Net Jet Noise Committee. The air traffic is a federal issue, and the city has limited or no authority to regulate the altitude, speed, direction, or location of aircraft flying over the city. Facilitation between the FAA, major airports, commercial, and elected officials could be arranged by the IRC if the City Council chose to, and/or city staff as the needs arise. In order to dissolve this committee, this would need to be done by a City Council ordinance. Recommendation number 4 by the ad hoc committee is to dissolve the Mobile Home Advisory Board. Some of these duties, as discussed earlier or in the report, include conflict resolution by homeowners and park owners. Many of these may be directed to the Department of Housing and Community Development, or otherwise known as HCD, which regulates mobile home parks within the city of Huntington Beach. Staff can also connect residents with appropriate city and other community resources. This would include the recent TBRA support for low-income senior housing that was approved by the City Council in the past year. And the City Council would need to adopt an ordinance to remove or repeal this committee. The ad hoc committee's recommendation number 5 is to dissolve the Smart Cities and Technology City Council Subcommittee and the Environmental Sustainability Board, and transfer the duties that may be appropriate to the Citizens Infrastructure Advisory Board / Public Works Commission. The primary duties and goals of the Smart Cities and Technology Council Subcommittee and I just stated that, I'm sorry, I was restating that. To approve or dissolve the Smart City Technology City Council committee could be done by minute action, and to remove or repeal the environmental board or the environmental and sustainability board would require an ordinance by city council, and to add those items to the Citizens Infrastructure Advisory Board / Public Works Commission would be done by ordinance by city council. The ad hoc committee's recommendation number 6 is to modify the name of the Downtown Urban Design Study Ad Hoc Committee. And I apologize on that line there, it just says urban, it should say Downtown Urban. And modify that name to the Downtown Beachfront Ad Hoc Committee. Additional recommendations by the ad hoc committee is to broaden the scope of the committee to include priorities of the downtown, but also add beachfront area to that, PCH relinquishment, as well as PCH beautification, and one of the items would include, that's been discussed at council meetings, is the beach restroom improvements. To rename the committee and include the recommendation of this scope would require just minute action approved by the city council. Recommendation number 7 of the ad hoc committee would be to restructure the Huntington Beach Youth Board. This proposed restructuring would provide the board to function more effectively as a working group as opposed to a Brown Act body. The youth board currently works to prepare and put together the Youth in Government Day, and working with youth on doing events like this is difficult when you're doing it under a Brown Act condition, when they are working together, developing these things at school, at home, and as such. So the Brown Act prevents them from performing those duties. The committee would continue, the board or committee, the youth committee, would work with community and library services staff as they have done in the past. And this would, the goal of this is to provide a more effective coordination plan and develop a successful Youth in Government Day program. An additional recommendation is to add to the duties of the youth board to support the Junior Citizens Academy as well, working with staff from the city manager's office who puts on that program. And one of the discussions was the frequency of the meetings could be up to the youth working group as appropriate to perform those functions. And in order to do this, the city council would require to adopt an ordinance removing, repealing, or changing the existing working group to meet those goals. The ad hoc committee's recommendation number 8 is to rename the 4th of July Executive Board to the Independence Day Board. The 4th of July Executive Board, the council liaisons, and city staff are currently evaluating the activities that was just completed during the 4th of July celebrations this year. And the ad hoc committee suggested that we wait until we see the recommendations coming forward from that group so that we can work to continually improve those programs and events each year. Additionally, the current event operators contract to carry out the 4th of July events and activities, it expires this year. There was a 3-year contract with Sound Skills. And the ad hoc committee is recommending that a request for proposal process move forward to evaluate potential professional event coordinators, event operators for the future events. In order to implement this, the city council would need to approve an ordinance to amend the municipal code to implement the name change, and then if approved by council, the Community and Library Services would move forward on the RFP for the event operator. The ad hoc committee recommendation number 9 is to restructure the specific event executive committee. The proposed recommendations would really solidify the specific events executive committee. Currently, that isn't defined well in the municipal code. Currently, what's defined is the department meeting or staff member meeting from various departments and stakeholders to work on permitting and any logistical requirements for proposed events within the city. The ad hoc committee is recommending that the specific events executive committee shall be reformatted to a standing council committee with 3 members or three council members to review recommended priorities and policies at the policy level for specific events within the city. And the proposed changes would require an adoption of an ordinance making those changes. With that, that is the 9 recommendations provided to City Council. So the City Council may consider those 9 recommendations, and then the ones that are approved, direct staff to work forward with the City Attorney's Office to develop the appropriate resolutions, ordinances, and other actions necessary to implement the directed adjustments and bring that back to City Council. And then the last one there is if there's any dissolved committees or commission, is direct staff to plan an appropriate event to recognize and thank the citizens for their appointees who will be retiring from the work due to this restructuring effort.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I would like to move that we adopt the ad hoc committee's 9 recommendations for reform, consolidation, and dissolvent as outlined in the staff report below.
I'll second.
Been moved and second. Discussion, members.
I just would think that we should take them one at a time.
If that's the privilege, we could take them one at a time if you would like.
I think that would be preferable.
Okay, I'll withdraw my motion.
Thank you.
Okay, let's, committee recommendation number 1, I move that we adopt committee recommendation number 1.
Second.
It's been moved, it's seconded, discussion? Seeing none?
Yeah, actually,
Oh,
sorry.
Go ahead.
So 1 and 2, sure. I mean, I think 2 sends a bad signal. But 3, which is the Cannabis Regulation and Policy Ad Hoc Committee, staff's going to be bringing forward a grant that we received from the state to continue to do planning on that. So is it again, there wasn't a lot of discussion as to the whys for this, but the goal is just have staff work on this and then bring everything to council every time there's a staff meeting.
And my guess is you'll be working with staff. I know it's an issue you've been working on for probably about 3 years.
Okay, I just was wondering, I was just curious as to that was the goal, was to just bring everything back that way. Okay.
All right, it's been moved, it's been seconded. Clerk, call the roll on committee recommendation number 1.
Yep. Councilmember Kalmick?
No.
Mosier?
No.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Yes.
Bolton?
No.
Burns?
Aye.
Passes 4-3 with Councilmembers Kalmick, Mosier, and Bolton voting no.
Okay, committee recommendation number 2, I move that we adopt committee recommendation number 2.
Second.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Discussion?
I'd like to ask questions of the ad hoc committee with regards to this one.
You can ask questions.
Sure.
Go ahead.
Great. So with regards to, this specifically says, many duties, HB, HRC issues are being addressed by Orange County, e.g. OC Human Relations Commission, who publishes an annual hate crime report, and/or community-based nonprofit organizations. Dissolution will remove redundancy of efforts and redirect staff resources to other city priorities. So as it was mentioned earlier, OC Human Relations Commission is not the entity that works with OC or with the Human Relations Committee. So there's no redundancy, so that is incorrect. Would you agree with that?
I would like you to go through everything, and then we can answer your questions all at once. I'm not going to sit there and answer every, like,
Well,
if
you only have
15
two
questions.
things here with regards to
Well,
what the reasoning was. So
How about this, Councilwoman, if you're okay and amenable to this? I was amenable to go through all the items.
Sure, I
but,
appreciate that.
If we can, if I might, in the ad hoc committee, call on Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark and talk about how I believe we're one of only 4 cities, the money and the fact that the county does this already, and the gist behind moving this forward. You might want to mention that.
So there are over 32 cities in Orange County. Only 15 cities have been members of the Orange County Human Relations, and out of those 15 cities, only 4 cities have their own human relations. We do pay the Orange County Human Relations $810 a year. A lot of other cities have gotten rid of the ones that they did have locally. When I did speak to Human Relations, they did say that they provided resources and sent people to whenever there was a hate crime counseling. Our police department does all that. If they want to have groups, organizations, events, they're still welcome to do that, just not as part of the city.
And that's the gist behind the recommendation number 2.
Okay, so I would just venture to say that, in fact, there's no redundancy there. Really, OC Human Relations, which is now Groundswell, which is not the OC Human Relations Commission, actually just really provides support for the Huntington Beach Human Relations Committee. And as the liaisons, I'm sure that you are aware of that. The Huntington Beach Human Relations Committee works to support the community. As was mentioned by many people at the podium tonight, the offerings and the work that's done by the Human Relations Committee is really custom tailored to our community. They have a wonderful partnership with the Huntington Beach Police Department, and this has also been going on for over 25 years. Just recently, the Huntington Beach Police Department actually asked, and I think you were at that meeting, asked the Human Relations Committee to go ahead and work on youth-related initiatives, because there were a number of different issues with regards to hate crimes and incidents recently that were connected with the youth. So I've really found that the Huntington Beach Police Department has seen the value in their partnership with the Human Relations Committee over the years, and formerly the Human Relations Task Force. Former task force member Ken Inouye mentioned earlier tonight that really this is more of a public safety effort as well. The goal is for, the entire community, as the vision says, Huntington Beach is a community where all people feel respected, valued, and free from discrimination and violence. I don't really see how having a group of committed volunteers who are working to do that would be something that this council would want to remove or take away. We have, as one of our environmental board members mentioned, Kathleen McGowan earlier, it's really an offering of expertise at no charge to the community. Well, of course, we do have staff support. An entity like this really only creates good. I do have to mention also, my own story. So back in, if you'll allow me, back in 2016, you might all remember our country, our local community was all really divided and divisive and polarized. And for me, at that time, I had just been healing from breast cancer the past year, and I was newly able to kind of focus on all of these things that were happening. And I was upset and worried all of the time, and I had some people recommend to me that I look at various boards and commissions that my community might have to offer. So I did, and I found the city's Human Relations Task Force there. And at the time, the mission was to celebrate and promote diversity in the community through education and understanding. And that was an opportunity for me, number one, to see that my community, my city, was cared about that. It was a statement of its values, and I read about the history and that it had been there for a long time. I read about why it was created, as far as the creation after the various hate crimes that had occurred in 1996. I've seen earlier today on Facebook people intimating that those things didn't happen or they were exaggerated, and we've had the police department come and communicate about those events, and they were not exaggerated, they were terrible. And fortunately, our council at the time decided to do something about it. First with the Declaration of Policy on Human Dignity, and then later to take that and make that an action, an active, created the Human Relations Task Force. So backing up, I was able to apply for this task force. I hadn't previously been involved in the community because I had little kids and was dealing with breast cancer prior to that. But what I found when I applied for that position as, as a community member who wanted to get more involved and give of my time, was that I was fortunately able to be appointed by Lynn Sameta and Jill Hardy. They made the recommendation to council, which then supported that. And in my interview, I provided a civil conversations project to all of the people that were interviewing me, because I knew that it was possible that I would never get to be on this committee. But I wanted to make sure that the thing that was most important to me at the time was that we were able to talk with each other, to have a dialogue, to have conversation. And that's why I got involved at all. It wasn't about anything partisan. I didn't think that the committee was partisan in any way. I've heard that intimated as well. Anyway, I was fortunate to be able to join the Human Relations Task Force in 2017, later became the chair, was involved in creating the HB Listens community dialogue program, where many people have been able to get together in small dialogue circles. We created the Youth Voices Essay and Art Contest, which was later renamed the Ralph Bauer Essay and Art Contest. All of these things working to make sure that we were engaged in the community and trying to create, really to put into action this Declaration of Policy on Human Dignity. In addition to that, we reviewed with the police department the various hate crimes and hate incidents. And while it's true that OC Human Relations, now Groundswell, does track that and put out a report annually, which we appreciate, one of the important things is that the city gets that information pretty much immediately. A lot of these cases are not immediately identified as a hate crime or a hate incident for sure, because it hasn't gone through the court system, but they bring those to the task force so that they can ask questions, see if there are patterns that are going on in the community, and also to see if they can partner with the police department to help. For instance, the way that the police department recently asked to help with the youth. I don't know if there are people who are familiar in the area, but during Pride Month, there were some young people that went out in groups on their bikes and were tearing down pride flags. One of those used a derogatory, I'll say F word, towards one of the residents' homes as they tore the pride flag down. And the resident did go after that as a hate crime because they happened to be gay. And it's important that if those types of things are happening in our community, whether from the youth or from adults, that we deal with that within our community locally. The people who are in our local community have the best ability to be able to respond to those things, especially with partnership with the police department. Also, I'll say, as I mentioned before, working with various volunteers, everybody who comes together in these various committees, but especially I'd say with the Human Relations Committee, comes there from different backgrounds, different perspectives, and typically we would ask, why are you here, when somebody would first start. And oftentimes it was because they personally experienced an incident of hate in the community. And they didn't say, I'm going to move. They didn't say, this is terrible, I don't want to engage. Instead, they said, you know what, I want to get involved, I care about my community, and I want to make it better. and I want to improve it. And I don't really see any way in which this is at a cost to our community. The only cost really is in disbanding something like this, something that has been, it's a legacy committee that has evolved over the years. It's not stale, it has changed. It's changed with the people that are on it. I think it's just so important that we acknowledge the value of this committee, and it's not redundant. There's no redundancy. There's, it was also mentioned by somebody earlier that there are other boards and commissions that have a higher use of staff time, if that's the look at, if we're looking at that for costs, and that particular committee wasn't even considered to be up for dissolution. I just really think that, this council has, I think, had a tendency to create chaos and to tear down. And this is one of those types of committees that builds up, that creates connections, and that tries to just make the community better. The other thing that's important too is, as a council that has talked a lot about wanting to be a welcoming council for businesses and events, Visit HB has previously used and worked with the Human Relations Committee to talk about diversity, equity, and inclusion. They use that for their advertising to welcome people here. It's important that this community is looked upon as one that is aspiring to be something better maybe than it is, and we should all be doing that. And I think that, I believe, as a lifelong resident of Huntington Beach, I saw the skinhead activity in the 90s. I don't know why you're laughing.
Councilwoman, if you wouldn't mind just yielding me for just a second.
Of course.
It's 11 o'clock, and I want to make sure that we identify it's 11 o'clock and that we continue working on the people's work past 11. I move that we do that.
Second.
Moved and seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you
Floor is
very
yours.
much.
Thank you. Floor is yours.
I don't know remember what I was saying when I was
Sorry, I had to
That's
do
okay, I know you did. Oh, yes, the activity from before, thank you. They weren't lies, but I won't speak to the audience. So back in the 90s on Main Street, I very clearly recall white supremacist skinheads on the street. You still hear about it now. We have other evolutions of that now as well. That is discussed in these meetings, not by the committee, but by the police and other groups that come in to give presentations on that and talk about those things. If you look at the hate crime reports, for instance, we have double the amount of hate crimes and incidents at this time of the year than we had for the whole year last year. Is this the right time to be dissolving a group that works to remedy that works to help repair and build those connections in the community so we don't have that challenge? It is not. It is not the time to do that. This committee is very important to this city. It's important because it's trying to heal the history of this town, of white supremacy, of extremism, that has worked itself into things like the Proud Boys and things like that. In closing, the Human Relations Committee is, honestly, it's not always the easiest. There's disagreement within the committee, but if anybody has to figure out how to have a dialogue, it's that committee. And it's work to do that. And I think it's representative of how we can work together as a city, because we have to be able to talk with each other, to work with each other, and to feel safe in our city. And we have a lot of people that do not feel safe in the city. We have a lot of people who do not feel safe in the city. And if having a committee that is at least aspiring to create connections, to make people safe, to work on programs that get people talking with each other, I don't know how we could remove that and dissolve it. And I would like to hear further explanation as to how that could be. And finally, also, The fact that the two liaisons for that committee were also part of the ad hoc committee and didn't have the respect to let the committee know before they found out about it on the agenda, to not have the respect to ever stay at one of the committee meetings throughout the entire meeting, I think just says a lot about how you felt about it from the beginning. And finally, also, you talked about the Human Relations Commission, you know, only so many, 15 cities in the 32 are a member, and 34, thank you. It's of my opinion, you're saying it's redundant. I don't think you want to have that relationship in the first place, so I wouldn't be the least bit surprised if that was removed as well. So I think it's disingenuous to pretend that that relationship would suffice, because I think that you don't even value that relationship either. So I would make a motion to retain the Human Relations Committee and to allow it to do its good work that is as important now as it's ever been in this community.
Councilman McKeon.
Yeah, just
I'll second that motion before.
Got it.
just from, you know, just from.
By the way, the second, the substitute motion. Right. Okay.
Yeah,
Councilman McKeon.
Thank you, Mayor. You know, just from my perspective, and I've said this before, you know, the purpose of boards and commissions are to encourage civic engagement by the residents in the municipal affairs of their local elected government. And I feel many of these boards and commissions are focused on private sector issues and therefore should be dealt with in the private sector. Time is the most valuable commodity that you have, and these boards and commissions require valuable time and resources from city staff, which should be better focused on the core functions of the city government. The Human Relations Commission is duplicative of the efforts by the Orange County Human Relations Commission, which Huntington Beach is a member of and pays nearly $9,000 a year for this membership. The county has more resources to deal with this, and we need to work alongside the county to focus on countywide issues and not narrowly focus and inflate Huntington Beach, quote, hate incidents that have remained minimal over the last several years relative to our 200,000 residents and over 11 million visitors every single year. The narrow focus on these incidents perpetuates the false narrative that Huntington Beach is a divisive and hateful city. We are a city that celebrates our rich diversity and culture where everyone is equal. Community members can form citizens groups or nonprofits and meet with county and city entities when appropriate, or come before city council to speak and present. Thank you.
All right.
I have a comment, Mr.
Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you. So the issue that I have with the HRC and a couple of the other boards that are up for being dissolved is process related. People were very eloquent about the substance of it, so I won't repeat that. But I do not see how, after a couple of meetings and what appears to be lack of information about what a lot of these groups do, you could make the proposal to eliminate them, especially ones that have been here for 20, 25 years. And then the other thing is, it doesn't appear to me that there was any discussion with any of these groups. So if the issue was $9,000, how about talking to the group and saying, can you do without that relationship? There was no effort to come up with a different idea other than dissolution. And I think that was the case for the HRC and for the Mobile Home Board. And the Jet Noise Commission is not getting any love. I don't think anybody was here to talk about that, but I was the liaison to the Jet Noise Commission. I'll talk about that when we do that separately. But these are our citizen committees. These are our residents, our constituents, and they don't want to get rid of these things. And this is not what we're spending a whole ton of money on. This is not it. So I just, the whole thing doesn't make any sense to me. And then I'll speak to just the specific comment, Councilmember McKeon, about hate crimes and hate incidents. Pretending like this stuff doesn't happen, it does not help us. We are a tourist destination. We want to attract tourists. Everybody knows what happens here. And for us to pretend like this stuff doesn't happen, that just, it's not helpful. And I try not to get personal about this stuff, but as a person of color in this city, there are things that I see that perhaps you don't. And why would you see someone, committing a hate crime or a hate incident? It wouldn't be directed at you, but it would be directed at me or somebody in my family or somebody I know. So, the whole thing about, well, this stuff doesn't happen, I hate to break it to you, but it does.
Well, just to clarify, I didn't say
Thanks.
it doesn't happen. I'm just looking at the stats provided by the police
Right,
department.
and so at what point do we say, okay, so if somebody gets mugged on Main Street and the PD comes over and says, well, you're just one person, it doesn't happen that often, get over it. We don't do that. So I don't care if it's 1 or 14, it's too many.
I don't think no matter what we do tonight, the police would just say, get over it to our citizens. That's number one. Number two, just because you don't agree doesn't mean that we lack information. Number three, citizens always have the right to organize. Whatever we do here tonight, if those citizens want to meet together, they have the right to meet together. Over 3/4 of Orange County deal with the Human Relations Committee, our groundswell. They're happy with it. 3/4 of the committee have some of the same issues that Huntington Beach has. For those reasons, I'm moving that we oppose the motion by Mosier and support the motion that we adopt committee recommendation 2.
I think we need to vote on the substitute motion first,
Substitute motion
correct?
first, yeah.
Yes,
I
yes.
have something to say before we
Go
do that
ahead.
vote, if you don't mind. So we talked about, there was some discussion about finance and cost here. Well, during the budget discussion, staff had some asks of the council saying that there's 5 commissions that are taking up resources that they'd like us to meet less frequency. The Harbor Commission, the Finance Commission, which I believe is the commission that shall not be named, the Jet Noise Commission, the Historic Resources Board, and the Central Park Collaborative. Additionally, they asked to request for staff efforts beyond 4 hours to come as determined by the primary staff liaison with concurrence of the department head and city manager to come to council. I didn't see really any discussion in the staff report of that even being discussed and then summarily dismissed.
Two or maybe 3 of those items, I did reach out personally on some of them, and I decided not to move forward on a couple of those items.
What do you mean reach out personally?
I reached out to the Harbor Commission, talked about what they wanted to see, and had an engagement with them, and it came to my determination in the subcommittee not to move forward with that item.
Okay, so you had a discussion with some of the other boards then, and then there was no discussion about if there was something that was going to require more than 4 hours of staff time. We're just going to let the boards and commissions choose staff time.
Well, again, we went to a subcommittee, and we all reached out to different parts of the community and talked about specific items, and this is where we decided to move forward.
Because there was a discussion in some of these items about wanting to save money, and staff had made a concrete recommendation on these are the items that are taking a
and the
lot of time.
subcommittee agreed with some of them and disagreed with others.
Sure, and then, but blanket, I believe they asked that any board and commission asking for more than 4 hours of time. So we're just going, I find it somewhat disingenuous that we're looking to eliminate boards and commissions on a financial burden, but not putting a check on any of the boards that need to go over 4 hours on any of their staff time, because staff time does have a cost. I mean, there was some of the folks said, well, the staff doesn't cost anything. There is a de minimis cost, or in some cases, a large cost of staff time doing research and work for these boards. So I don't know why we're not putting a check in on the boards and commissions that say over 4 hours.
The response is tonight's not the end all be all. I'm sure we'll take another crack of the reform on some of those other boards. But again, some of those recommendations came to the subcommittee, and we supported some of them, and we didn't support others.
Sure. And then, I think the larger issue then is there's 3, if we're looking at actual resources. So think zooming out, right? We've got like 40-something people that are no longer going to be part of our city government anymore. And I think that needs to be recognized, is that people are clapping for less participation in their government, not less government. These boards and commissions don't make policy. They are boards and commissions that inform the city council or provide a service. They're not government per se. So there's 3 other boards that actually I think are somewhat superfluous in what they do, or they meet so irregularly that in order to staff them, the amount of time to bring everybody up to speed. One is the Committee Participation Advisory Board. That board meets twice a year, and the first half of the meeting is bringing everybody up to speed to remember what they actually do on that board. And then it comes to council or the joint meeting with making recommendations on CDBG block grants. That board should effectively, the council can make that determination. I think very similar to the argument for the cannabis, eliminating the cannabis subcommittee. The other is the Historic Resources Board, which we don't have a historic resources ordinance. So to have a Historic Resources Board just puts a longer stay in being business friendly. And the other one is the Design Review Board. The Design Review Board adds 6 weeks and thousands of dollars to home remodels, to other projects in the city. And again, we're trying to do one-stop shop, streamline the process. Those are two boards that get very much in the way of not actually having legally enforced. Design Review Board is legally enforceable, but I'd say 90% of the time it's paint the ceiling blue and add stone to the pilasters. Like we could just implement that in the code and get rid of the board. But it adds 6 to 8 weeks sometimes to get that meeting to be held, and sometimes people aren't able to attend it. And the Historic Resources Board, it's lovely, but we don't have any legally enforceable historic resources element, or ordinance. So I've always found that board, while it's interesting that they talk about the historic resources in the city, those boards take time, and staff has actually recommended those
If
boards.
I might, just make a recommendation. Tonight's not going to be the end all be all, and at any time, those suggestions that you have, you can bring forward as a H item for those consolidations.
Sure. Okay. I mean,
Yeah,
it just seemed like an appropriate time to talk about it when we're talking about boards and commissions,
again, this is
right?
a subcommittee, and just because we don't agree doesn't mean we don't have the information. And yes, you have a different point of view. I respect that.
Sure.
And tonight's not going to be the only time. If you want to bring forward any of the other consolidations and author it by Councilman Kalmick, you're more than welcome to.
Sure. I just figured, since we're talking about these items tonight and we're having staff come back with things, that it was an appropriate time to talk about those things.
I mean, again, the subcommittee decided to keep some, and
right, but we
others.
don't know there was no argument, like a line-by-line argument on what each of the ones did and didn't do.
And again,
right?
we're going through each one of them, and you're going to be able to voice your opinion on every one of these recommendations.
I understand, but there's
Okay.
other boards.
So on that note, Clerk, call the roll on the substitute motion by Councilwoman Mosier.
Okay. Councilmember Kalmick.
Aye.
Mosier.
Aye.
Vandermark.
No.
Strickland.
No.
McKeon.
No.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
No.
The item fails.
And
3-4.
Madam Clerk, if you can
Yep. We'll go back
call
to
the
the
roll
original
on
motion.
the original motion by Strickland.
Yes. Second by Vandermark. Go ahead, Councilmember Kalmick.
I want to make sure I'm voting right. This is to
I think you want to be a no.
Solve the
Yeah.
HR.
So I just want to make sure.
I think you're a no.
Nay.
Mosier.
No.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Bolton.
No.
Burns.
Yes.
Item passes 4-3.
Okay, members, now we move on to committee recommendation number 3, dissolve the Jet Noise Commission. Actually, this is my suggestion. I do sit on the Jet Noise Commission. I understand exactly why it was put in the history. There are issues when we talked about some of the jet noise, a lot of this is FAA regulated, and when you look at some of the neighboring cities, we don't have as much of a problem on this issue, and if it does arise to become even a more problem than it was when it first implemented, we can always talk about it in terms of as members and bring it forward if we have concerns from concerned citizens. So with that, I move that we do the recommendation number 3 and dissolve the Jet Noise Commission.
Second.
Been moved, it's been seconded. I believe Councilwoman, you want to talk about it?
Yeah, it's just that the people who are members of the board have a lot of technical expertise, and I guess you are aware of that. And so I do think it's a shame, that we're dissolving the board, considering all the work that they have put into trying to deal with these issues. Someone mentioned at some point, well, they haven't accomplished anything. I think that the agreement that they got from Southwest Airlines to request to be able to fly in at a higher angle to Long Beach Airport, I think that was amazing that they were able to do that. That's one of the things that they've done. So I just want to say thank you to them for that, and express my disappointment that they're going to be dissolved.
I also would like to say thank you to the volunteers. They were very equipped and dedicated and knowledgeable on this issue.
Mayor, I talked to one of the commissioners today and talked about, maybe more of like a working group structure, and I committed to them. I'd stay in contact with them and help them because they have a lot of technical expertise, and there's 3 in particular that are really committed, so I commit to continue to work with them and when issues come up, and hopefully use the IRC as an instrument to help effectuate change.
Great.
Mayor Strickland,
Go ahead.
just as a part of the conversation here, why not just move it to as needed? Like, it doesn't cost us anything to keep a board on our books. Phil Burris and some of those folks are aviation nerds, right? And I sat on an FAA. I was the liaison in prior years, and we sat on calls with FAA to have them say no, but we're discussing with them. And I think Phil sent a letter and talking quite a bit about all of this. And I think the larger, again, when this item is that these boards and commissions are a discussion of our values, right? And jet noise, having lived here for 20 years, changed quite a bit. And I think the only person in this government when I was sitting on the Mobile Home Advisory Board actually at the time, saw the Metroplex memo come through on the FAA because somehow that comes across my desk at some point, and actually got it into the general plan, which was monitor the change in the FAA regulations. And when I was on Planning Commission, we put that in there. And lo and behold, nobody went to the FCC or the FAA meeting in Long Beach in 2010 maybe, to make sure that our voice was heard when they were going to consolidate and change to a GPS-based system. So I think potentially just having this as needed instead of meeting regularly, because we don't want to lose the experts on this committee.
Well, and my response would be we could always, as elected officials, reach out to those very experts. We don't need to have a commission to reach out to people who are experts in different fields on a lot of stuff we do. And so we were asked to do some consolidations. I thought this was a worthy committee to dissolve. It doesn't mean that we're not going to talk to some of these experts that were on this committee. And as those issues come forward to us, I'm sure us as council members, we will respond and do what we can to serve the citizens of Huntington Beach. So with that, I would, unless you want to do a substitute motion.
It's just not going to matter.
Okay, all right. It's been moved by myself. I forgot. Pat Burns, second.
Mm-hmm.
Please call the roll.
All right, Councilmember Kalmick.
Nay.
Mosher?
Nay.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Yes.
Bolton? Burns?
Aye.
Item passes 4-3.
Okay, members, we're on recommendation number 4, dissolving the Mobile Home Advisory Board. So who wants to take a crack at that?
I'll say some. You got to say some. I didn't get to on the other one.
Councilmember.
No, I just appreciate everybody's participation on any of these boards, commissions, and committees. And but there's, in all this, it's always what's going to serve our community, the city of Huntington Beach best. And these are the recommendations we came up with, and what's going to serve the functioning of our government and the people the best. And this is one that's, I believe, and has been on the chopping block the last 2 times the boards, committees, and commissions have been reviewed. And we don't have any regulatory power over them, so I'm supporting this to be dissolved.
Any other?
Yeah.
Councilman?
Because I can read the room, what if we were to modify this board into something like an attainable housing board that would give advice and recommendations to the city council on providing and maintaining attainable housing within the community, and they could have a mobile home representative, an apartment person, somebody from affordable housing developers to make recommendations on policies that the government can get out of the way to help bring down the cost of housing in Huntington Beach. And I think be kind of a catch-all for the folks that come down here, so that they have a clearinghouse to voice their concerns that then would come up in our reports that we get with the minutes, that we could potentially repurpose this committee to kind of cover housing as a whole within the community, because housing is obviously very important. And I think it would look good also that we're trying to have attainable housing in this community, not capital A affordable, but attainable housing. And so just for consideration of the council to kind of maybe reorient this, if we're contemplating getting rid of it, at least have our mobile home folks have a voice so that selfishly, we don't have 100 folks coming down every meeting to talk to us about mobile home issues.
Yeah, I wouldn't support that, to be honest with you.
And again, residents have the right to organize. So there's a lot of different mobile home parks throughout the state that create their own organizations or nonprofits to lobby their local community. So yeah, I'm supportive of the recommendation number 4.
Well, to me, this is, I've always said it, like this is the epitome of a private sector, private property issue that needs to be handled in the private sector. A lot of these communities, some have HOAs. They can work through their HOAs if they have disputes. This is a dispute between tenants and landlords, and the government should not be intervening here. But we have helped out. We've provided the tenant rental assistance program. I've always said that community members can work through their elected representatives through us if issues arise. They can work through their HOAs to come to us with ideas or suggestions. But this is private property, private sector issues that should be handled in the private sector. And so I don't think it's appropriate that only one park community has a board and commission, but the other 95% of the communities in the city don't have boards and commissions on their private property. So that's where I stand on it.
I would like to move that we do recommended item number 4. Is there a second?
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Okay, clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Kalmick?
Nay.
Mosher?
No.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Yes.
Bolton?
No.
Burns?
Aye.
4-3.
Okay, members, move on to committee recommendation number 5. Smart Cities Standing Committee, Environmental Sustainability Board, and transfer their duties under the Citizen Infrastructure Advisory Board, Public Works Commission. This is just self-explanatory. It's a way to consolidate. I move that we do recommendation number 5.
Mr. Mayor, the Smart Cities and Technology Council Committee is a council committee, not a board and commission. So it doesn't meet until there's an item that would require the expertise of those folks on that committee. It was created by me as a clearinghouse, effectively, for emerging technologies. Smart Cities and Technology Council Committee could probably be referred to as the Emerging Technologies Committee now. To get in front of that and have folks with expertise in that do some clearing, do some work, and then report up. To give that to the Public Works Commission, and again, the Environmental and Sustainability Board, whole different set of folks. And again, speaks to the values of the community. They're in the middle of working on our sustainability master plan. To shift those over and to consolidate at this point in time doesn't quite. I'm trying to understand the reasoning to get those.
Again, these were vetted with staff, and we got staff recommendation as well, and we felt that these duties could easily be done by the Public Works Commission. So that's why we did the consolidation.
I don't see if Catherine's around. So I guess you said staff did. So staff.
No, I mean we had Al Zelinka and Travis in every one of these, and we asked for input.
So staff's recommendation is to consolidate the Environmental Board with the Public Works Commission?
I did not say staff recommendation. I said working with staff.
No, you said staff recommendation.
Working with staff.
If that's what you meant, then
No,
okay, that's what you
working
meant.
with staff, they felt, as I asked, the Public Works, could they deal with this consolidation, and they thought it was appropriate. And they acknowledged that the Public Works Board, Advisory Board, could take over some of those smart city and environmental sustainability board issues.
I'd just like the staff's comment on
Sure,
it, because
please.
I'd just like to hear what their view is.
Yes,
It's more nuanced.
Actually, maybe I just.
Do you want to jump in? Go ahead.
And please.
Jump in first, and then
All right. Okay. So the environmental board, the duties in the environmental board, when I read them to you, I know maybe they had done other duties as well, but this says it provides advice and monitor the city's comprehensive sustainability master plan and incorporates water and energy conservation, recourse recovery and waste management, renewable recycled products, air quality, mobility, and other pertinent issues that affect the overall sustainability, economic, ecological, and social environments of Huntington Beach. Many of those items can be brought through the Public Works Commission, and they do handle, and in previous years, the Water Quality Committee was combined with the Public Works Commission, so evaluating where those duties would go, it seemed that that was, the Public Works Commission was the one that more closely is related to handling duties such as those.
And I think if I can add, the other line of thinking is over time, the composition of the commission will evolve to be kind of a hybrid of what the Public Works Commission is today and what the Environmental and Sustainability Board is today. It would be a hybrid, and so much of the infrastructure dimensions of our city and work hand in hand with the environmental and sustainability dimensions of the city. And so that was also a line of conversation in the ad hoc committee.
Okay.
Not discounting the expertise that's on the environmental sustainability board now.
Sure. Yeah, I just find it just not suspicious, but odd that these are the committees that don't actually have direct council appointments, and that we're combining them with ones that have direct council appointments in them, as opposed to boards and commissions that have the vote of the council to select members of them. I won't be supporting this. I think the Environmental Sustainability Board is right in the middle of a project, and to slash that and move that over to Public Works Commission, I think is bad public policy.
Right. Clerk, please call the roll.
I have some comments
go ahead.
too.
Go ahead,
Thanks.
Councilman.
So I agree. I think that the expertise that we have on the Environmental and Sustainability Board, it's very, I mean, it's broad, but it's particular for the project that we're working on, which is a large, essentially, program with a sustainability master plan. I think that it will be a loss for the city and for us to, it's essentially dissolving them. And having them, I guess, go into the Public Works Board. I also think, though, this is an entity that has been around since 1979, which was mentioned in the item. And I think it says a lot that a coastal city won't have an environmental board. I think that it's really important. It was mentioned earlier as well, our oceans, our wetlands, everything else. We should have people with the professional expertise of that focusing on it as well and bringing things to our attention. If they're on the Public Works, board, again, they're not necessarily going to be people with that particular expertise. I think it's also important, as Councilmember Kalmick I think said in a different way, that this is going to then be a council member appointed board. I think there's so much value in letting people give back to their community, and not everybody has a PhD in various forms of different science, and I want them to be able to say, you know what, I'm going to give back to my community, and you're literally taking away that ability for that. And I know you can go in the private sector and everything else, but they're doing it for free. They're doing it to help their city, and they feel ownership in that. And I think it's unfortunate. That's it.
And if I can add, you don't have to have a committee to care about an issue, and at any time, our council members could create an advisory board for them to bring those voices with them to City Hall. So on that, yes.
Real quick.
Go ahead.
We can always, any of us can always replace somebody on the Public Works Department with whomever you'd like and put that expertise right on the back Public Works.
And what I'm trying to point out is we don't have to have a committee to care about an issue, and you can always bring forward an advisory board as a council member and meet with that advisory board of experts and then take those voices with you to City Hall. With that...
and you can also
Clerk,
appoint people to these boards that aren't experts at all, which is unfortunate.
Okay. Clerk, please call the roll.
We need a second to the motion.
I'll second.
Been second.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalmick?
Nay.
Mosher?
No.
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Yes.
Bolton?
No.
Burns?
Aye.
Item passes 4-3.
Okay, members, let's go to number 6. It's a rename of the Urban Design Ad Hoc Committee to go to Downtown Beachfront Ad Hoc Committee to broaden the scope. There's been discussions about feasibility about PCH. It doesn't mean we're locked into PCH, but there's been some movement of talking about public-private partnership in terms of what a feasibility might be in order to take over PCH and beautify it like it does in Newport Beach. And it would add to the downtown beachfront ad hoc committee. So we're just expanding this to also include the downtown and the beachfront ad hoc committee. I know Councilman McKeon had a comment on this.
Yeah, just on that, I'd like to just kind of moving forward, limit the use of, city council ad hoc committees. I mean, they're appropriate and are productive for minor tasks like with a specific purpose, but for major projects like this, I like this to be more of like a study session focused to ensure frequent community updates and participation. So that's just kind of my input on that.
Okay. I move that we adopt the committee recommendation number 6. Do I see it? It's been seconded. Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Sure, I have no problem with the change of the name. I just think it's important to acknowledge that it was never just about Main Street. I think it was always about that entire area. So it's fine to clarify that, but really it was always that.
Okay, that'd be great.
To dovetail onto what Councilmember McKeon was talking about, this ad hoc committees don't have to be closed-door committees. Like,
no.
I would ask that this committee be a published Brown
Sure.
Act committee that would be open to the public to have all of that, and only meet as such.
Sure.
Would be excellent on that. So
Great.
that's a friendly amendment to the motion.
I'll accept that amendment to the motion. It's been moved. It's been seconded. Do you second that amendment to the motion? Pat?
Sure.
So we're going to strike ad hoc from the recommendation?
Oh, no, it just,
Committee?
I mean, you can say committee, ad hoc committee. I think Councilman Kalmick just wanted to make sure it was publicly,
It was
noticed.
I guess it becomes a committee and then it just has to be dissolved. It would be because ad hoc committees by law don't have to be a public meeting, right? So it's the idea is that
Right.
the committee wants to be only meet in public.
So, and that's the question. So do you want it to be a Brown Act body with published agendas?
That would be the goal, so people know when it is and can attend, yeah.
Okay.
So that would be, is that just as part of the concept
Just for
of staff?
clarification.
Okay, but it can still be an ad hoc committee then?
Well, no, not really.
Okay.
It's transmuted into a
Committee?
standing committee.
I think the goal is
Always
more
dissolve
to
it.
have more like study sessions to present more frequently what the committee talks about. That's where I was going with it.
Yeah.
Do you still do the amendment?
I mean, I prefer to leave it the way it is, but I mean, look, I always, if people in the public want to come, I'm always open to that.
And just so you know, there's just, I mean, and maybe the clerk can comment on this, there is some administrative maintenance with a Brown Act body, or committee. So I'm just saying, like, you need to be clear, is it an ad hoc or is it not? Because we need to know, so.
Yeah, because it's my understanding there are
my understanding-
committees that aren't really considered Brown Act committees that do notice and they do invite people in when necessary.
Based on the understanding, if it has to not be an ad hoc committee anymore in a Brown Act, I'll not accept that amendment. I'll just move it as is. Was still seconded?
I'll second.
Okay. All right, clerk, call the roll.
All right. Councilmember Kalmick,
Aye.
Mosher,
Aye.
Vandermark,
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon,
Yes.
Bolton.
Aye.
Burns.
Aye.
Item passes 7-0.
Okay, members, we move on to number 7, restructuring the Huntington Beach Youth Board, Youth Citizens Leadership Committee. I believe as we talk to staff, and maybe staff you can help, the reason for the Non-Brown Act is to get more participation, correct, and to achieve their goals.
Yes, when the youth was putting together
I know it's late.
I'm
It's
sorry. What's it called?
Youth and Government
Youth
Day?
and Government Day.
Yeah.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Yeah, the Youth and Government Day. It's very hard for young people to coordinate and do that work when they can only discuss with a quorum when there's a Brown Act meeting. And so the proposal is the Community and Library Services would continue working with this youth board in more of an open format so that they can contact each other and work with each other and continue to provide the Youth and Government Day program.
And by the way, also, there's expansion on the youth board that
Yes.
they're adding things as
Yes,
well.
so that they could also help with the current Junior Citizens Academy that the city started, I believe, last year. And that is a program for youth that is in junior high school, middle school. And the proposal is to have the youth board work and provide assistance to that program for the younger youth.
And for those reasons, I move that we do committee recommendation number 7.
Second.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Discussion? Go ahead, Councilwoman.
I have been the liaison for the youth board, and so I really do acknowledge the value of having it as a non-Brown Act working group, because they would often try to work with each other, and it's very difficult to, coordinate via, they're messaging each other, and it's like, oh, I don't know if they're talking to each other. So it's helpful for them to be able to do that. I do think there's value, though, in maybe still talking about the Brown Act with them, just so they understand, kind of like one of our previous youth board members talked about, so they can still have an understanding of maybe how their communication is more free than it would normally be on a board. I appreciate, that, well, 2 things. They always do a great job with Youth and Government Day, and I think that's a great annual tradition for both staff and the youth board. I'm excited that the Junior Citizens Academy is continuing, so it's great to see it here, and I think giving them the opportunity to participate in that, if it makes sense, I think would be great. I will say that what we were working on before, when I was the liaison, was trying to get the youth board, not trying to get them, really allow them to say, what is it that you're interested in as a board, and allowing them to vote on that so that they could participate in things with staff and work on maybe one. It's hard to get them all working on one thing, but maybe working on a project that they care about so that they feel they have some agency in the community, maybe outside of the annual piece. So I am glad about the Junior Citizens Academy, but I would say I'd hope that there's still always an opportunity to consider additional opportunities for them. One other thing is, it's not on here, but I don't know if this really needs to have council liaisons. Perhaps it would be nice for it to just be staff working with, the youth board, just because they get a little bit more of the kind of partisan feel of things, perhaps, and it maybe would be good for them just to be separate, and we could participate with them, I don't know, different council members at different times. I don't know, just an idea.
I think there should be liaisons so they can ask questions, and we have committed people to answer some of those questions.
Then I would just really ask of whoever is the liaisons for different boards and committees to fully participate in those boards and commissions and stay for all of their meetings and to the end, because I know that that's not always what has happened, and I think you're right. It is good for people to have, for the committees to have somebody to ask questions of, and there is value in having a liaison in that case, but that would be my ask of our council.
And I would just say that should always be the goal, but there's sometimes scheduling conflicts that happen. For example, as a mayor, you're invited to enormous amounts of events, and there's a lot of times I would like to stay for the whole meeting.
Sure.
But you can't be in 3 places at once. So that should be the goal for every member, to be there for the whole time. But sometimes it's not possible.
I totally understand that as the mayor, and on occasion otherwise, but
Right.
it's been the consistent reporting that I've heard that there's been really very rarely has anybody stayed till the end of a meeting. And I'll just say, in the past, it's my understanding that most people would commit to staying and or prioritizing those meetings. So I guess we're going to have less now, so maybe that'll help out.
Yeah, maybe that will. It's been moved. It's been seconded.
Say something real quick. So I just want to clarify that the reason these changes are being made, because a couple of speakers said that we're trying to keep kids away. And I do have a passion for helping our youth, and I do want them to be more involved in our government. This is actually being done to expand their participation, not limit it. So that is exactly what this is doing.
It's been moved, it's been seconded. Clerk, please call the roll.
Can I ask one quick question? It's actually just
go
about
ahead.
status. Have we started taking applications for the youth board?
We're starting.
I don't know that answer.
Okay.
Staff?
Because it normally starts
You know what,
soon.
I would need to talk to Community and Library Services.
I'm sure we'll get you that answer, Councilwoman.
Find that out.
Okay, just so I hope we can really blast it out and get as many people interested in applying. Thank you.
I'm sure staff will bring that to you. Thank you.
I would just add, I would agree with Mayor Pro Tem and Natalie Mosier and Councilmember Mosier on that. The goal was to how do we engage the youth in the Youth and Government Day and even provide them an opportunity to change it up so that it's more interesting to have more participation. So
And
that
expand,
was-
and expand
So
for
that
the
was
youth.
the discussion. So-
Right. More involvement with youth. On that note, please call the roll.
Ready. Councilmember Kalmick.
Aye.
Mosher.
Aye.
Vandermark.
Yes.
Strickland.
Aye.
McKeon.
Yes.
Bolton.
Yes.
Burns.
Aye.
Item passes 7-0.
Okay, members, we're on committee recommendation number 8. It's a name change. Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark, do you want to talk about on the name change?
Yes. So one thing that I noticed when we were going out, before we were elected, going down Main Street, I asked several kids, you know what we're celebrating? They said the 4th of July. I said, so what is the 4th of July? They're like, I don't know. They asked their mom, they asked their dad. I do think it's really important that we acknowledge that we're not just celebrating a day. We're not celebrating the 4th of July. We're actually celebrating our Independence Day. And we need to bring back that awareness that that is exactly what we're celebrating. And I think changing the name of the board is a great start.
And then adding to the recommendation is the evaluation of the 2023 staff. Everybody did an incredible job for the whole week of, the 5-6 days of events. It was remarkable. I would like to commend our public safety. I'd like to commend everybody involved because all the events, it really made everybody, in my opinion, be proud of Huntington Beach, that we can do all those events, and the families loved it, the festivities, and we're gonna evaluate and see how we can even make it better if that's possible. So with that, I move that we take committee recommendation number 8.
I have a
Second.
point of order
Second.
on that. So this item was noticed as taking the recommendations to boards and committees. Having the city issue an RFP is not really relevant. Or
I think the
germane
staff
to-
was just informing you the RFP is running out and that
Or
there's
the-
going to be
the contracts are out,
contract's running out and there will be an RFP. I think that's more informational instead of the recommendation.
Because the slide says direct staff, so I just want to make sure that
Yeah.
was staff already in the process of issuing an RFP because the contract was running out, or is they're looking for staff? for
So
council
during this
correction?
discussion of the ad hoc committee was in support of that. Whether or not that's part of this motion, I leave that up to the council and.
I just asked from a
and point
noticing
of order.
standpoint that
Okay, we'll make it part of the motion. My understanding was the contract was running out and that we would probably look to do a new RFP as the contract runs out, from my understanding
I believe they're
in the
going to do that,
subcommittee.
yes.
And so I will make it part of the motion that we direct staff to initiate a new RFP because the current contract is running out.
So my question was to the city attorney on a point,
please, go
on
ahead.
the point of order was, this was noticed as an update to boards and commissions, and we're now directing staff to go in a different direction. And that wouldn't, I think someone casually looking at the agenda wouldn't think that was going to be happening.
Yeah, it's a good point. I think Councilmember Kalmick has a good point.
Okay.
I don't know, I think the staff hears you loud and clear that.
So what I'll do-
They're anticipating having to issue an RFP anyway.
So
Yes, I think, yes.
I think
Or anyway.
to keep the record clean, taking that off their
Okay.
recommendation and moving forward.
Let's do
with
that.
this.
Okay,
I just
let's do that.
want to make sure we don't get.
Okay, that's fair. Let's remove that part. So I'll move committee recommendation, subtraction. I believe the city staff's going to do that on their own anyway, so.
So just a name change.
Right.
What is the
and then-
more clarified roles?
And then evaluating the 2023 and see what went well, what didn't. And the staff, again, will come back with a synopsis of that.
Yeah, correct, Mayor. So right now, there's not clarifying any roles. What this is a name change.
Right.
The staff is working on an RFP because it's the end of the contract from the last operator. And there may be some
And the valuation's already,
recommendations,
the
yeah.
valuation's already being moved forward to
Yes,
as well.
so the evaluation, that may come to council through the liaisons at a future date.
Great. Thank you. So it's been moved, it's been seconded. Clerk, call the roll.
Councilmember Kalmick?
Aye.
Mosher?
Aye.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Yes.
Bolton?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Passes 7-0.
All right, members, we're almost there. Committee recommendation number 9, restructure the specific events executive committee as a standing council committee to review council's priorities for large-scale specific events. I thought it was important when we talk about big events that come to Huntington Beach that there's city council representation at the table, and I'm the one that moved this forward because I think it's important that we do have city council representation when we talk about some of these priorities for large-scale specific events. So because of that, I'm moving that we do recommendation number 9. Do I see a second? It's been seconded by Burns.
So I have questions on this.
Clarification.
I don't quite understand. So what currently exists? Because there's like liaisons.
Well,
to
one of the
special event.
one of the priorities of our council, all 7 of us, we're talking about maybe a new facility coming in town. I've heard different opportunities of concerts coming to town, big events. We already have an air show. We have the 4th of July or Independence Day. I just think as we talk some of these large scale events, I know I'm working right now on a potential of bringing a Tour de France type event with Visit Huntington Beach to try to bring them to
Kelly's into bikes? Weird.
yeah, that's no, but it's a not to go into it, but I'm working to try to get a large scale event to try to come to our city. So I just think as we move forward, and especially with all 7 of us talking about a potential arena facility, that we create this committee
Wait, a
and
what?
talk about.
I'm sorry, a what?
A facility, like a concert facility.
Okay.
We
Okay,
remember
sorry.
we did the strategic planning.
Yeah, no, you're talking about arena. I'm starting to
sorry,
see like the
strategic
joke I always make that like, hey, we're
the
trying to build
strategic
something.
planning. We talked about
Right.
that, and all 7 of us said that was a good recommendation coming back. In fact, I saw that all stickers were on that item. So that's the nexus for my recommendation here.
So
on
my
number
question
9.
is more, I guess, more process. Like, what do we currently have? Because I was unclear. I tried to
what I'll
review.
do is I'll clarify a little bit. Currently, it's been a little bit muddled in the past. The municipal code talks about a committee that is basically staff from all departments and stakeholders, and that committee has been operating for years. There are liaisons appointed in our liaison list. And so through the discussion of the ad hoc committee is have the staff committee who is Public Works, Fire, Police Department, and other departments working with Community Library Services when they evaluate the permitting process and come up with how to permit I'm saying a specific event, an individual event would come forward and the operator would work with that specific events committee, which is more of a staff-related event, to develop those requirements for the permit, and then separately have this have the specific executive committee, specific events, evaluate policy decisions and looking at policy recommendations for city council on when the city council may have concerts. At one period of time, the city council didn't want to have concerts on the beach. They are moving in another direction. So those policy decisions, evaluating those kind of things that would then come to the full city council.
So that was my bigger question, was the executive committee would work on policy and not necessarily be negotiating, because you kind of made it sound like you'd be negotiating with a concert.
No, but we're working on policy. But yes, the key would be to have some council representation when we start talking about some of these big events.
And this is a standing committee.
Correct.
So it would be a Brown Act committee that would be noticed and open to the public?
Correct.
And so what would the authority be with them that would come back to the council? Because I guess that's what I'm trying to grasp is we're empowering 3 members of this subcommittee to do X, and then what comes out the other end of that? Is it that negotiating, figuring out, sitting at the table with a big vendor comes in?
Well, I think it's important from my perspective, that as we talk some of these big events, that it also gives the staff a flavor of kind of where the council members are on some of these events as well. So I actually think it's a very needed committee where we get council input on some of these large scale events.
But the 3 people in that, but that meeting would be open to the public then?
I believe so.
I mean, it would have to be.
I would ask Travis. Is that open to the
and I
public?
would ask our city attorney, I think if it's a standing committee that continues, then it needs to be open to the public, is my understanding.
With chance for public, chance for public.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, that's.
Right.
Brown Act standing committee, yes.
So it's been moved, it's been seconded. Clerk, please call the roll.
It is listed as standing also on the recommended action. So let's go, Councilmember Kalmick.
Pass.
Mosier?
Aye.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Mayor Strickland?
Aye. Aye.
McKeon?
Yes?
Bolton?
Aye.
Burns?
Aye.
Councilmember Kalmick?
Aye.
All right, it passes 7-0.
All right, members, that's it.
Wait a minute, we have B and C. Do we need a motion and a second to move forward on recommendations B and C, which actually direct that resolutions, ordinances, things be
Yes,
brought forward?
What are we doing?
I'll collectively recommend B and C to be passed by the council as recommended.
Second.
Okay. Any comments?
You voting?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Councilmember Kalmick.
Aye.
Mosher?
Aye.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Yes?
Bolton?
No.
Burns?
Aye.
Item passes 6-1.
Okay,
Councilmember
members,
Bolton.
now we're on file item number 28. Let's see, staff, please introduce the report.
All right. Let me just adjust to here a little bit. Okay, Mayor and City Council members, this item is the recommendations from the Charter Review Ad Hoc Committee. On June 6th, the City Council approved an H item brought forward by Councilmember Burns, designating Mayor Strickland as lead ad hoc committee member and 2 other council members to work with him and the City Attorney's Office to return to the City Council with recommendations for proposal for charter amendments for consideration for the March 5th, 2024 statewide primary election. Mayor Strickland appointed Mayor Pro Tem Vandermark and Councilmember Burns to the ad hoc committee, which worked with the city attorney to identify the 7 proposed amendments for city council consideration. As requested by the ad hoc committee, the council may consider 1 or more of the charter amendments for placement on 1 or more ballot measures for voter approval on the March 5th, 2024 statewide primary. And the council will be requested to direct the city attorney to review each of these amendments for the legality and work with staff to prepare the ballot measures and language and all of the materials required for submittal to the Register of Voters, and that would come back for city council consideration. Additionally, the city clerk was asked to provide a summary of the required schedule to meet the March 5th, 2024 statewide primary. With this, the council is requested to provide direction on each of these items to be placed as ballot measures, and then have the city attorney's office review all those items for the proposed ballot and make a determination if they can be placed on the special election in January 24, March.
Not a special election, it's just the primary election.
The primary election.
Primary
Thank you.
election.
There are some special regulations for primary elections versus statewide elections. The other thing we'd ask the council to do moving forward, because the timeline is tight, and we'll present that here shortly, is to provide guidance on how to group or consolidate these charter amendments. You can group those ballot measures into, or group the items into ballot measures, and if you, and provided in the item is information the city clerk obtained from the registered of voters to give us an idea of the cost of placing those measures on the ballot. And if they are grouped together, they could reduce the cost. So if you take 2 or 3 of them and put them into one ballot measure, then that would reduce reduce the cost than doing 7 or 8 ballot measures all at once. With that, I will give the city clerk, Robin Stanislaw, put up a slide for her, and if she could go through the schedule or the required schedule to meet the state primary election in 2024.
All right, the schedule was put into the memo that went out in the packet, and basically it's August 1st. We're considering the proposed amendments tonight, and we're also requesting that the city attorney review any approved amendments or prepare materials required for the ROV for placement on the March ballot, and that's March 2024. I guess through August, it is suggested that staff go ahead and consider all of the information that will be shared tonight in order to return in early September. Since we're canceling our next meeting, we won't have a second meeting in August. So we would propose that based on the action taken tonight, that you would return at either we would return at either September 5th or the September 9th meeting to consider any recommendations, budget appropriation for each ballot measure, and all ballot materials. We also, if that indeed happens in that process, we would consider September through mid-November to gather impartial analysis, arguments, rebuttals, other required voter materials in order to submit them timely to the ROV by the December 8th deadline for the March 5th, 2024 election. And we just wanted to let you all know that this is a recommended timeline only, and it's designed to allow the city attorney's office sufficient time to conduct legal reviews, prepare resolutions, and all other required materials. It appears that some of these recommended charter amendments will require some legal analysis, so we want to make sure he has plenty of time to do that. And under item 2, if you guys are not, council's not able to approve amendments and adopt resolutions by September 19, there is room to deliberate through October. However, again, we just strongly suggest not going that far out because legal reviews are timely, and then there's Thanksgiving holiday to consider, and the closer we inch to the deadline, you know, sometimes things are missed, and so we just want to make sure that everybody has enough time to consolidate all the material that's necessary to be successful.
All right. The ad hoc committee came up with basically 7 recommendations and a suggestion that if there were other proposed suggestions from council members to be brought forward at this time, and I will go through the proposed amendments, and then council can discuss each of them.
Let me see the pleasure of the council. Do we want to handle this the same way we handle the board's consolidation? So we'll have staff go through the whole thing, and then we'll go item by item. Is that good? Okay.
All right. The first recommendation from the Charter Review Ad Hoc Committee is in section 300, term commencement. And the recommendation is to change the term of the elected candidate to commence with the first regular city council meeting following the city's certification of the election, rather than the Monday following, which is currently in the charter. The second recommendation is in section 303, regular meetings, and it would be to provide that the cancellation of a city council meeting may occur where there is a lack of quorum or is canceled by the mayor or majority of council members. Number 3 is concerning section 612 of the charter, Measure C, and the recommendation of the ad hoc committee is discussed in beaches and parks, and is to revise to provide more allowance to the restroom and other existing facility remodels with no cost or price cap, only allowing expansion of the facility footprint for up to 20% within a 10-year period. And B, the recommendation on parks is to revise children's playground facilities and equipment for both new installations and for replacement installations. Replacement of installations of playground facilities and equipment would be limited to not expand the existing footprint by more than 100% within a 10-year period. The Charter Review Ad Hoc Committee's recommendation number 4 concerns section 601 and 602 of the charter, and it would be to revise to submission of a 2-year budget in even years. The Charter Ad Hoc Committee's recommendation number 5 concerns section 300 of the charter, the clerk and treasurer election cycles, and the recommendation is to change election cycles to gubernatorial for treasurer and clerk positions. Number 6 is in regard to section 310, the clerk qualifications, and that would modify such that the clerk position requires any 4-year bachelor degree, remove the additional requirements for qualifying candidates.
On that note, my understanding from the subcommittee, and again, it reads differently, and I know the public came out and talked about this issue. My understanding is there was subjective interpretation. It said business administration degree or something related. What we were trying to just get to was related is subjective, and so we just want to leave it to business, not business, but just a bachelor's degree, and cut out the part related, because related is subjective. And the other qualifications, you know, like you have to have a clerk license within 3 years, that remains. We're not getting rid of all the additional requirements. We're keeping all those requirements. We're just making sure that we codify what is today subjective interpretation and making it very crystal clear, because right now it reads business degree or anything related. What we just wanted to do is just flat out just say, 4-year bachelor's degree.
And Mayor, for
Please.
context, if I could, one of the issues with educational requirements specifically is it actually has come up in the past preceding other city clerk elections, where people would call into us and say, I don't understand. And we would go back and look for kind of a legislative history in the attorney's office on what really was meant by this. And we've reached out to our consultants and others, and it's just been squishy.
No, I still remember I got made fun of when I asked the question about is G strings allowed or not at the, and people were like making fun of me, but that was a serious question, because I think it's really hard when we do these things if things are subjective. And that's where we can get really caught. And that's why I wanted to remove that subjective interpretation and just say, hey, anybody who has a bachelor's degree, but we're not getting rid of those additional requirements. We're keeping the requirements that you have to have a clerk certification within 3 years and those other ones. It was just to clarify on this one. It was just to clarify that one.
Mayor, do we need the 4-year? Any bachelor's degree wouldn't that fit? Bachelor's degree, do you need 4-year?
No, I mean, I'm okay.
But
I'm okay.
3.
Now's the time to amend that. But I just wanted a clarification so the council members knew what the goal was. It wasn't to get rid or lower the standards. It was just to get rid of the subjective interpretation. I'm sorry to interrupt. Travis, please continue.
Okay. All right, and then the final one, or the final 2 recommendations are number 7 in section 702 of the charter, local control over elections. And it is to remove exclusive reliance on the state elections code for all aspects of elections. Add that for municipal elections, the city will maintain local control over ID provisions for resident verification, provide at least 12 polling locations, facilities throughout the city for in-person voting, and provide that the city will provide for monitoring of ballot drop boxes.
Mayor, can I comment on that as well?
Could I comment and then you can follow? Again, just based on the reading, the subcommittee, from my understanding, it really was Pat Burns and my idea, but Pat Burns brought it up. And I have history where I look at some of the cities in Northern California. Northern California, some of the cities have choice voting, what's called choice voting in municipal elections. They have voting for felons or lowering their voting to 16. And I wanted to see if it was feasible to not remove the state election codes, not to get rid of the county elections, but to see if we can look to require more polling locations to get more people active in the voting process. And I authored a bill every year when I was in Sacramento on voter ID. I wanted to see if it was feasible to do voter ID in our municipal elections, much like Northern California has a lot of their different changes for lowering their age to 16. I wanted to see if it was feasible, looking at those laws from Northern California on their municipal elections, to see if we can bring in voter ID. And I was quoted in the Orange County Register saying the most important thing about voting is people having trust and faith in the election system. Otherwise, our democracy does not work. I believe that we're asked to ID, get on a plane, get in medicine, everything else. I think it should be required to go do voting, and I want to see if it's feasible, again, to do this here in Huntington Beach. But I'm not for removing the state election code or getting away from the county elections. They do a good job. I just want to take a look at, can we expand the polling locations, and can we indeed do voter identifications for municipal elections? And so with that, that's my clarification. City Attorney, did I miss anything?
Yeah, no, well, you're in terms of policy goals, that's you, but I wanted, for the benefit of the public and maybe the council members as well who haven't been privy to conversations, Charter 702 specifically provides that all elections shall be held in accordance with the provisions of the election code of the state of California, as the same now exists or hereinafter may be amended for holding of municipal elections, and then it goes on a little further. So basically in our charter, we essentially relinquished all control to the state elections code, and what the ad hoc committee's desire is to pull back a little bit of local control on those 3 items. So I think the way that's worded, I think maybe the public misunderstood that we're just going to pull back. The elections code is
Right.
There's a ton
No, I
of
know.
code, elections
Yeah.
code, where, I don't think the ad hoc committee intention was to pull back on all of it. It was really to say, where we used to exclusively rely on the entire body of elections code, we're now just going to pull back in these 3 areas, but otherwise still rely on the elections code.
Correct.
Right? Okay. Just
Correct.
wanted for that clarification.
Correct.
All right. And maybe we make that motion, maybe we can clarify some of that. When
We'll
when we
hit
get
that
there.
item
Yeah,
as
when
we
it
come
comes,
through.
when
Yeah.
it comes. Thank you. And number 8 is the ad hoc committee requested any other suggestions by city council at this meeting.
Yeah, I would like to.
I have a point of order on that.
Please.
Before we get to that, my apologies. Again, noticing on this, it was the recommendations of the ad hoc committee, which one would not assume would include, and then anything else.
Well, because you're basically straw polling what you would support, and this comes back as a red line, there's really no particular issue. And you could not straw poll it, you could just talk about it, and then we'll hear you, and we could bring it back still. So I don't think a noticing issue.
It just seemed like
Yeah.
if somebody looked at the agenda and said, oh, okay, there's a recommendation that we're not going to just add people may not have shown up, they read this, they were okay with it, and then opted not to show up because now we're going to talk about a bunch of other stuff that wasn't agenda.
For instance, I was just reminded tonight that there's the one in response to the H item that Councilmember McKeon had that isn't on this list, that it passed, it probably should be on the list, right?
Yep.
So.
Right. That was noticeably absent from this, but since it wasn't on there, someone may not, who opposed it, wanted to come and give public comment on it.
But it's going to come back anyway.
Sure.
Do you see what I'm saying?
Right.
And
That
they'll-
was my
essentially-
point of order. That's your opinion on it, then that's
Yeah, no, fair
what
enough.
we're gonna
I
do.
mean, this is essentially because we're doing straw polls on each one of these. This is like a study session, and it's going to come back at the next meeting.
And the committee
Sure.
will have the input.
Right,
when we come
just
back.
they didn't have it tonight, so that was my concern.
I got a request, though.
Okay, go ahead.
I would also like to request that the council consider entering our current flag ordinance into the city charter. That's it.
Could I ask for an amendment to that flag ordinance? To include, if we're lucky enough to have the Olympics, to have Olympic flags up? Okay, all right.
And then, Mayor, do you want me to?
Yeah, go ahead.
Just, from the city attorney mentioned it, my H item from last meeting, just to repeat it, an amendment to the city charter that would restrict city councils from engaging in real property transactions, that would require the city of Huntington Beach to forego regularly collected property taxes on investment property unless those purchases are approved by the voters of the city of Huntington Beach. Exceptions to this rule would and may include real property transactions that are important for acquisition of private property for infrastructure.
So the ad hoc committee, the direction from staff, though, the direction at that meeting was to send it to the ad hoc committee, have the ad hoc committee address the 15 or so possible pitfalls with it, and then come back with better language. Did the ad hoc committee meet and talk about that and come back? Because that was like kind of the point of it, was that staff came up with some, like I just spitballed several potential edge cases that make that a problem. So like, how do we address those? If the ad hoc committee was supposed to do that, now we're just gonna have staff figure it out?
Well, I think the ad hoc committee, it's my understanding the ad hoc committee can still meet. I don't know if there's any planned meetings, but they can still meet and work on this. All of this is going to come back at the next meeting or soon thereafter.
Okay.
So if it's not finessed now, it can still be finessed.
Okay.
Okay. Any other ideas from members that you would like to see for charter amendments? See the will of the council?
I would.
Can I, oh,
Yeah.
I was going to ask a question
Go ahead.
about the flag ordinance. Is there a section that you'd like to refer to in the charter that it amends, or does anybody have that information?
It might be a new section or miscellaneous.
Okay. I just thought if you had it, I'd take it.
Put it miscellaneous.
Councilman McKean, you have another one?
Yeah, this was, actually, I guess it was last year when I was on the Charter Review Commission, and then really brought to light by the Steele report that the attorney brought forward earlier. to me, that can't happen again, like hiring attorneys outside the purview of the elected city attorney. So I just want to look into revising the charter to highlight or emphasize that, as mentioned, the city attorney is elected by the people and is the exclusive legal counsel for the city. And any other attorneys hired by the city need to be hired by the city attorney's office. That was brought forward, like I said, last in the Charter Commission. And then the protection of the attorney-client communications and attorney work product are to be protected by the city attorney. And if any other member of the city needs access to these privileged communications, it would have to be voted on by the city council. And I think, even going forward on these investigations, we should guard against investigations. Talked about in the presentation where basically the city is investigating itself without using a third party. So I don't feel like one part of the city should be, investigating another part where elected officials are involved. So I think any sense of wrongdoing should be contracted out to another third, party, public agency. So I know this is a lot, but if you guys can meet again and kind of discuss how we can put in guardrails to protect this. I mean, some ideas where, elected officials can't maliciously cut other elected departments' budgets, maybe put a cap on, not to exceed 5%. Just guardrails to protect us from electeds investigating other electeds without a third-party public agency.
On that one part, that you had, I know you mentioned a few. I would like to ask the city attorney: isn't it already illegal to pull emails from attorney-client privilege? So we wouldn't need to put that into the charter because I think that's already illegal.
Well, there are a number of different authorities, and that's, that was one of the things I wasn't really prepared to talk about tonight.
Okay.
It is illegal, but in what nature, I don't know. But it's also consistent with the rules that govern the attorney-client relationship, that the attorney is the keeper to protect the confidentiality. And then if the client ever wants those, the client's entitled to all of them, right, without any reservation, but it has to be the client. And then in this case, it would be a vote of the city council that would basically turn those over. So that suggestion would work to add extra protections and to guard those privileged communications. And that would send a signal to anybody else, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, or other staff or from other departments, that you can't just go in capriciously and start snooping around privileged communications.
So just as a point of order on this, does some of those items that Councilmember McKeon brought up seem to substantially alter the rights or benefits of the city attorney's role, which seemingly would be illegal to put on a primary ballot under SB 3011 or 311?
Well, it's brought up for the first time tonight.
Sure.
I'll have Paul D'Alessandro, who you probably remember. He's the one that's done charter amendments in the past. I'm going to hand this to him, and he'll advise. He'll handle it. I don't have an answer for you.
But
on
I'm
the
just
spot right
surprised
now.
since the ad hoc committee. There's one or two of these other ones that seem to fall into that boat that wasn't kind of scoped out during the ad hoc committee meeting.
Well, I don't know about that. All of these that are presented tonight did go through his review. So.
Oh, okay. I mean, I just found that the clerk and treasurer election cycle and the clerk qualifications.
Any questions about whether it's possible or by the book or whatever, all of that's going to be taken care of, and we're going to come back.
And the option could be we can't actually put this on the March
exactly.
ballot. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay. So with that, any other items from members? Please.
So, Councilmember McKeon, your suggestion is that in any case where the issue is the conduct of any elected official in the city government, that some outside, you said public agency would do the investigation?
Yeah, like a third-party public agency.
Okay, thank you.
And that would have to be handled by the city attorney on your item?
I'll defer to you.
So.
Because I believe the first thing he said,
that would be a more general item.
The first thing the council member said was all items in hiring has to go through the city attorney.
Right. So
you would be the one that hired the independent.
No, we're talking about investigations.
Yeah, investigating. If an elected official needs to be investigated, I think the proposal is, it has to go to a third-party public agency.
To handle.
So, to be honest, I've received a number of complaints and requests for investigation of council members. And most of them I screen, and there's no issue because I can see what it's all about. There have been a couple in the past that I didn't feel I was the best to judge, so I referred it out.
Yeah.
And to refer it out is, to me, the only ethical, clean way to handle something like that.
City Manager.
Just a clarifying question maybe for Michael. What if it is an investigation where it's an elected official and a staff member?
So when it comes to, I'll just use an analogy. When it comes to, maybe if PD's around, they could articulate the actual standard, but if there's an officer-involved shooting, we would never investigate, we, meaning the PD, would never investigate that shooting. We always refer the investigation out to the sheriff's department, right? Because we want it to be super, super clean and no question of impropriety. And so when it comes to elected officials wanting to investigate other elected officials, or there's a complaint that comes in or a request for an investigation, really ethically, it should always be referred out.
Yeah.
No, maybe I wasn't clear.
And it could include the staff member as well. So yeah, but that would, like, for instance, if I had a case that was brought to me that something happened with a treasurer. I don't think she's here, so I'm going to use her as an example. Something went wrong, I would send it to the DA's office.
So what if I'm thinking like a rank and file, a true personnel issue? So let's just say, hypothetical,
staff,
right? Sexual harassment between an elected official and a rank and file staff.
So what I would recommend is that HR can always do those because their sexual harassment is
so
HR
that wouldn't
related.
have to be farmed out.
Well, if the HR hired an independent investigator and they found out that there were serious issues, it would be referred out.
And that would be referred out. Okay, that's helpful.
Okay, members, that's 11 items before us right now. City Attorney, this is my first time here on how this works. You just mentioned something about raising your hand or something like that. So is there voting? Is there not voting? I mean, what's the raising your hand? What were you referring to?
Just a straw poll, just a quick, who's in favor of this item moving forward? Because this is very, very early in the process.
Right.
We're going to come back with red lines and very specific proposals.
So right now, the way the process works is we raise our hand if we're in support, or do we take a vote?
Well, a vote would be a vote, and I'm going to really look to the clerk to help guide this process. But straw poll is like who's in favor, and then
Okay, so it's not an official vote.
I'm going to defer to the clerk.
Well, we've been voting all along. Roll call. It's up to you. I don't mind calling.
Oh no, the only reason why I asked is because it sounded like it was
But
a
he's
different
right.
process with the straw poll.
It's really moving something
Sure.
forward for more action.
Okay.
We're not approving this tonight because there's research involved. So,
Mayor, since we're discussing real quick, number 3, Measure C, Section 612, Part B. Some residents have expressed some concerns about the increasing the footprint by 100% in 10 years. And they had asked, can we just change that to 20% within 10 years and then 100% in perpetuity? So, I mean, the way it kind of reads here is it's every 10 years you can double the size. So could we?
Yeah.
Are you guys okay with that?
No, I mean, I need to talk to public or community services. That's just a made up number.
Sure.
I don't know if there's any content, any reasoning behind where we even got to 100% within 10 years.
Right. I was just trying to reduce it to 20 within 10 years.
I'd like to ask some questions about that item,
Sure.
actually, of the ad hoc. So I would like to understand how we got to those percentages and numbers. Was staff consulted with regards to that? Maybe is this fixing a problem that they've had? Because I haven't seen these particular numbers. The previous Charter Review Committee did not provide these particular numbers. So I'm just curious where they came from.
I didn't bring forward the number 3, so I don't know where. I forgot who even brought that forward.
I mean, it's just playground equipment, right? So.
No.
To be candid, I don't remember who brought that forward.
So basically, just because to me it seems somewhat arbitrary too, and I don't know why the numbers are
Fair.
there necessarily, I do think that it'd be valuable to actually, and I don't know if this might take longer than this charter opportunity or change, but I think that we should ask staff from community and library services and ask them for their input, not just as a, would this work for you, but instead, what makes sense for you as we're looking forward at the future for,
Let me ask Travis, has that been passed on to the pertinent staffers within the department?
I believe they have it. I think this was one of the item, or something similar, not the same thing, was discussed in previous charter review committees and discussed. We didn't discuss these specific numbers, but definitely these, I believe these are issues that that the city struggled with when changing out park equipment and different things in parks and providing amenities in our community.
So what I'm asking for is for both A and B to ask of the staff to look at real world challenges from the past, current, and projected to say, based upon the things that we've done, frankly, to kind of come up with, these are our recommendations, and we don't have to abide by those, but I think that based upon real world situations, I think it would be helpful and not arbitrary, and we can understand it, and the community could better understand it, and even in a charter recommendation or argument, that could be better articulated. And with that as well, while we're on the Measure C item, one thing that this doesn't do, which we did talk about in the previous charter amendments discussion, was the ability to actually build a bathroom where one doesn't exist. And this looks like it's still looking at existing facilities. For instance, two that I can think of, just to give a real world example, would be Greer Park by the softball fields. We have a porta potty, and basically we've had many people ask for a bathroom facility there. And because of Measure C, it would have to go to a vote of the people to put a bathroom there. And it would come to council. I think that would be more appropriate. We could make the decision, or not, for a bathroom. I don't think that was the goal of Measure C, to not allow that. And also, let's say the Frisbee golf course, things like that. I don't think it should have to go to a vote. So I would, maybe staff, if we were to ask them to provide real world situations and what might be helpful to them, I would like them to consider that as well.
Councilmember Mosier, for clarification, was your point about new restrooms?
It is.
Okay. Because
this is existing, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
And just so you know, for context too and history, so we've always had to go through a Measure C analysis on everything in every park and in every beach, every part of the beach. I think the intention of this, and the ad hoc committee should correct me if I'm wrong, but it's really specifically to pretty much carve out beaches and parks as it relates to facilities and playground equipment, so that it's clear, there are clear, bright lines, so that when issues like that come up, it doesn't have to go through a whole Measure C analysis. Right. That's my understanding. And Measure L, Councilmember Mosier did have 10%. Did have some percentages from the last one, just so you know.
Right. No, I remember. I just think that I had a conversation with Community and Library Services, and the question really was, did Community and Library Services provide the recommendation, or were they asked, would this work for you? And with maybe a more arbitrary number, and it seemed like it was more, that was the path, and I would rather understand what the real needs are, and then provide limits or limitations on there that are appropriate for what we have moving forward. But my recommendation is also to add the ability to add a new restroom facility and carve that out as well. The other thing within this is playgrounds not being structures. We got a letter from OVSD with regards to that, and I didn't know, maybe from the city attorney's perspective, if we could have some discussion about defining what a structure is within that.
Yeah, I mean, that's been the struggle we've had for years, because really the intent of Measure C was, at the time, to really keep residential and commercial structures from being developed in our parks, right? Whether it's selling a park or leaving it, but allowing somebody to build something on it. That was really the original intent, but the plain language of the way Measure C presents in the charter, I mean, it applies to everything. And so historically, and I inherited this from McGrath before me, and that may have been it. But their way of interpreting it, we just continued that same type of interpretation where it's pretty literal. And so I think that answers your question.
Well, it does, but maybe I'm just putting it out there since we're just thinking of ideas right now of how to like maybe fix something there. You know, like for instance, is a slab of concrete with rebar for sports courts or backstops for basketball or fences, or if we wanted to change a tennis court because there's now a pickleball demand, would that have to come to a Measure C vote?
Right.
You know.
Good question. If it's a replacement of existing, then we normally wouldn't consider that an installation or a new structure. But if it is a brand new structure where you're grading otherwise undeveloped or natural land, then we would consider that a structure. So, yeah, good question.
Okay, members, let's move forward on these items. We have now 11 items to go through, like we did in the last section in the previous item on the agenda. So what I would like to do is, okay, let's go one by one. Section, the number one is what I would call cleanup, because it says, you know, Monday, and we have our city council meetings on Tuesday. So I would move that we, how do we do this? Adopt the ordinance or take a vote on number one? Suggestion number one.
Yeah, straw poll on the recommendation.
Straw poll on suggestion number one. I would like to move that we do that.
I have a, again, technical question.
Sure.
I apologize. Is it cheaper to do items in November than it is in March? Yeah.
Oh, that's a very good question. I'm not quite sure.
I think it is.
Not quite sure. I
could we
couldn't
come back-
answer that
Could we come back with
appropriately, but I can find out.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, because I mean, some of these are like cleanup stuff, and if there's no hurry to do something that hasn't seemingly affected what our day to day, if it saves $150,000 by consolidating in November, like if staff could come back with that, I think that would be helpful to kind of understand as we make determinations what go on the ballot.
As we make determinations, we'll get that number back in the next meeting.
Yeah, and we also mentioned that maybe combining some of them too might help, but anyways.
Yeah, and that's another discussion that we have to
Yep.
have in terms of combining some of these items so we can save money because it becomes one item. Okay, so again, I would move that we take a straw poll on number one, recommended from the Charter Review Ad Hoc Committee. Do I see a second?
Second.
Second.
Okay, all in favor? Raise your hands.
Aye.
All right, opposed? All right, 6-1.
Okay. Number two, it just says, you know, cancellation of meeting done by the mayor or the majority of council members where there's not going to be a quorum. I move that we adopt recommendation number two. It's been moved and seconded on the straw poll.
All in favor? Raise your hands. Opposed? All right, it's approved.
Okay. Number three, I mean, Councilwoman Mosier, amendment to it. I just want to make sure we're right that we talk about new bathroom facilities and get input from staff before we move forward.
Input from staff.
On numbers.
What they actually need.
Right. Sure. Okay. With that amendment, I move that we adopt ad hoc committee proposal number 3 with that amendment from Councilwoman Mosier.
Okay, do we have a second on that?
Second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
Okay, opposed? All right, 6-1.
Okay. Number 4, this is a measure that I brought forward. It brings more stability to our budget process. I asked Sunny, our CFO, what her thoughts were, and she thought it would be a fantastic idea to move forward to a 2-year budget in even years. And So with that, I move that we move item number 4 on the Charter Review Ad Hoc Committee for a straw poll. Do I hear a second? It's been second. Raise hands.
I wanted to know if there were any drawbacks from doing that. I know Sunny's not there.
Sunny's not here. You can always make mid-year adjustments if absolutely necessary, but there brings more stability, and a lot of times programs get implemented and then they get reduced the very next year, or it's year to year, it's more volatile. Again, I wish Sunny was here, but she's also very supportive. I've talked to Sunny about this. So, go ahead.
Yeah, and I would just add that in my former role, we had a 2-year budget. We went from a 1-year to a 2-year, and there were way more upsides than drawbacks. And as the mayor said, the mid-year budget check-in allowed.
Oh, I'm sorry, Sunny.
Sunny's here.
Weigh in as well.
Sunny, would you like to weigh in on this 2-year budget item? I know we already talked on a previous council meeting, but please.
Yes, so we did talk about it at a previous council meeting, and there are significant advantages to having a 2-year budget. The primary benefit is, the savings for staff time. That said, of course, we would still have to make adjustments at mid-year, and with the new fiscal year, with each new fiscal year, would also have to make additional adjustments and continue to evaluate as well. So that said, we haven't done a full deep dive yet into the benefits and drawbacks of the biennial budget, but, just kind of looking at it, kind of high level, and also working with, also speaking with other cities as well. They have seen a number of benefits.
Okay, with that, I moved. It's been seconded.
Question on
Oh,
that.
please.
So that would be implemented in 2026 then? Because if you got,
And even here,
March, certify the election, and April, you're now doing a 2-year budget starting July 1st?
Yes.
Is that a thing?
We would do.
Is that doable?
Yeah.
2-year budget in 2 months, like just switch from 1 to 2 years in 2 months?
Not in 2 months, no.
Okay, so then how would that, I guess that's just a large, like the zoom out on, like how would that actually work then? If we decided to go 2 years, it wouldn't, if we were doing even year budgets, so it would be 23, 24's budget, and then it would be 24, 25, 25, 20. I just don't, how would we go to a 2-year budget in 3 months is the question, because that would then implement. So would we anticipate that being in 2026 then?
So I think that would be the original plan, but that said, we will be looking at other cities as well. So for example, the city of Azusa actually recently moved from an annual budget to a biennial budget just with this current fiscal year.
Okay.
So I will be reaching out to them just to kind of see what their process was.
Sure.
I'm amenable to make it in odd years. I mean, we could easily put it to an odd year if we'd like to move it from even to odd.
Again, that's just the edge case of like we do it and then all of a sudden everybody quits.
So, Sonny, I'll work with you on that. But I mean, if it doesn't seem feasible to do it even years, we can always just change that to odd as it comes back. If we would like to do that.
Sounds great.
The 2-year budget's a minimum, so even if it passes, you can still do the 1 year, and then just be ready for 2026 to do their first 2-year. The 2 years is the minimum, the way. Right, it's the minimum, so you can do it every year still. I guess I'm not.
No, I think it's the fact that you'd have to do budget projections for an additional year that you hadn't prepared for, right? So you're looking at 24 months of budgeting instead of 12. So, right, and we wouldn't have to move
like I said, I'm open and amenable to
I just
odd year.
want actually how to implement
I'll
it
work
or
with
what
Sunny to see if she would like to prefer to move it to odd year versus even. But again, there's a lot of benefits to moving forward to this process. So with that,
roll call.
Roll call. Roll call.
Oh,
Or
so
hand.
we're just going to take
Yeah.
a straw vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Natalie, are you raising your hand? Okay. All opposed? All right, so it passes 5-2.
Okay. Move on to number 5. This is a change. We now have opposite cycles where the city attorney is in one cycle, and then the clerk and treasurer in another. I thought it would be good to consolidate into one election. So I moved that we do the charter review ad hoc proposal, that we adopt to move the treasurer and clerk into the gubernatorial cycle along with the city attorney.
Why?
I think it's important that all of them are on the ballot at the same time.
Why?
I just think it gives the voters the ability to vote for all three of the positions at the same time.
So you have four council members, 4 seats, and then 3 staff members that could all be new at the same time?
Yeah.
I mean, they're staggered for a reason, so that you end up with some institutional knowledge.
See.
And would it extend, do you anticipate this extending the term of the existing clerk and treasurer by 2 years?
No. Well, yeah, it would have to. It would have to. So in 2000, what would be 2000? They would be up for re-election 2026. So they would get a 6-year term. They would get a 6-year term.
Wasn't there just
after
a
this
case
election.
in Mission Viejo about not being able to extend terms of folks that you ran for a 4-year term?
I ran this by the city attorney. He didn't see any law or any issue in terms of us violating anything.
Why not?
on
I mean,
this.
why not just have it be a 2-year term and then clean it up so that the voters voted for 4 years, not 6?
I mean, I'm open to take a look at it.
Okay.
I'm open to take a look at it. We could look at all those issues. But again, I'm moving recommendation number 5. It's been seconded. Do we want to take a straw poll?
Sure. All in favor, raise your hands. Okay, all opposed? All right, it passes 4-3.
4-3, okay. Members number 6. I just want to clarify what I mentioned a while ago in terms of clerk. All I'm trying to attack here is a subjective interpretation. Right now, our city charter says a business administrated or related degree. You still want all the standards. You have to get the clerk certification. The only thing we're doing is getting rid of the subjective interpretation and put it to any 4-year bachelor's degree.
Why not? Why not better enumerate the requirements? I mean, it'd be a relevant field, right? I think somebody brought up.
So again, relevant. When you say relevant, everything's subjective.
Sure. But that's the job of the clerk to determine.
And again,
that,
I'm not trying to put you on the spot, Robin. What's your degree in?
Organizational management.
Okay. Yeah. So business, I will tell you, just based on that, you could get a city clerk that says, oh, no, that's not related. And again, it's subjective.
Right, and then you go to court.
And again, I think you're a great clerk as well, but I'm just saying that's an example that a clerk could say, well, our charter says business administration related. Maybe that's not. And I'm just saying, let's get rid of the subjective interpretation and just say, there's nothing wrong with if you have a 4-year bachelor's degree.
My question is, has there ever been a dispute about that?
For the clerk position?
Yeah.
No, not to my knowledge, but there was a problem with the treasurer's degree, I think, in the past, where they were not approved to run based on the interpretation of the.
And again, I want to get away from subjective interpretation. That's the goal.
Why aren't we?
But
are we fixing the treasurer?
Well, let me just finish that. I think that an attorney was called in also to provide a legal opinion on what was relevant, and so I would imagine that would be the case in any situation going forward for this position.
And you can ask 10 attorneys and you get 6 different answers. That's why it's subjective interpretation.
And for context too, I said it earlier, just again, I'll reiterate, we have actually gotten calls about the clerk's position in the past in my office when other elections have come up. And one of the things that came up when we were looking for a history or, and did our research is, I think it says bachelor's in business, but we couldn't even find a bachelor's in business. It's usually a Bachelor of Science in Business Administration or Business Management. It's usually a little bit more specific, not just a bachelor's in business. So that's one of the hiccups that we ran into. Again, this is going back 4 years now to the last time that a couple people called and said, hey, I want to know if I qualify. And so we did our research, and it was hard to not have an answer.
So I move that we do item number 6 on the ad hoc committee. It's been seconded by Mr. Burns. Go ahead.
Yeah, but like, what if I have my bachelor's in ballet? Like, that
With
doesn't,
with no clerk's
that's not
You
relevant.
still have to get the clerk certification.
I know, but
the voters will
it's
decide,
not
right?
3 years,
relevant.
though.
Yeah.
3
How-
years.
How are you going to run the department and run
Well,
the meetings if you've got no background in?
Well, again, the voters would, that's why you have an election, and the voters.
Right, but what if
I mean,
nobody
you
runs
can-
against them?
Look, if someone's not qualified and you don't think they're qualified, that's part of your campaign.
But what if nobody runs against them?
What do you mean if no one runs against
If
them?
they run unopposed?
Well, then
Like the
shame on the
treasurer- like the
community,
tre-
shame on our community for leaving someone unopposed who's not qualified. I mean, again, I think this is very simple. You just get a bachelor's degree, and then you still have to get the clerk certification.
In 3 years.
Yeah.
Why not have the clerk certification moved up to be required when you file?
I mean, again, if that's...
So you could have a degree in something, in underwater basket weaving as my...
You can propose that as a sub proposal, but again, I'm going to move it as is because I think it gets rid of the subjective interpretation.
How long does it take to get a clerk certification?
Well, it's about 3 years because the way it works, it's a technical track and it's a series of classes, and there are 4 different periods of time with divided topics and things. And so by the time you do it, it's close to 3 years. You could get it quicker if you had the education and experience. It's a points system. And so the IIMC developed this structure. And so people that are coming in, if they don't have some of the things that would score them higher points, then they would be, the only way they could become certified, because it would just take too long taking single classes, is they would go to what they call technical tracks for clerks. So you could do it sooner, but if you didn't have the points, it would take up to 3 years. And I think that's why they put that broad range in there.
Okay, great. On that note, it's been moved, it's been seconded by Mr. Burns. The straw poll vote.
All right, all opposed? 4-3.
Okay. All right, members, number 7, local control over elections. And again, I want to clarify, the goal of this is not to remove the state election codes. It's just for those, 3 items. I would like to see feasibility, if we can do it. I would like to add polling locations. And the goal here, to see if we can do voter ID in a municipal election here in Huntington Beach. And those were my goals. Don't want to move away from the county elections as it was been articulated, or get rid of all the state election codes as was articulated. So we're doing all that. All we're looking to do is see if we can expand polling locations and do voter ID. And for that reason, I'd like to move number 7 on the recommendation list.
So I have a question.
And seconded by Mr. Burns. Question by...
What is meant by monitoring ballot drop boxes?
I believe there were ability to put a camera on it, on the
Can you
location.
put your mic on, please?
Yeah.
I believe we were referring to being able to put a camera on the location. Is all.
To what remedy? I'm just trying to figure out what we're trying to solve here, because as far as I know, Orange County's ISO certified, the greatest registrar, best, easiest way to vote. Like, we have no voter fraud. The audits are all, the limit audits
You're
are
saying
all
there's
perfect.
absolutely no voter fraud that
I'm
goes
saying that
on?
the voter fraud you're trying to eliminate here,
No, I'm
which
not.
is voting in person.
All I'm saying
which
is,
is
all I'm
lots
looking
of
at is
fake mustaches.
voter ID. We're asked to do an ID when we get on a plane. We're asked to ID
Sure,
to
but
get.
you don't have
to
a
get-
constitutional right to be on a plane, though.
Well,
But I don't see where we say in there
The right to
anywhere
vote,
about
too.
voter fraud either.
Voter ID is to eliminate voter fraud,
Right.
right? We're not going to get into the argument again of like, just because it doesn't say voter fraud, we're not talking about voter fraud. Like, voter ID is to limit voter fraud.
Just bring confidence back to the vote.
There is plenty of confidence. There's no not confidence in the
No,
vote.
I don't have all.
Every
100%
person I
confidence.
talk to doesn't understand how you have to use an ID for almost every aspect
do you
of your
register to
life.
vote? How do you register to
I'm
vote?
just saying. And then
How-
yet when you go, the most sacred thing is voting. And when you go to the polling place, they don't. People go, "Can I show you my ID?" They go, "Oh no, we don't accept that."
Right.
This is just
So,
bringing faith in our elections.
times could you vote in a day?
It's
How many
ridiculous.
times?
It's
How many
ridic-
times
Georgia,
could you vote
Georgia
in a day?
instituted voter ID, and they had the highest turnout in their history. More people cast ballots in Georgia than ever before when they enacted voter ID.
Do you think that was because of people were trying to come and exercise their vote? Because
I'm
they
just
felt
saying,
it was being
people want
removed from
faith
them?
in their elections. What's
No
not a
one
big
is
deal?
questioning. I've had not a single person send an email in saying I questioned whether or not my vote was counted. I got a text message from the registrar saying my vote counted.
This is to give faith in your elections.
Who's not? Who's asking
I'm
for
telling you,
this?
everyone I talk to, it's absurd argument.
Well, you know
talk to
who's asking for
very
it? I'm asking for it. I
Right. No,
I authored
I
this bill.
understand that.
Again, I've authored this bill, and it has nothing. Hold on. It has nothing to do with Trump because I authored this bill before Trump ever ran for
That's not
president.
what no one brought that up.
Okay, I'm just
Okay.
for the cameras that are out there because I know some of the people about the last election. I think it's important that people have faith in our integrity. Our democracy only works if people believe in the results of the election. There has been questions in this county. There has been about some voter fraud. I believe that voter ID helps prevent fraud in elections.
How?
Now you could disagree
How though?
because you actually have to show your ID and they match it up with the person, just like the ID that you have to show. Again, going on a plane,
When I go
get
on a plane, though,
medicine.
they scan my ID.
Right.
Okay,
I mean,
so we could agree to disagree.
I'm just trying to
But,
figure out
but
what
I'm bringing
problem we're
this
trying to
forward
solve.
because I do believe this brings more comfort into the election process, and people trust the election results more if you have a voter ID.
What's a
system.
valid
Of
ID
course it
then?
does.
What's a valid ID going to be?
Driver's license.
What
or
if you
Government,
don't have
government
it?
issued identification.
Government
card.
ID issued.
School ID?
The
No, some
driver's
people
license.
some people don't
passports,
have the ability to get that.
passports,
That's
driver's
expensive.
license.
It's $100 to get a passport.
Government issued
To get a driver's
identification
license is
card.
like $37.
Government issued
Sure,
identification
there's
card.
people that don't have driver's license,
Okay,
don't have
government
ID.
issued
So
identification
what
card.
would those be? Those need to be defined. Does the state of California define a government issued ID?
Then they will come back with lists of government issued identification.
So you want to, like a library card, does it have to have your picture on it? Because there's other states that, like your hunting license without a picture is ID, but your student ID with your picture on it.
I would
issued by
say
the
I would
government.
request staff to go look at exactly what Georgia did and their enacted state voter ID laws because it's obviously worked. They had the highest voter turnout in their history. They have faith in their election. So let's look at what they did. Let's come back with government issued voter IDs if we want to get that specific. It's pretty obvious. You go to the polling place. They go, "What's your name? Where do you live?" And you read it. You tell them. They look on the iPad. It said, "Well, here's my identification card that proves where I live." It's not hard to understand.
That's it. But what if you move? What if you're a renter and you move around the city quite a bit?
So what are we going to do about mail-ins?
Yeah.
What about mail-ins? So
You're
how-
not
how-
outlawing mail-ins. We can't outlaw
So
mail-ins.
everybody in Huntington Beach gets a mail-in ballot, right?
This
Like
is
by default.
in-person voting.
Right.
But everyone gets mailed a
So,
ballot.
again, this is in-person voting. What's the big deal to require identification?
We're asking for extra polling locations.
So do we have to? Can we just
Well,
request?
can I just, a few points of clarification. First of all, everyone receives a ballot by mail in the county. That's the way we conduct our elections in the county. And also, the Voters' Rights Act requires a number of locations based on voter registration and population. So that's already, there's a formula for that. What I wanted to point out is you're saying we're still going to consolidate with the county, but any voter in the county can vote at any voter location, any vote center.
Right.
So if you're talking about, requiring ID,
So Robin, let me ask you that question.
we'll have other people from other cities coming to vote.
If that's the
in
case,
our-
Robin, let me ask you the question then. How does cities in Northern California do choice voting, and how do they do 16-year-old voting, and how do they do?
I don't know the
Well,
answers to
but
those
that's
questions,
something I would like
but
to know
I'm just saying that
from-
the city attorney will end up researching this and providing the information.
And that's
when,
why I would like.
when you return. So
No, that's what I'd like to know, because, again, if that's the case, then it would be almost impossible for those Northern California cities that have 16-year-old voting, choice voting, and felon voting at their municipal elections. And if they're allowed to do
Not
that
if
there.
their county decides on it.
Mayor,
Not-
I was just trying to make a point, because when you're talking about what type of ID and all of that stuff, you have to find out first whether or not it's permissible to do that. And then you make the
But that-
decision on what types of
but that's
ID.
why we're
so,
here.
So it's
No,
kind
that's
of,
why we're
I was
here.
just
I
trying
was
to help
just
you
seeing-
guys get away from the ID designation.
That's why we're here. I just want to bring it forward to see if it's feasible. And if it's not feasible, it's not feasible. But I would like to at least see if it's feasible to do here. That's it.
Correct.
If it's not feasible and the city attorney says there's no way we could do it, then we drop it.
And as a matter of law, the 3 proposals are possible. We've already screened that, done research on it. But as a matter of coordination with the county and practice in some of those other issues, we will talk to the clerk's office and we'll figure all that out. But we'll get back to the ad hoc
Because
committee.
if they are feasible, obviously we'd want to know, because the county says, sorry, you're out, and Huntington Beach is now a voting island. We're going to need to understand what that's going to cost.
Well, of course, I think the county is going to have a plan that's very, drawn out and clear on whether or not we can do this in partnership with them. I mean,
Right.
but they don't, we don't have that yet.
Right.
So we can't answer those questions yet.
Right. So with that, it's been moved by myself, seconded by Burns. Let's call for a.
Can I actually ask
straw
another
poll vote.
question too? So when you're going to look at the legality, which you said that you've already looked at, you're looking at the consolidation with the county registrar. Are you also looking at the costs when you're going to be bringing that back? Because if we're doing our own polling locations, we're doing cameras on drop boxes or whatever it is, I mean, that's going to be a cost to the city.
Well, the cost, I would think, the clerk could help out with, but in terms of polling locations, if it's the old-fashioned way where somebody opens up their garage and people can come in and vote, I'm not sure, those were all volunteer-driven, so we can talk to the ad hoc committee and figure out what their vision is for this, but like quite literally, there was an open garage in everybody's neighborhood.
Oh, I know.
Like 15 years ago, and you could just go in and vote.
And then they did this evidence-based approach where there's enough
I'm not
for
debating
everybody.
it. I'm just
No,
saying,
sure.
like, there may not, I mean, you're looking at me for costs. I don't know anything about costs. Talk to the ad hoc committee.
Right.
But,
Well-
I mean, it used to be cost less when.
Well, again, if you're adding polling locations and you're still wanting to consolidate, it's still going to cost the city some money to hire the county to do the election, and whether or not it's in someone's garage, they're still going to have staff there and stuff there. So there's a lot to unpack here, so.
Yeah. So with that, it's been moved and second, straw poll.
All right, all in favor? All right, all opposed? Okay, 4-3.
All right. Now going to the other proposals. The next up is Mr. Burns wanted to do the flag ordinance that we have and put it to within the charter. I asked for an amendment that if we're lucky enough to have Olympic flags, that we add the Olympic flags to that ordinance.
I'll move it.
It's been moved and seconded.
Wait, so now we're asking to amend the ordinance?
No. Councilman Burns said he would like to have a charter amendment
So,
on.
which would supersede the ordinance? And we just, it would repeal the ordinance and then put it in the charter type?
Yeah.
You guys figure out the logistics of it?
Yeah, it wouldn't repeal the ordinance. It would just, the fact that the charter allows for an Olympic flag exception would supersede the ordinance.
Okay.
Okay. It's been moved, it's been seconded. Clerk, I want to take a straw poll on it.
All in favor? Opposed? Okay, 4-3.
Okay. Next, Casey, explain again your real property.
Do I have to read it again? I mean, it's in the minutes.
Please,
All right.
please. I'm sorry, it's been a while.
An amendment to the city charter that would restrict city councils from engaging in real property transactions, that would require the city of Huntington Beach to forego regularly collected property taxes on investment property unless those purchases are approved by the voters of the city of Huntington Beach. Exceptions to this rule may include real property transactions that are important for acquisition of private property for infrastructure.
It's been moved. I'll second that. Discussion. Seeing none, clerk.
I would like to say something. It's actually not really about this item, but in general, I have voted for a number of these items, but I just wanted to clarify that I believe that the fact that we didn't actually have the typical process, I'm just providing my thoughts on the items, but in essence, we shouldn't be doing this at all. And I just wanted to clarify that because we did in the past have an open, multi-month-long, appropriately guided, publicly available process, and this was inappropriate. I just still wanted to have a voice in what we were talking about, but in the end, I just think it's completely inappropriate. Thank you.
Okay, and if I can add, this all has to come back and has to be discussed. It all be noticed, and none of these items go forward and are enacted if the voters of Huntington Beach don't vote for them. So if people don't like the process, they can always vote no.
Certainly, but the process has been in place for years.
But discussion's going to come back here, and the public's going to be able to give input on these items.
And I hope they do.
They will. They will. And so with that, it's been moved. It's been seconded on item number 10.
All right.
Straw
All in
poll.
favor? Opposed? All right, 4-3.
Okay. And then Mr. McKeon, again, explain specifically regarding the attorney not hiring, that the attorney exclusively, you can't hire outside counsel.
Yeah, so the revise the charter, highlight or emphasize that the city attorney is elected by the people as the exclusive legal counsel for the city, and any other attorneys hired by the city need to be hired by the city attorney's office. The protection of the city attorney, or the attorney-client communications and attorney work product are to be protected by the city attorney. If any other member of the city needs access to these privileged communications, it'd have to be voted on by the city council. And then include some language to come back to us to put guardrails against investigations by elected officials against one another. And if that happens, it should go out to to a third party public agency.
I'll second that. Discussion? Seeing none, clerk, call the, I guess.
All in favor? All opposed? All right, 4-3.
All right. So that's all the items that we have there. Members, we're almost there. Going down to the agenda, we're on file item number 29.
Mayor?
Yes.
I think there is item B that needs to be voted on.
Sorry.
Direct the city attorney to review each amendment. We need a vote on that.
I'll make a motion.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
To
Opposed?
review it.
Opposed? All right, 4-3.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. Now we're on file item number 29. Councilmember Burns, please introduce your item.
November 16th, 2021, the Huntington Beach City Council voted in favor that the Declaration of Policy about Human Dignity of May 6, 1996 be amended and renamed Declaration of Policy on Human Dignity. I am requesting that the City Council amend this document. The November 16th, 2021 amendment included significant revisions to the language of the May 1996 Declaration. I believe it is time for amendments to be made to that November 16th, 2021 declaration. My recommendation is that the City Council amend or cancel the Declaration of Policy on Human Dignity through another ad hoc committee of 3 council members, and the amendments to the Declaration of Policy on Human Dignity be presented at a future City Council meeting, October 3rd, 2023, to the City Council for approval of the newly amended or Declaration of Human Policy on Human Dignity, or announcement that we're canceling it and renaming it, or renaming it.
Do I get a second?
Second.
It's been seconded. Discussion? Seeing none.
No, there's discussion.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't see you. Go ahead. Who's up?
So,
Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, this is, again, Councilmember Burns, I've heard you say multiple times that you don't want to get into social stuff, you want to pave roads and provide for public safety, and yet this is another item that does neither of those things. I don't know why this is even coming forward. And then we're forming another ad hoc committee to go behind closed doors with 3 council members in the majority to come out with a decision that's pretty much foregone at this point, I believe. When over and over and over again, the hypocrisy that was dictated tonight, which is no on the charter, we don't want any changes to the charter, and lo and behold, several of the items that were initiated from the charter amendment last time show up on the ballot. We don't want to deal with social issues, social issue after social issue after social issue. And then no ad hoc committees. The council meets in closed session, behind closed doors all the time. Well, yet another ad hoc committee to come back with recommendations with no backup on them again. And I have a feeling this is exactly what's going to come out of this as well. Like this document it came out of a very large pain point in this city. And I was actually floored to see that Eric Peterson didn't sign it the last time this council approved it. I had no idea that he didn't do it. It seems like something that's a no-brainer, but I still don't compassionately understand the opposition to this. And then at some point I would very much like to at least grasp some of that, but I don't know if I ever will. This item shouldn't be on the agenda. This is something that doesn't need to be brought up, and brought out a whole group of folks today and had some folks say some pretty mean things about some great leaders in this community. So it's pretty easy to say that when they've passed too. So
one person said something.
That's more than zero.
One guy did.
It's more than zero.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all I have to say about that.
So, I think I didn't see this before, but to review, amend, or cancel it. I mean, that says everything. You don't think we need it in the first place. I don't even know why we're having this discussion.
Did you hear some of the speakers tonight?
I heard all of the speakers tonight, and I've
been several
involved
of them recommended it.
And I've been involved with this, and I've been a member of this city my entire life. I've seen all of these challenges, and I see that this document is, it's aspirational, as I mentioned before. It's not just a document, it's a vision for the kind of community we want to have. And maybe it's not the kind of community you want to have, where everyone has dignity and feels safe. I don't know. I think that you do, actually. I can't imagine that you don't. I don't know how we couldn't. So I don't know how having a document like this is a negative. And also, it's shaped this identity for many years, and it's come from, as Councilmember Kalmick said, a very bad moment in its history, and acknowledging a lot of the challenges in our community that do still exist in different ways. They've evolved, but they're still there. And it's not just a policy statement, it's not just a declaration, but it's a testament to our commitment to uphold the dignity of our community. And it's also a part of our city's history. And, as a liaison to the Human Relations Committee, which is now gone, which is sad as well, to also be tearing this down. It's just like the scorched earth effort. No, it is. That is how I see it. It's important to me. And it's not important to me because this was the group I was on. It's important because this city has a lot of challenges. This council has had a lot of division and challenges. And when you say not an amendment only or what have you, but to actually potentially cancel it, it shares what your real thoughts are about it, that you have no value of this doc. Well, then why would you consider canceling it?
Well, if it's not broken, don't fix it, is what you're saying.
What?
That's what Kim Carr said. She was the mayor at the signing of the 2021. But yet, you guys rewrote, basically rewrote the 1996 version. You rewrote. I'm pretty sure that if it wasn't rewritten, I might not even be touching it. But it was rewritten dramatically. And so now, and 2 of the signers of the original document did not speak up for the 2021 version because they said, new leaders, I don't want to intrude on their authority. Let them do what they need to as the leaders of the community. I met with several people, and they say, fine, you can amend or use the 1996 document, and if I want to replace that If I want to replace the 2021 version with that, that's fine. So they're open to some kind of changes to that 2021 document. So it isn't just a blanket blind deal.
You just said you might cancel it, like
Yeah,
literally.
we sure might. That's got to leave it as an option.
Okay. So
Because
why did they
everybody's
update?
created,
What was
and we have
updated?
laws, we have equal laws right across the books through our Constitution and every level of government that protects people in this same manner. And that's all I'm doing, is just equal application of law for any and everybody. And whether we just amend it or resort to the 1996 document, so be it, but that's going to be discussed.
I'm glad you brought up law and application of law, because part of the reason that it was updated was to update the penal code and the language from that. So it's
a lot more than that.
interesting. No, but it's interesting. I think that there is some language within the hate crime penal code that you're not a fan of because you don't feel that it applies the law equally across to everyone. But that's the law.
My question is, you guys amended it in 2021, right?
Yes, it was.
So what's the problem with amending it in 2023?
The problem is that, frankly, I don't think that the intentions are pure.
Well,
Well,
I guess we're gonna
don't
find out.
think then.
You just don't want us to do what you did.
I
You can
I
revise it,
certainly
but
do
we
not
can't.
want you to do it.
Well,
I'm sorry you feel that
and there's
way.
a reason why we have democracy and people vote for representation. And so therefore, that is what it is.
Okay, then I have one other comment on that as well.
Sure.
If there's going to be an ad hoc for this, I would like for it to be determined tonight and publicly discussed.
Okay, I'm going to appoint Gracie Vandermark, Pat Burns, and Casey McKeon to the ad hoc committee.
Then I have questions.
Okay.
In the original document, it talks about the Holocaust. Mayor Pro Tem, in the past, it's been brought up that you questioned whether the Holocaust happened, and I have never heard you take
Okay,
the opportunity.
okay.
I'm not done.
No,
I am
no,
not.
I never
I am
did
not
that.
done.
I never did that.
I
So
am
stop
not
lying.
done.
I'm sick of your lying.
I have seen the
All you've done is
YouTube
lie about me
channels.
for years, and you sat here and you shake your head up and down every time somebody comes and accuses me of denying the Holocaust, which I never did, or they call me a Nazi, and you sit there and you're like right on.
I don't applaud anyone for
No.
calling you a Nazi.
I hear you all humming and moaning here the whole time I'm sitting here when you're acknowledging or you're agreeing with them. I never denied the Holocaust. Never did.
Did you have a YouTube channel that did?
No. My husband's
I've seen
uncle
the
was murdered by
screenshots
the
of it.
Nazis in World War II. How dare you?
Hey, I'm
You
just...
know, you would know that if you would have had a conversation with me instead of standing here making false accusations.
I tried
all
to have
these years.
conversations
No,
with you
have
prior
not.
to the 2008 election when you were running for school board, and you did not meet with me.
Listen, the decorum is not as acceptable. Not acceptable. Move forward with your discussion.
Okay.
And please don't direct and go after. Just like our members should not attack each other personally.
Sure.
Should not attack each other personally.
Sure. I'm not. I'm questioning something that has been brought up before. And if this person is going to be involved in determining and amending this document, it's important that that question be asked, since that has been out in the ether and I've never heard it be responded to. So thank you for saying, so you believe in the Holocaust that existed.
I answered your question.
She did say that.
Yeah.
She
Okay,
did say that for
perfect.
clarification.
Thank
And candidly, she's married to a part Jewish.
I don't care about that.
Well,
but
I find it interesting.
I'm not done. I
Hey,
would
well,
like to
I find
go
it
on.
interesting that we're attacking someone.
I'm not attacking her.
No, I mean.
It's been brought up and it's never been addressed.
You never asked. You never asked me.
Okay. How about, we've also talked about extremism and, I'm sorry, there's no G's with this. Being associated with a Proud Boy, Proud Boys are considered a hate group. How can you, as somebody who has been associated directly with that, and with people who have, interrupted Jewish, what was it? I don't have all of the data. They bring up the posters and everything else. I've seen the screenshots.
I can do my job fairly.
Mayor, I'm
not.
Look, I mean, like,
I'm
this discussion is not even, like,
But
this.
we're talking about a document that specifically is
You're on a
associated with that.
personal discussion that's not agendized. It's not even really related to the call of the question.
It is
the
related
call of the
to the
question has
document.
nothing to do with what you're talking about.
The ad
This is-
hoc? Who's on the ad hoc?
The
It has
call
everything
of the
to do with
question
it.
has nothing to do with you
Okay.
questioning her about her personal beliefs.
It's a policy belief. It's a discussion
I'm just
about
saying,
that.
you're having a discussion that's not agendized, got nothing to do with anything. It has nothing to do with the call of the question. It has nothing to do with what's on the agenda.
Really? We're
Really.
talking about amending the Declaration of Policy on Human Dignity, which came from attacks.
Mayor, I'm just going to put it to you this way.
Please.
An interrogation of somebody about their beliefs having to do with the Holocaust is...
It's totally inappropriate.
I'm the parliamentarian, and I just think it's inappropriate.
No, it's totally inappropriate. It is inappropriate. In fact, I move that we just vote on this item and call the question.
Second.
So, clerk, call the roll.
Kelmick?
Nay.
Mosier?
No.
Vandermark?
Yes.
Strickland?
Aye.
McKeon?
Yes.
Bolton?
No.
Burns?
Aye.
4-3.
Okay, members, do I have a motion to adjourn?
Motion.
Second.
Seconded. The next regular scheduled meeting of the Huntington Beach City Council and Public Finance Authority is Tuesday, September 5th, 2023. The Huntington Beach City Council Public Finance Authority regular meeting of August 15th, 2023 has been canceled due to lack of quorum. We are adjourned.
If I have to share you, it was me that all along did you wrong, thinking that I made you beautiful and strong. This toxicity, the death of me, I fear the day you gone. The most beautiful girl I've ever known. I'll find a way to treat you better. I swear there's no one out there like you. You teach me to be better. My talk is cheap, keep asking what I do. I'll fly